I can't hear you, Professor Joseph.
Can you hear now?
Yeah, it's a little flickery, but I could barely hear you. Yeah, it's going in and out.
I see.
Looks like a
Yeah, but
connection
you
issue.
are very much audible. You are very much audible. No problem. But,
Okay, awesome.
hello, Jagriti. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
The
Yes,
audio
better
is
now.
it's better now. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Hello, good morning. Host this side. We are ready to go live.
Yeah. Okay. We will start soon. Amit, we can wait maybe 1 or 2 minutes. So let some more participants let them join.
Absolutely. Yeah. My schedule is flexible, sir.
Thanks.
Hey, Bhaskar, how are you?
Bhaskar, you are muted. We don't listen. We can't hear you. No, your voice is not coming, Bhaskar.
Yeah, I don't see a mic icon next to your name, so you may have to log out and log back in.
Yeah. Hi.
Now it's fine.
Audible 9? Yeah. Okay, thanks. Yeah, so thanks for doing this. It must be late for you today.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, this is my normal schedule. When kids are sleeping, I work.
Okay. When you have quite a few participants, I'm not sure if everybody is logged in.
Yeah.
Student volunteers to probably take attendance.
Yeah, around 5-6 have joined in already. We could,
Yeah, it's not showing all of them. No, more than 5 or 6 have joined. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 5 or 6 have joined. Early for today, India, but I hope you know.
Your voice is breaking. I don't know whether it is same with me also, but Amit's voice was very good. No problem. Bhaskar's voice is breaking in between. But
For my class, I use a microphone, so I think I should probably get my microphone and then it will be better.
so Bhaskar, I think then let us start. I think quite many are there. Let's start.
Yeah, and I think slowly people will join out. So it's asking me to mute my mic, so I'm going to mute it. So if we can get started.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Bhaskar. Okay, welcome everybody, and also welcome Amit to this first tutorial session which you are hosting. And thank you for accepting our invitation. And it's an honor for us to listen to you, all the students who have joined for this tutorial session. And also let us welcome everybody. And also this is the first session of ICE 2020, starting with the tutorial, and the next 3 days we will have the conference. And all of you, let me introduce Amit Agarwal to you. And he currently is a project leader at NIST, Maryland, USA. At the same time, he is also associate professor with the Syracuse University initially, and now with the University of Maryland, USA. He received his PhD from University of Utah in electrical engineering department. And later he joined as a postdoc at NIST, and where he is a project leader. And he's an authority in metamaterials and nanophotonics and various nanophotonic devices and integrated device architectures. So, without Yes, anybody? So because of his interest as well as expertise in nanophotonics, we are very honored to have him as our tutorial speaker this time. And let us listen to him from the basics as I listened to him before also. His presentation and understanding and make us understand the topic has been excellent. So let us listen to him, and where he will today introduce the science and engineering of nanophotonics, light from the light matter interactions and its various aspects about it. And finally, he will let us know what are the various applications. So without spending much time on that, let me hand over the mic to Professor Amit Agarwal. So let us listen to him. And at the same time, we have our Professor Neeraj Kere also in here. Amit, Professor Neeraj Kere is organizing this conference. I can see him over there. Hi, Neeraj.
Okay, let me share my screen.
So Amit, please start your tutorial session, and thanking for accepting our invitation. So all the students, please mute yourself and listen to the talk, and whenever you have doubts later, we can address the doubts. Okay. And Amit, the total time period, I think it's around 1.5 hours. Is that so?
Okay.
Or it's around 2.5 hours total, right? So you will take a break in between. Is that right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's up to you. It's all yours. So you take your time, and you should not strain yourself too much at late night over there.
Right, sir. For the
For us,
two
it's a very fresh day. For us, it is very fresh right from the start of the day. For you, it is the end of the day. So thank you for spending this much time with us, and please go ahead.
Okay. All right. So thank you, Professor Joseph Bhaskar and Professor Dheeraj, for this very kind opportunity and this very gracious introduction. I thank Professor Joseph for inviting me, and I thank all of you for being here. I hope all of you are doing well during this pandemic and staying safe. So as Professor Joseph said, in the next approximately 2 hours or so, I'm going to be spending time talking about the field of nanophotonics. I am going to be going in detail on some of the topics, but not all of them. And I hope to, through this 2-hour time, I hope to give you a flavor of the various subtopics in the field of nanophotonics. And I'll go through them as I speak on these various topics. And what I would really like from the audience is if any point you have any confusion, question, or anything is not clear, please feel free to interrupt me. If it is slightly more interactive, then I think I will enjoy it as well. Otherwise, you will pretty much be hearing me rant about it for the next 2 hours. Okay, so let's get started. So my name is Amit Agarwal, and I am at NIST. And I've kind of come across or put up this slide to show you some of the flavors of this field of nanophotonics. And I think these pictures capture quite a bit of what I'm going to talk about. So the first 2 images here, and if you can see my laser pointer, is where is this field of metamaterials where you can pattern media that have non-intuitive, non-natural refractive index, such as negative index materials. And what you can then do is engineer such a material such that light bends around, say, an object. And therefore, if in this sphere in the center, if you put an object, then you won't see, light will just propagate around it, and it kind of acts like a cloak. Okay, and this is a physical embodiment of such a structure made for microwave frequencies. So this would be an example of a subtopic of nanophotonics called metamaterials. Okay, and I'll spend a little bit of time on this as we go through. Here is an example of a nanostructure that looks chiral. So chiral mean it has a certain handedness. And the typical scale length here is, let's say, a micron. Our hair is 80 microns. So this is almost 100 times smaller than the width of human hair, one object, let's say. Okay, and as you would naturally assume if you work in the field of photonics, is that if I have a chiral object, then if I excite this object with a right-handed polarization, circular polarization, then it will interact more strongly with this material. And if I have a left-handed material, a left circularly polarized light, then it won't interact as strongly. And so you can make these nanostructures that are very chiral sensitive, meaning they have a strong response for one-handedness versus the other. And sort of these sort of chiral sensitive structures are very important for biosensing of molecules, which inherently a lot of them are chiral. And so that's where the application of some of this is. Here is an example of a structure, just a metal film with some patterned grooves made on them. And if you shine light on it, then in principle, you can excite what is called plasmons. And then you can hit this grating and sort of see light in the far field. I'll talk more about this in a second. But this would be a subtopic I would call of the field of plasmonics. And I'll spend almost 1/3 of my talk talking about the field of plasmonics. Okay. And then as you go along this slide here, here is a nanostructured substrate where I have an optical fiber. This big thing that you're seeing is an optical fiber with light just comes out at the end of an optical fiber. And I have a micromechanical cantilever that is carrying an object that can vibrate basically at a resonance frequency. And then I can look at very interesting optomechanical phenomena. Here is an example of two gold nanoparticles that are tethered together using a DNA. So DNA nanotechnology has become pretty big, where now you can use artificial DNAs to tether nanostructured materials such as nanoparticles or quantum dots, and then you can basically put them together. So you can do lithography sort of from a bottom up, where you can build these artificial molecules, if you would, made of metallic or dielectric nanoparticles. Here is an example of a multi-layer substrate, like a metal dielectric heterostructure where light can bend backwards, if you would. So again, very non-intuitive. And I'll talk about this again, a metamaterial like this in a second when I go through my talk. Okay. And then depending on how you pattern these structures, you can get very, very intuitive, very beautiful, vivid colors out of them. And so here are two examples of structures where you took a metal film, so let's say a silver, and silver by itself, if you look at it, a silver film, it's colorless, right? It looks very bright and shiny because it reflects most of the light. But if I now take that same silver or same gold or say aluminum, and I pattern them into very, very small nanostructured samples, depending on the size, shape, and their composition, I can get beautiful colors out of them. And you can do this with metals. Here is shown is a painting that is almost 30,000 dpi. If you zoom into this painting, what you will see is that it's made out of nanostructured dielectric nanopillars. So titanium dioxide, which is colorless again. And by basically engineering their shape and rotation, we can create a painting that not only changes color, we can control the color, but we can also control the brightness. So you can do very, very cool things by making things at the nanoscale. Another example is if I shine light, I can guide light and I can then have a bunch of nanoparticles that can take light to some other place and shine light out. So you can think of this as a nanoscale circuit where light propagates from one point to another point and radiates out. And then finally, this graphic kind of shows that if I make an array of these nanoparticles, they scatter light, right, as you would expect. And if I put them on top of a solar cell, then I can enhance its absorption. So this will be an application of enhancing the photovoltaic efficiency of solar cells. So the idea of this introductory slide is to show you the breadth of the field. You have plasmonics, metamaterials, metasurfaces, optomechanics, plasmonic colors, wave guiding, photovoltaics, negative mix materials. So you pretty much a very, very broad range of applications that are possible through this field of nanophotonics. And sort of my hope through this talk is to give you some depth into couple of these fields and then talk about generally about some of these other ones. Okay. So where am I? I am located at NIST in Washington, D.C. It is a government lab. It's almost, I would say, 25 miles from the White House. And it's a government lab, and its mission is to promote American innovation and industrial competitiveness by advancing measurement science. So we do research in measurement science and coming up with novel ways of measuring things and developing technologies based on them. And we have approximately 3,000 staff members. A lot of them work in this area of standards development. So trying to come up with standard reference materials for, say, a number of different things, including time is defined here. So it is the official office of what they call standards, weights, and measures. There are 5 Nobel laureates here, and it played a very, very big role. If you are familiar with this, or if you have been paying attention to some scientific news, it played a very, very big role in the redefinition of the kilogram that happened end of last year, earlier this year, where now kilogram is not defined by a physical object that is in a museum or a lab in Paris. It's actually now defined with respect to the Planck's constant. So what that means is now the new SI unit that the whole world uses, as all these SI units, the fundamental 7 units, are all defined using fundamental constants. Okay, so they don't rely on any physical structure anymore. So what they call it is this new SI redefinition is for all times, for all people in the world, which means now we are all tied to physical fundamental constants rather than some physical ponderable object that is sitting somewhere. Right? So an example is a kilogram was a physical object that was sitting in a museum in Paris. Meter at one point was a rod of a particular metal that was 1 meter, and that's how meter was defined, and so on and so forth. But however, now things have changed. Okay, so NIST plays a very, very big role in standards definition. Okay, and so we do research in sort of this measurement science technology in an area that kind of helps advanced measurement science. Okay. What do we do? So in my lab, I'm the group leader of the ultrafast nano optics lab. It's not a degree grant institute, but we still have few PhD students, and most of the people who are in my group are postdocs. Okay, and so the goal of my group, or the general sort of breadth of my group, is to study light matter interactions at the nanoscale in new photonic material devices and systems. So we are a nanophotonics group. We study things at the nanoscale on an ultra-fast time scales, so using ultra-fast lasers. So we look at phenomena that are very, very small length scales that happen in very, very fast time scales, okay? And then as Professor Joseph alluded to in his introduction, and I work in the field of plasmonic metamaterial metasurfaces, yes, and if some of you might be familiar with it, some of you might not be, but hopefully these terms will become clear as I go through my talk. But the idea generally with this field is to spatially, temporally, or spectrally control light. So what that means is if I have light incident on an object, and at the nanoscale I want to control its spectral properties. Spectral means its color. I want to change its color, or I want to filter its color, or I want to block one color out, or I want to control the temporal properties of light, which means how it temporally modulates, how it evolves in time. Or I want to spatially control it, which is an example would be a lens, right? If I shine light and I focus light into a small spot, then I'm spatially altering the light. So if I want to spatially, temporally, spectrally control light, then we use these nanoscale objects to enhance this interaction of light with matter. And some examples are like making nanolasers would be one example, filters, flat lenses, pulse shapers, so things of like this nature. But we are not making them because we just want to play around with it. We are making them because there are some interesting aspects, and where we apply some of these concepts of using nanoscale devices is on creating quantum systems on a chip through a program called NIST on a chip, where the idea is to take free space optical experiment that we typically do in our optics lab, and then create manufacturable systems. And I'll show you examples of this, where now the idea is to take technologies that are developed in our labs, such as atomic clocks or atom and ion traps, and the very fundamental and amazing physics that it enables, but then take them to the masses by creating manufacturable systems. Okay, and that's what integrated photonics kind of enables one to do. And then while we do all of this, we also study fundamental effects. So and some examples include looking at quasi-periodic or random structures, looking at chiral stuff at the nanoscale, some other fundamental effects such as photon drag effect and plasmon-enabled reactions. And so there are a lot of like different topics that we work on, but generally the idea is to make things, design things, make things, and measure them at the nanoscale for some particular application. Okay, and I'll give you some flavor of this as I go through my talk. Okay. All right. So as again, Professor Joseph kind of alluded to, I'll give you a comprehensive overview in the next hour and a half of this field of nanophotonics, where light matter interaction occurs. Light matter interaction meaning light interacting with a ponderable object, be it at the nanoscale, on a very, very small length scales and on very fast time scales. And basically the physical, chemical, or structural nature of the material control the interaction of light with matter. So how I make this structure controls how I interact with light, right? And that basically determines, let's say, what color I get out of it or what property I get out of it. Okay. And there are a number of different topics. I won't get into the depth of each one of these, but I will cover nanoplasmonics, like some integrated photonics, a little bit of metamaterial, a little bit of nanofabrication. But there are a number of different areas where this field has had an impact. If you're interested in sort of the fundamentals of nanophotonics, then I highly recommend this book by Lucas Novotny and Bert Hecht called Principles of Nano-Optics. If you are more interested in the plasmonics side of things, then there's a very fantastic book written by Stefan Meyer that is here. And a very broad overview of the field of nanophotonics, a slightly older reference. This book came out, I believe, in the end of 2010 or so. In that time period is a book by Paras Prasad called Nanophotonics. And on metamaterials, there's another book that came out maybe 5-6 years ago, written by Wengchen Chai and Vladimir Shalaev, on fundamentals of applications of optical metamaterials. And then there are some other references that you can find online. And if there's any particular topic that interests you through my talk, or you want to know more about it, right, feel free to send me an email. I'm happy to sort of send you references and help you guide, understand that particular topic. Like, that's kind of the goal of this tutorial. But the overarching goal is really still to give you flavors of different topics that are ongoing and in this field of nanophotonics. Okay. All right. So let's get started with this brief introduction. So when I talk about the field of optics, I am hoping or assuming that most of the people who are in the audience are somewhat familiar with this field of optics. And basically it is the science of light. And pretty much if you go to any lab anywhere in the world that works in the field of optics, it doesn't matter if it is nano optics, quantum optics, micro optics, or any optics, the goal is usually to either generate light, manipulate light, or detect light. And that light could be either classical or non-classical, the non-classical being quantum, okay? So if I think about from a very, very large lens scale perspective, we have bulk optical elements that we work with in our lab, in an optics lab, such as lenses, prisms, mirrors, wave plates. And I will call them in the category of bulk optics because they are macro scale. Lens scales are quite large compared to the wavelength of light, okay? Then with microfabrication capabilities that have been developed over the last couple of decades, or maybe more than the last couple of decades, now people learned how to make things at the wavelength of light. So wavelength of light being sub-micron. And so people pretty much learned how to make things on that lens scale. And that enabled development of things like photonic crystals, spatial light modulators, diffraction gratings, and micro-optical elements such as a micro lens array shown here. Right. So again, one way of manipulating light is through making things at the wavelength scale. But what really revolutionized the field of optics, I would say, is the field of nanophotonics. That's what this tutorial is about. And really what caused this revolution to happen, and I would say in the last 2 decades, is our ability to make things at the nanoscale. Okay. And so now if I can make something at the nanoscale where my inherent period in my object is much, much smaller than a wavelength. So my wavelength, let's say for a red light, is 600 nanometers. If I can make things that are 10 or 20 nanometers lithographically, then to my light, the structure does not look like it looks like a homogeneous medium. So for example, if I have light incident on a piece of glass, as you will say that, okay, I can tell this glass is, even though made of silicon and oxygen atoms, you can tell them apart because they are so small. They are atomic length scales. To your bare eye, you cannot tell these SiO2 molecules apart, and therefore it looks like a homogeneous medium. And that's kind of the idea here. And in the field of metamaterials or metasurfaces or plasmonics or some of these fields is if I can make things at the nanoscale and control light at the nanoscale, then I can do a lot more, because to my light, the system looks like an homogeneous medium or an effective medium that is composed of these artificial structures that allow me to control light in non-intuitive ways. Okay. And some of the fields, subfields within the field of nano-optics would be plasmonic, metamaterials, metasurfaces. But really the enabler is this field called integrated nanophotonics or integrated photonics. And here I stole an image out of Google that shows this fantastic capability, let's say, that you have a photonic integrated circuit here that consists of a laser, nanoscale light sources. It consists of waveguides to take light from point A to point B. It consists of modulators shown by these, And you can see that these modulators are fed by bits 10, 10, 10. So these could be just your electrical signal that goes into the modulator that modulates the light. I can combine all the light into a channel. I can send it to from here to say some other country. Then I can demultiplex these various colors, and then I can put them on a photo detector to recover my data. Okay, so what you're seeing here is a very cool embodiment that shows that by using nanoscale light sources, nanoscale modulators, nanoscale waveguides, multiplexers, demultiplexers, and photo detectors all on a single chip, I can basically build my whole optical experiment. And turns out that because of integrated nanophotonics or the capabilities that, or the way you fabricate them, they are all foundry compatible platform. And what that means is now one can start thinking of the field of optics as being an equivalent field to microelectronics. So let's say if you are more familiar with the field of microelectronics, where you make let's say a microelectronic device such as a RAM or your CPU or whatnot, you send your drawing, make your drawing in an LEdit, let's say, or some other design software. You send it to a foundry, they make this. And you can now do the same thing with photonics, where you can send your design to a photonic foundry, and they can make it in a CMOS compatible platform. And you can now think of optics as being manufacturable, and the whole optical experiment as manufacturable. I'll touch upon this in a second as I go through my talk. Okay. And then I would say quantum optics has always been sort of the fundamental backbone of the field of optics, but it has sort of regained a lot of attention in the last, I would say, few years, with the revolution in second revolution in quantum optics coming up now with the goal of making quantum internet or quantum computers and whatnot. And really, when we talk about quantum optics, either we are talking about working with single photons or few photons. And the length scales here are again much smaller than wavelengths, because we are talking about single photons or single atoms at a time. And some very interesting phenomena that quantum optics field has is sort of the idea of tunneling, single photon sources and detectors. How do you detect a single photon? And then just because of the fundamental nature of photon being a single macroscopic object, it enables a lot of interesting physics such as topological effects and entanglement and whatnot, right? And shown here is a very cool image from this company that is one of the pioneers in quantum computing called IonQ. That is based out of College Park here in Maryland. And what this shows is a very cool microfabricated platform. And this microfabricated platform has a lot of electrodes. And then what they have done is what you see, these blue dots are each a single ion that is trapped and floating in air, acting as a single qubit. So this is a 28 qubit device. 28 or 32 qubit device, if I'm not wrong. So you can see each ion that is floating is a qubit of your quantum computer, right? So this is quite fantastic. So this image is quite revealing that using and here the way what you do is you trap these ions and then you use light to talk to them and read their quantum state, if you would, and so on and so forth. So again, the idea of this slide is to kind of show you the big breadth of the field of optics, where you have quantum optics that will hopefully enable quantum computers and quantum internet and information transfer, nanophotonics, which is the field where you can make things and manipulate things at nanoscale to microscale to sort of bulk optical components. It's quite wide. Okay. But at the end of the day, you are either generating light, say a laser LED, or manipulating light as you would do, say, sending light on a waveguide or a modulator, and detecting light using a photodetector, okay, or a solar cell, if you would. Okay. All right. So and I would spend maybe the next couple of slides on sort of differentiating photonics from electronics, but also showing you the similarities, right? So electronics, as we know, is based on electrons, and photonics is based on photons, and it's amazing the similarities between them. So if I just look at this table, and I hope some of you have these slides as your reference, but the wavelength of light is given by lambda, which is speed of light divided by the frequency of light, and it's in sort of the submicron scale. When we talk about electrons are not massless objects. Photons are massless objects, so they have a de Broglie wavelength associated with them. And their wavelength or their sort of wave function is tens of nanometers in solid. So they also have a wavelength associated with them that is dependent on their momentum. Okay. Interaction potential means if I want to manipulate photons, then the way I manipulate them is by sending light through different refractive index materials. Okay, so if I take a prism and I want to bend light, right, then I make it go through a silicon dioxide wedge basically. So that dielectric constant is what is used to interact with photons. And similarly in electrons, you manipulate electrons by potential. So this is called Coulomb interaction. Okay. There are some quantum mechanical effects. So if I talk about single photons then the way they propagate through a classical prohibited zone is through photon tunneling, but you also have the same effect in electrons, where if you have two electrodes that are very, very close to each other, then on two sub nanometer scale, let's say, then there's a finite probability that electron can jump through this tunnel barrier, if you would. Okay. Localization. So by using a very, very large variation in refractive index, I can localize photons, confine them to very, very small volume. And you can do the same thing by variation in Coulomb potential. Okay, and I'll show you an example of this in a second. Cooperative interactions, meaning when I have more than one photon, then what happens? So if I have, let's say, two photons, I can do nonlinear interactions such as some second harmonic generation or some frequency. I can do multi-photon interactions. So I can take these individual photons, think of them as, let's say, billiard balls, and they can interact coherently to give you a new photon out, for example. And you get similar effects in electronics, where you have exciton superconducting Cooper pairs, and that enable these many body interactions, right? So again, and you cannot treat these coherent photons or, let's say, electrons independently, but they are bound pairs, and they act as if they are one single macroscopic object. Okay. The optical field, or a field associated with photons, is a vector field, whereas in the case of electrons is a scalar field. The statistics that is used to define photons is Bose-Einstein, whereas in the case of electrons, you use Fermi-Dirac distribution to tell you how the distribution of photons is. And more importantly, photons do not have any charge associated with them. They are polarized. You can polarize light, left circular, right circular, or you can linearly polarized, but there's no charge associated with them. Whereas in electrons, you have both a charge and also a spin. Okay. And so sometimes in photonics, people call that the photons are spin locked, and that really what they're referring to is the polarization of light, where the left-handed and the right-handed polarization of light are considered the spin of a photon, whereas really in the case of electronics, the electrons are carrying plus minus 1/2 spin, or spin quantum number, if you would. Okay, so you can see that from this table that there are amazing similarities between photons and electrons. And I can go through a couple of examples. So here is an example of an optical mode inside a waveguide. So this N1 here is a high refractive index material surrounded by a low index material. And if I send light on this, then it can couple to various modes in this waveguide. And what you notice is that these modes can be the fundamental TE mode, a second order mode, and a third order mode, but not, right? And so on and so forth. And what you also would notice is that there's a finite probability that the photon's light leaks out of this waveguide. And this is what we call evanescent waves in photonics. And same thing happens in electronics, where if I have a very, very large, if I create a potential well, which is basically a zero potential surrounded by infinite potential, and I look at the solution of this wave function, then what I will get is discrete energy levels that the electrons can take. And these are my discrete energy levels of my quantum well, if you would, and they look very similar to photons, right? And again, if you make the barrier very, very small, then there's a finite probability that electrons can leak out, and that enables tunneling. And in photonics, that is given by this evanescent wave. Okay. So again, very, very, very similar approaches. In one case, you have a wave function. In another case, you have optical modes. And these are basically your eigen solutions for your system that you are working with. Another example, so if I have a planar waveguide, then what I call is I can bounce light back and forth in this slab mode, if you would. I have a high refractive index slab, and I am basically bouncing light back and forth. You can do a very simple experiment. Take a slab of, let's say, a glass slide, and shoot a laser beam from the edge. And what you will see is that if you are in this TIR, total internal reflection condition, then you will see light bouncing back and forth. Or if I now make this an optical fiber, like a rod, then I get not only confinement in one dimension, but both dimension X and Y. And then if I now take this and convert it into a sphere, then light will always bounce inside the sphere until it absorbs. And this I would call a three-dimensional confinement of light. And same thing one could do in electrons, where you have a quantum well, a quantum wire, or a quantum dot that allows electrons to be trapped inside a macroscopic volume, if you would. And that this sort of macroscopic confinement, both in the electrons case and in the photons case, determine what your eigenvectors are. Okay. one more example of comparison between photons and electrons. So I told you about tunneling. So if I have light incident on an object, let's say from let's say vacuum, and I have a high index material, then there's a finite probability, which is the evanescent field width inside the material where light can be present. And if I bring if I make this barrier small and small, then there's a finite probability that light can basically escape out going this path. Okay, and then same thing happens in electronics, where you have a tunnel barrier, a voltage barrier that electron cannot pass. But if you start now making this barrier thinner and thinner, this region 2, then there's a finite probability the electron will basically go through this barrier, and this is called the electron tunneling. Okay, so very, very amazing analogy between photons and electrons. If I now pattern my structure to be, let's say, a photonic crystal, then if I look at the allowed states for my light to exist, then I can have a state of light, let's say, in these bottom lines, and then I can have a higher frequency, but I can create a photonic band gap, if you would, where basically light just cannot exist. So this will be a range of frequencies where just my light cannot couple into the material, because there's a band gap that is created by my artificial crystal for photons. And you get the same thing in electrons, right? If I take a silicon wafer, or if you look at the band diagram of silicon or gallium arsenide or gallium phosphide, then you have a valence band where all the electrons are occupied, and there's a conduction band. You can excite light to the conduction band, but there's a band gap between the conduction band and the valence band, where basically you're not allowed any light states to be, okay? Electron cannot occupy any states within this band gap, right? So again, this amazing analogy between photons, which can also have a band gap, and electrons that can have a band gap. Okay, so one could really think photons as being analogous to electrons, and a lot of these phenomena are very, very similar. The reason I'm telling you this is because when we talk about integrated photonics, you're making circuits for electrons, and you can basically exactly do the same thing for photons with integrated photonics or integrated nanophotonics, right? So one can really treat light as being equal to what electronics is, and really that has been enabled by advances in nanofabrication over the last couple of decades, whereas electronics has a much richer history and a longer history. Because you're really trying to manipulate electrons rather than photons, which is slightly easier, if you would. Okay, so then the question might be why this field of nanophotonics, and there are certain salient features that I have listed here, not all. One of them is geometrical parameters of your object, like shape, size. It allows one to tune electronic and optical properties of your system. Okay, so the way I design my optical system, what its size is, what its shape is, it tells me what its optical property is going to be. Okay, this is really powerful. I can confine light to very, very small length scales, to even nanometer length scales. And what that does is, if you confine light tighter and tighter, then it enhances light matter interaction in that volume. So I can talk to single molecules, I can enhance nonlinear effects, and I can do a lot of cool things by increasing the intensity of light. Okay. Shrinking size also allows for smaller footprint devices and faster performance. And this is kind of quite self-explanatory, where if you make things smaller, then they can work faster. Okay. There's a whole field of super resolution imaging where you're not limited to diffraction limit anymore. By using tricks in nanophotonics, you can image beyond the diffraction limit. Okay, and I'll talk about that in a second. And then as I've been kind of I keep alluding to in my talk, is that this photonic integrated circuits enable a manufacturable CMOS foundry platform for optics, right? So one could really think of optics as being manufacturable now in a CMOS foundry, and this is quite remarkable. Okay, so here is an example of nanophotonic structures for people who are not familiar with the field of optics. Here's an example of a nanophotonic structures in nature. So the wing of a butterfly is a very, very good and very common example that people use. And if you zoom in and take an SEM image of this wing of the butterfly, then what you will see is these periodic patterns that acts as backgrating, if you would. And so it allows certain wavelengths to absorb and only reflects blue color, if you would. And that's why this beautiful color that you get. But you can go through nature are everywhere. Wherever you see color in a naturally occurring object, the chance is that that color is coming because of an inherent periodicity at the wavelength scale associated with some sort of micro scale structure that is present in that particular material or that system. Okay, so here's an example of an opal. Eye of a particular Lepidotron is an insect. A bacteria, a photosynthetic membrane has these very periodic patterns. So if you go through these, there's a huge field where people look at these naturally occurring media and see what kind of nanostructure they have at in their system that enables that color, and can be replicated in that system artificially in a nanophotonics lab. Right, and here's what I would call, these are naturally occurring, so they just occur by nature, and you get beautiful colors, but you can make artificial nanostructures as well, right? And using nanofabrication techniques, and examples are like, you can make waveguide, you can make these very, very sharp tips that go down to nanometer scale to confine light. You can make photonic crystals using dielectric beads. You can make quantum wells. You can make very, very small metallic nanoparticles that have beautiful colors. You can make quantum dots. You can make cavities and resonators and whatnot. And I'll touch upon all of these as I go through my talk, right? But the idea again is there is a whole field of naturally occurring nanophotonic structures that just occur naturally, if you would, and there is another field of artificial nanostructure that are man-made that people like me make in our clean room here at say, for example, NIST, right? So there are various subtopics, I would say, and all of these are quite recent and quite hot and have some history associated with them. If it were up to me, I would give a 2-hour tutorial on each one of these. There have been cases where plasmonics is a semester-long course in a university. So really, I cannot do justice in this 2 hours to cover all of them. But the idea of this tutorial is to give you a flavor of these various topics. So topics such as plasmonics is a nanophotonic topic, metamaterials, metasurfaces. I'm giving a talk on Friday afternoon on metasurfaces, and so there I will give somewhat a shorter introduction to the field of metasurfaces. So if you're interested, please feel free to attend, and I'll talk about atomic clocks in the talk as well. So that's why I would like to keep away from metasurfaces for the part of this talk, but I'll talk about metamaterials. Near field optics, nanofabrication, how people make things at nanoscale, how they characterize them, photonic crystals, integrated photonics, photovoltaics, super resolution imaging, ultra fast optics, doing things at very fast time scales, quantum nanophotonics, and optics of 2D materials and heterostructures. In this conference, there is a separate session on electronics of 2D materials and their heterostructures. So I encourage you to attend, because now this ability to make a single layer of two-dimensional material, be it a metal, a semiconductor, or a dielectric material, and stacking them on top of each other is enabling amazing new physics. And so I encourage you to attend some of these talks on this field of 2D materials. And here as well at NIST, we are working on using semiconductor-based 2D materials and their heterostructures to do some interesting physics and learn about their properties. So I encourage you to attend this very, very hot field. Quantum nanophotonics is quite hot. And then these are other topics that have always existed and that enable some of the capabilities in this fields. But the other thing to notice is that these are not subfields that are completely separate and by themselves. They are quite interlinked, right? So if I am trying to measure what a plasmon is, I use near field techniques to measure them. I use nanofabrication to make them. And then sometimes I integrate plasmon structures with photonic crystals and so on and so forth. So they're quite interlinked fields, and one should not think of them as very, very independent fields. Okay. All right. So the next maybe 10 minutes is going to be a quick introduction on, again, a very, very overarching introduction on the field of nanophotonics. But to give you, again, an overview on the scale of things, these are things that are natural. I kind of talked about them. Ant is, let's say, 5 millimeters long. As you go down, red blood cells are 7 to 8 microns in diameter. You can go down further. A synapse is around 10 nanometers. A DNA is around 2.5 nanometer in diameter. Atoms of silicon are sub-nanometer angstrom scale, right? So these are naturally occurring materials, if you would, or media that are as I go to smaller length scales. And then same thing if I go now to artificially made things. If you just buy a screw from a local shop, then they are a couple of millimeters in diameter, and you can then make micro mechanical devices, MEMS devices that are hundreds of microns, to Fresnel zone plates where you are making things really now at the nanoscale. And then you can go down, and people now work with nanotubes, carbon nanotubes that are a few nanometers in diameter, or a buckyball, C60 carbon, this ball, or a graphene sheet, which is some nanometer. And then if you think from STM, where people have now developed capabilities to manipulate individual atoms, and they can move them around like billiard balls. Also, here is shown is a coral of 48 atoms, iron atoms that were moved on a copper surface to make this. It's a beautiful pattern using an STM. So really, currently the capability is that one can image individual atoms using a transmission electron microscope, and you can use a scanning tunneling microscope to manipulate individual atoms and move them around, and then do a lot of interesting physics, right? So really, things have come from manipulating individual an array of atoms on a system to individual atoms, right? And that's from an electronic perspective. But then from a photonic perspective, again, the capabilities are either you manipulate classical light, which is an ensemble of photons, and to single photons, which is quantum optics, basically. All right. So again, nanophotonics. In my opinion, this field of nanophotonics, which is nanoscale optical science and technology, and nanoscale being 10 to the minus 9 meter, where optical processes and interactions between light and matter occur at very, very small length scales. There are really three subfields if you really think from very, very broad perspective. If anything that you're doing in nanophotonics can be considered either a nanoscale confinement of light. So you are using the nanophotonic techniques to confine light to very, very small length scales, okay, sub-wavelength length scales, or you are confining matter itself at the at nanoscale, which means you're making things that are very, very small. You're not confining light. And the act of confining matter to the nanoscale is giving you this ability to control light at the nanoscale, okay? And then finally, neither you are confining light at the nanoscale, nor you are confining matter to the nanoscale, but really you're using light to study nanoscale optical processes, okay? Or you are trying to control optical processes at the nanoscale using light, and that's another field, right? So really, one has to think about when you are doing an experiment in an optics lab or a nanophotonics lab, then either you are doing one of these three things at the end of the day, okay? And there can be, of course, overlap between these, right? Okay, so I'll go through each one of them. So what is an example of nanoscale confinement of light, right? Here's a very simple example. Okay, if I take a lens and I shoot light on this lens, then I can focus light, right, to a small spot. And basically, given by the Rayleigh limit or the Abbe criterion, one cannot focus light smaller than what is called the diffraction limit, okay? So in our traditional optical instruments, even a very, very fancy microscope in your lab, or your cell phone camera to your lens that you buy to, let's say, burn ants using sunlight, you cannot focus light smaller than the wavelength of light, okay? And that is given by this criterion, which is 1.22 lambda over 2 Na. So the resolution is determined by the numerical aperture given by this cone angle, if you would. And typical length scale is, if I simplify this and say what is the spot size, is around lambda over 2 is a very good approximation, okay? So you basically cannot make things smaller than lambda over 2 or focus light to smaller than lambda over 2, you know, and however, people have now come up with techniques that are called STED, Storm, PALM, 4-pi, superlensing that can break this diffraction barrier that allows one to focus light to smaller length scales, right? Right. So this is what I would call techniques such as STED, Storm, PALM. These are all super resolution microscopy techniques that allow one to use focus light at smaller length scales than lambda over 2. Okay, and if you can focus light to length scale smaller than half the wavelength, then basically you can image things at that length scale, or you can manipulate things at that length scale. You can do both, right? So it allows you to both to focus light as very small length scale. It also allows you to image things at very small length scales. And that's why these techniques of Stead, Storm, Palm, FROPI, the super resolution techniques won Nobel Prize, I think 4 years ago in chemistry. Okay, because it is a very, very broad range of application that it enables, from biology to chemistry to physics. Okay, here is an example. If I now take the same laser beam that was focused to using a macroscopic, like a normal lens, to the diffraction limit, and instead if I shine light on a very, very small aperture, and I now image this aperture on a photodetector, then what you would notice is that now my resolution is not given by, because I'm not focusing light anymore, but instead my resolution is now given by the size of my aperture. Okay. Right. So then it comes down to how small can you make this aperture, and I can easily go to my lab right now and make an aperture that is sub 100 nanometers or 50 nanometers or 20 nanometers, and then that's my resolution. And this is basically the idea behind near field optical microscopy, where if you shine light and you go through very, very small aperture, then what you would notice is that as you go through this aperture, the light going through is not it's not a propagation mode anymore. It's mostly evanescent. And the throughput is very, very small, but you will still get some light out through this aperture. And people use those apertures on a tapered optical fiber shown here, are coated with metal, to do scanning near field optical microscopy, so that you can measure things that are of this resolution now instead of λ/2. Okay, and techniques such as near field scanning optical microscopy, PSTM is polarization scanning tunnel microscopy, nonlinear optical field microscopy, and a bunch of other techniques are based on this approach, where you have a tip that has a hole in it, or a tip that is metallic that can support a plasma on mode shown here. But basically your resolution is not given by how small the light is focused, by instead given by how small the aperture is or how small the tip diameter is, and that resolution is the resolution that you use in a scanning probe system to measure your measure your system, and that basically breaks the diffraction limit, if you would. Okay, so this is what I will call a very, very good example of nanoscale confinement of light, where by playing tricks such as in the super resolution approach or the near field approach, you have confined light to very, very small length scales to enable these capabilities. I talked about super resolution microscopy. I talked about near field optics, but there are other ways of confining light too, using waveguides or nanocavities. Okay. Then the second example is nanoscale confined of matter. Okay, so instead of confining light to very, very small length scale, how would we make things that are very, very small? And then when we shine light on it, automatically light will couple to them or excite some particular states that will give me light at the nanoscale naturally, right? Rather than sending light and trying to shove it down to a very, very small spot, let's just make something that is already very small to begin with. Right. And then that example comes from this idea that if I have a semiconductor, let's say gallium arsenide or gallium phosphide or silicon, and you look at its band structure, then this is how its band structure look like. You have a valence band and a conduction band and a band gap. So this is my semiconductor. But now if I take this semiconductor material and I start making a ball out of it, let's say, and I start making it smaller and smaller and smaller, the moment I go to length scales that are sub few hundred nanometers, then what you will notice is that instead of being a continuous valence and conduction band, I am starting to discretize my band, and I'm also changing the band gap of the material. Okay. So this is this idea of three-dimensional confinement of electrons. And by confining the electrons more and more, I am discretizing my bands. And basically now there are allowable transitions between conduction band and valence band, and that depend on the size of the structure, and that basically determines the color that I can get out of it. So if I'm making a quantum dot by making a structure that is hundreds of nanometer, small balls, then I can get beautiful colors out of it. And a beautiful picture that shows this is now you can go to these companies, the hundreds of companies actually now. Samsung is making a quantum dot TV, or LG is one, I forget one of those two. So you can basically make quantum dots, in this case, cadmium selenide, cadmium sulfide, bunch of different materials that give you this beautiful iridescent color, very, 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 very vivid, right? And basically, just by looking at this picture, I can already tell that these red ones are bigger dots in size, because a bigger dot has a smaller band gap, and smaller band gap means a smaller energy transition, which means a smaller frequency or a longer wavelength. And the blue ones are smaller dots. Smaller dots means higher energy separation, higher frequency, or shorter wavelength. Okay, so very, very simple to understand. Okay, but you can get these beautiful colors, and there are a lot of advantages of these quantum dots. And this technology has matured to the point where you can see commercial products all over the place. Right? You can make lasers out of quantum dots. You can make biolabels, fluorescent markers. They don't photo bleach. They're used in displays, and so it's pretty amazing what quantum dots can do and where the technology has gone. This is a way of making a quantum dot is what I call a bottom-up fabrication. So what a bottom-up technique is I take a bunch of chemicals and I do some chemical reaction, and what I get out from nothing is this bunch of these little balls of quantum dots are different sizes, very well controlled size and shape that control their color. Okay. You can do the same thing with metallic nanoparticles instead of a semiconductor. Semiconductor is called quantum dots. In metallic nanoparticles, these are plasmon resonators. And again, what you are seeing here is a vial full of bunch of small metallic nanoparticles in solution. And these metallic nanoparticles in this particular case these are gold nanoparticles. So gold, if you look at gold film or a gold jewelry, it looks yellow in color. But by making gold particles of different sizes, I can get any color I want, right? And this is quite amazing, right? You can see the absorbance spectra here going from all the way from 1000 nanometer to 1600, but you can also push this invisible, right? So depending on the size and shape of the metallic nanoparticle that you make, you excite what is called a localized plasmon mode. I'll talk about plasmons in a second. And what you get out is beautiful colors again, right? So you can get size and geometry dependent optical properties, okay? And these metallic nanoparticles also have a lot of applications in biological labels, cleaning glass, sensing, and whatnot, right? So basically, these are again bottom-up techniques. You chemically synthesize metallic nanoparticles, you chemically synthesize quantum dots, but you can do something else, right? You can do what is called top-down fabrication, where you create a material and then you etch things out or you carve things out to make these patterns like a photonic crystal, a 1D photonic crystal or a 3D photonic crystal. So 1 dimension, 2 dimension, 3 dimensions. And then what that enables you to get is a engineered band gap. And that's basically what you're looking for, right? You're looking for an engineered band gap that gives you these beautiful colors. And that's what you can get out of photonic crystals as well, right? So the idea being by making things at the nanoscale, either by bottom-up technique or top-down techniques, you can create artificial band gaps and that give you a specific color response. And there are applications in biologicals to fluorescence markers to nanolasers, and with photonic crystals, you can make photonic crystal fibers that confine light and propagate and enhance nonlinear effects. You can make high quality factor resonators, you can make lasers, you can make mirrors, you can do all sort of cool things, right? So again, summary being by confining light to very, very small length scales, by this bottom up or top down approach, one can confine light and engineer how light interacts with this material. Okay, here's another example of a photonic crystal cavity where you have a bunch of holes in a membrane of, let's say, gallium arsenide. And then if you take a couple of these dots out, then this is basically a defect state, if you would. And then what you get if you do the simulation is light is trapped in this region where there are defects. So these are defect states in your band gap. So this structure by itself has a complete band gap with no allowable transitions. But by putting a couple of defects in this geometry, you have created allowable states, and light is basically trapped in states and cannot leave, right? And these are very, very high Q modes, right? So summary being, you don't have to confine light to the nanoscale. You can create a matter that is at the nanoscale and that automatically traps light or controls light at the nanoscale, right? And by bottom-up techniques to give you beautiful colors, or by top-down approaches to make these photonic crystal kind of cavities, okay? And then finally, the third subtopic is this idea of nanoscale optical processes, is where rather than confining light to small scale or confining matter to small length scales, you are really controlling optical processes at very, very small length scales, okay? And this could be multi-photon processes, or when you're trying to do like lithography or something, when you're really controlling light at the nanoscale, right? So what is an example of an optical process at the nanoscale? Okay, so here what you see is this is an amazing image and a fantastic illustration of multi-photon microscopy, where if I take a normal light and I shine this on a fluorophore, let's say this solution here, and I look at the emission of light. If it is a single photon process, what will happen is if I shine blue light, then it relaxes to some other energy state and then it emits green light. And if I look at this fluorophore emission as a function of in a single photon state, then what you will get is this propagation where you have emission only at any place where light is there, right? But instead of that, now instead of this sending a blue photon, you send 2 photons and you get 1 photon out. Now this is a multi-photon process, and multi-photon process naturally requires that 2 photons are present at the same time, right? And therefore the probability is lower. And then what you will imagine is that, okay, if I'm focusing light, then here in these regions where light is not focused, the chance of finding 2 photons at the same time is very, very hard. But right where my focal spot is, right there, all the light is shoved there. So at that region, finding 2 photons is a very, very high probability. So if I'm now looking at this 2 photon process, where you excite with 2 photons and measure the photon down, then it only occurs at the very, very small length scale that is much smaller than the spot, focal spot. And really what you have done now is this is a very good example of a nonlinear optical process or a multi-photon process that automatically occurs at the nanoscale. Neither have you confined light at the nanoscale, nor have you made matter at the nanoscale, but the process itself occurs at nanoscale. And this is a fantastic example of a nanoscale nanophotonic process that automatically occurs at nanoscale, right? Another examples are, you don't do things at nanoscale. You shine light on let's say a metal film, and you measure light, and this light couples into what is called a plasmon mode on this metal film. And if something happens, like an interaction happens on the metal surface, then what you get is a change in your signal. Okay, so you can people use this for biosensing, where you have interactions between, say, a fluorophore or a marker that attaches to a receptor. And if that binding happens, then the refractive index changes in the local vicinity of this metal film, and that changes your signal, basically. So if you are looking at the signal as a function of time, what you will notice is that when the binding happens, your signal changes. So really, neither are you, again, confining light to the nanoscale, nor are you making a matter that is nanoscale, but there is a fundamental process of binding that occurs at the nanoscale that you're measuring using light. And again, this is an example of visualization of nanoscale processes is using far-field techniques, right? And again, that I would call a nanoscale optical process. Another example is this idea of the super resolution microscopy technique called STED, or stimulated emission depletion microscopy. And this is another approach where if I am looking at this sample here using what is called a technique called confocal microscopy, which is not a nonlinear technique, but you basically focus light to a small spot and you measure light through a confocal pinhole in a detector. This is the resolution that you get, and the confocal resolution is basically given by the size of your pinhole. But this Nobel Prize winning work on STED from Stefan Hell's group in Germany, what they showed was that, oh, hey, look, you don't have to do confocal. What if when I excite my fluorophore, before it fluoresces, I deplete a certain amount of these fluorophores, then my resolution will be given by the sample that is not bleached, if you would. So basically what that means is I focus light to a spot that is this big. Before this spot emits light, I go and deplete using a donut beam everything that is around it. Okay, so then naturally, if I've already depleted it, I've already killed this emission using depletion, a second laser beam, then what you would get out is a smaller spot size because light will only come out from the center. So shown here is a confocal spot. As you can see quite clearly, it has very large resolution, wavelength scale. But basically, if you send another laser beam at the same time, which is called the STED beam, and this is a donut size shaped beam, that basically gets rid of this oval because this beam is donut shaped, okay? and depletes these fluorophores before they are emitting, then what you get out is a smaller spot size at the end of the day. So you basically can improve the resolution of your technique by using a second laser beam. And that's clearly shown here. This is a confocal image and this is a STED image, right? So you can improve the resolution. And again, you're not making anything at nanoscale. You're not shoving light down to nanoscale. These are still macroscopic diffraction limited processes, but you're playing tricks with light beams to give you this nanoscale phenomena. And I would call this again a nanoscale optical process. Okay. A quick summary on nanofabrication and various applications and of this the field of nanophotonics, but at least the summary is either you confine light to small length scales, either you make things at small length scales, or you do neither, but the phenomena optically happens at the nanoscale. Okay, and pretty much anything that you do in the field of nanophotonics automatically fits into one of these. Okay. How do people make things? I'm not going to spend too much time on nanofabrication, but if you're interested, I can talk about it. There is a fantastic nanofab facility in India. I think they're popping up everywhere slowly, but I think in Sense in IISc Bangalore has one of the fantastic facilities where one could make things at the nanoscale for a variety of different applications, from electronics to optics to a bunch of other things. So how do you usually make things that are very, very small length scales? As when you make things with what is called an optical lithography, you are using UV light to polymerize resist. And when you polymerize the resist, it either hardens or softens at where the UV light has exposed. Okay, depending on whether the resist is a positive resist or a negative resist. And when you harden, let's say if you harden or soften this resist, and you put this in a developer, then let's say where the UV light hit it, it was soft, which means you can remove this area. And then once you have removed this area, now you have created holes in your resist. And now, depending on what material you put in, you can create nanoscale patterns and using UV lithography. But the approach of using optical lithography to make patterns is limited to micron scale. So you cannot make nanoscale, you can make microscale patterns. So really, to do the same thing and make nanoscale objects, you have to go to what is called electron beam lithography. Okay. And so in electron beam lithography, what you do is you do the same thing. You have a resist, and what you do is you expose your resist instead of with optical photons, which have longer wavelength. As I showed you in my first slide, photons are hundreds of microns, and you are basically shining light and diffraction limit. So your pattern size is limited by the diffraction limit. Okay. So again, you can see how kind of everything is linked, right? Where my photon has longer wavelengths, whereas electrons have de Broglie wavelength, which is much smaller, and therefore I can focus electrons to smaller spot. And therefore my optical lithography is diffraction limited. I talked about that in a few slides back. You can only focus light to lambda/2. Whereas electrons, you can focus to lambda/2, but the lambda/2 is much smaller, so you can focus them to smaller length scales. So rather than using photons to polymerize or depolymerize the resist, you instead use electron beams to do the same thing. And then if you do the same thing here, then because the electron wavelength is much smaller, you focus them to smaller spots, you can make things that are much smaller compared to, let's say, a photo lithography approach. You can here really make things that are tens of nanometer quite easily, right? And the two approaches to this, one is called liftoff, one is called etching, and there are pros and cons of each, and depending on what you're trying to make. But that's kind of the general approach is you expose the resist with either a photons or electron beam, and then you develop it, and then you put some metal on it, and you lift off, and you are left with these nanoscale patterns, right? Okay. One other approach that I use quite a bit here is what is called focused ion beam. So instead of using an electron beam to write patterns, electrons are light, so they can break bonds or they can make bonds, but they cannot physically remove materials. So instead of focusing an electron beam to do your lithography, what you do is you focus an ion beam. Ions are heavier, so they are more massive, and a very common ion that is used in focused ion beam tools is called gallium ion. So gallium is quite heavy. So when it goes and you focus that ion beam down to a small spot, then it physically mills the material out, right? So it's like a lathe machine, basically, at the nanoscale, where you take your gallium ions and you physically mill the structure out. Out here is shown is an example of that gallium milled pattern. You can basically take any material and focus your gallium ion beam, and then basically physically mill structure out. Okay, and one other thing one could do with gallium ion or even electron beam is what is called gas assisted deposition, and GIS, and basically what that is you bring a nozzle with a particular gas close to your sample. This nozzle releases a particular gas, and when that gas interacts with either the gallium ion or electron beam, a certain bonds break or form, and those bonds convert your gas into a particular material. Okay, so you are basically now depositing material anywhere gallium beam is incident or your electron beam is incident, and by depositing this material, you're kind of printing something. A volumetric shown here is a toilet seat, so you can be quite creative. So again, one could think of gas assisted deposition using either gallium beam or even electron beams as a 3D printing approach, if you would. at the nanoscale, where you are really building things very, very small length scale. Wherever electron beam is going or gallium beam is going, you're depositing a very small amount of material, and then you can build a volumetric material out of it, right? So this is really a 3D printing approach to a nanoscale fab, right? So again, summary is photolithography, micron scale patterns, electron lithography, nanoscale patterns, focus ion beam, nanoscale patterns, but you physically milling directly. You're not doing any of these other steps. And then gas state deposition, like a 3D printing approach to nanoscale. Okay. And then when you make these things, you have to, of course, see them to see what you've made. So what you do is do an electron microscopy, typically referred to as scanning electron microscopy, or TEM, called transmission electron microscopy, where you go through the sample with high energy electrons to visualize them and to see what you've made. And if you are more interested not in the sample itself, but rather its topography, then you can do atomic force microscopy, where you take a cantilever and you go above it, and it will tell you what the topography of the sample is, right? Exact topography, what its height is, basically, right? Okay, and then so these are typical sort of nanofab approaches. But if you are a nanofab person and if you have worked in the nanofab, and then, or if you want to see it, I would highly recommend you going to one of the nanofabs in the country. There are some tools in TIFR. I know there's some tools in IIT Bombay. IIT Delhi has some. IIT Kanpur has some. Sense is a very fantastic facility, and 201. And when you see this plethora of tools, then the idea basically is that all of these are geared towards making things at very, very small length scales, right? Right, and then you use the approach that is best suited for your need. Some of the applications, you can use plasmons to do biosensing. I'll talk about this more in a second, where you confine light to very small length scales, and then when you have some binding event occurs, then naturally your resonance or the optical mode of this material changes. When it changes, you can measure them in real time. So if there's a binding or a non-binding event happen where some nanoscale optical change is happening, then you can directly detect it by looking at it in real time, right? So you can do sensing. You can make these quantum dots, if you would, or these core shell nanoparticles to cure tumor cells. This cancer thermal treatment is a photothermal approach, where you shoot light and then these nanoparticles heat up because they absorb light, and when they heat up, and they photothermally ablate your tumor. And currently, this approach of using nanoparticles, metallic nanoparticles or plasmons to treat cancer therapy, he is undergoing human trials in the US, and the pioneering work coming out of Rice Group. Naomi Hellas is one of the big person that is driving this, and there are already human patients where they have cured cancerous tumor cells through this photothermal or targeted therapy. Okay. Metamaterials cloak, I've already talked about it, where you can make structures where you can bend light in odd ways for very interesting physics. Photovoltaics is a very common example that is a very good example of the field of nanophotonics, where you have a solar cell, and instead of being a flat solar cell, if you now pattern the solar cell and have sort of metallic nanocones or nanoparticles or whatnot, then what you will see is that you can increase the absorbance in certain regions of the spectra, and therefore enhance your absorption and therefore your solar cell efficiency. Okay. Photonic integrated circuits, again, here's a cross section of actually not a photonic circuit, but a microelectronic device. Say a CPU on your computer, a processor on your computer. But what is kind of shown in this screen is that not only can you make, using CMOS foundry processes, your microelectronic devices with these multi-layers, but you can also have optical devices buried in there. And if you carve this open, then what you can see is that in a certain layer, there is an optical waveguide that is taking light and taking light in and out. Okay. So you can really merge, because of this ability to create photonic devices at the nanoscale, you can merge CMOS foundry platform to make electronics and optics in the same platform. Okay, and I'll talk more about this in a second. Okay, and then imaging, I already talked about it. We're using these either near field approaches or far field PALM or STED or STORM techniques. You can now image directly using far field approaches, things at the nanoscale. Okay. Right, so there are a number of different, and again, Betzig, Hell, and Bill Morner won the 2014 Nobel Prize in Chemistry for coming up with these techniques of nanoscale imaging and using super resolution approaches. All right. Any questions so far? Okay, if not, I will go to my second half of my talk. In the next sort of hour or so, I'll talk about the field of plasmonics. So up until now, what I've done is given you sort of a broad overview of the field of nanophotonics and how one could think about it from different perspectives, how it compares to electronics, what are the different applications, and so on and so forth. My research is quite in this field of plasmonics or nanoplasmonics. So I want to spend maybe next 20-25 slides or next half an hour talking about plasmonics. And then I will make a jump from plasmonics to metamaterials, but talk about only plasmonic metamaterials, because the idea is to talk about more plasmons. And then I will summarize with some couple of other topics. Okay. All right. So plasmonics. Okay. Let's start. Okay. Here. Okay. So this field of plasmonics is a subfield of optics that uses electromagnetic modes at an interface between metal and a dielectric. Okay, that's a very, very simple way of thinking about it. And really, this electromagnetic modes or optical modes that exist at the interface between a metal and a dielectric are called surface plasmons. Okay, and there are two types of surface plasmons. Actually, three types of it, but we'll talk about two that are more important for the purpose of this discussion. One is called a localized surface plasmon, and I've kind of already talked about this. So if you take a metallic nanoparticle and you make it small and you shine light on it, it excites this mode that is shown here. It's a dipolar mode. You can have higher order mode too, quadrupolar and so on and so forth. But very simply, it excites, let's say, this dipolar mode is like an antenna mode where you are basically boom, 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 boom. This thing is basically oscillating at the incident light field frequency. And that frequency, that mode basically, if you look at the field decay of this mode, it evanescently decays away from the surface. Okay, so the field is very, very strong at the surface. So what you have really done is taken your far field light that is hundreds of nanometer or microns in diameter, and you have confined it to this few nanometer length scale with very, very strong field. But more importantly, instead of a single nanoparticle, if you bring two nanoparticles close to each other, then you can get orders of magnitude field enhancement at this gap, because now the modes are confined to this gap, and then you get very, very strong field in this gap, right? So that is shown by this picture. And basically the advantage of such a mode is that you can enhance nonlinear processes, you can do nonlinear optics, you can do Raman, you can do all sort of crazy things, because the field at the gap is extremely strong, like multiple order of magnitude compared to your incident field, right? So you can kind of see the power of localized surface plasmons is you excite light on this nanoparticle, on this plasmon mode, and then when you bring two particles close or three particles close or X number of particles close, then you can confine light to this very, very small gap that is, it can be even few nanometers in length scales, right? The second one that most of my group focuses on is what is called propagating surface plasmons. So these are called localized surface plasmons because they are localized to the particle. They always exist on the surface of the particle, but they're not going anywhere. They're basically like an antenna. Okay, but propagating surface plasmons, and I thought the most cleanest way of showing a propagating surface plasmon is to show a metal dielectric interface, silver air here. And if I shine light from the dipole here, as you can see, through, let's say, a narrow hole, then what you would see is the light comes out of the hole and goes to the far field. This is just your normal propagating light. But what you see is some of the light couples to this interface and propagates along the surface of this, right? So this propagating light that is bound to the interface between metal and dielectric and propagating along it, this is called a surface plasmon polariton. It's a propagating surface plasmon. And another thing that you would notice is if I look at this movie, right, and you look at the fringing fields, the distance between blue or red is my wavelength of light. And the reason you can see that the plasmon is going slower than this light is because the plasmon index is higher than my free space index. Okay, so I'll talk about some of this very nuances, but it's very, very clear from this movie that when I shine light through a hole in a metal air interface, I come out and some of the light goes to the far field, propagating at the n equals to 1, if you would, refractive index medium, and some of it light couples to this to a mode that propagates at the metal dielectric interface and propagates slower because this has higher refractive index, therefore smaller wavelength. Okay. Hey, so you can basically do confinement in very, very small dimensions and very small length scales, and I'll allude to this in a second and explain this. Okay, so why is this important? By confining light to very, very small length scales allows light propagation and manipulation below the diffraction limit, and that's basically the power of plasmonics. And very simple way of saying that is that a plasmon, because of its short wavelength, I'll talk about the plasmon wavelength in a second, but plasmon wavelengths can be much, much smaller than the wavelengths of light. Therefore, you can now naturally interface plasmons with similar size electronic components. So electronics is already made at the nanoscale, right? In your CMOS foundry, let's say. So when you talk about plasmons, they can naturally interface with similar size electronic components, but plasmons work much faster because they are at light frequencies. So they work at the speed of light. So they naturally interface with similar speed photonic devices. So it's an amazing marriage between making things of electronic size, but working with photonic speeds. So if I talk about a typical electronic device, let's say the CPU in your computer, it's working at 3 gigahertz, 3.5 gigahertz, 2.5 gigahertz, but photonic processes occur at terahertz speed. So really what you can see is a plasmon operating at terahertz speed, but interfacing with nanoscale optical elements that are at electronic dimensions, okay? And shown here a couple of examples where you have an optical signal coming through a waveguide, and then you have plasmonic switches that are much, much smaller than a wavelength, and then you have electronic transistors that are controlling them. So you can do sort of very, very cool stuff with confining light to very, very small length scales. So this has enabled applications in very small length scale lasers, plasmon lasers that we also work in my group. High field enhancement because of confining light to very small length scales and enhancing surface environment scattering cross sections of molecules, single molecule sensing, nonlinear and quantum optics, energy metabolism, number of different fields where this field of plasmonics have had an impact. Okay. So again, to give you a summary, there are 3 types of plasmons. These 2 I talked about. A propagating plasmon referred to as a surface plasmon polariton, and a confined plasmon to a small metallic nanoparticle referred to as a localized surface plasmon. But any metal that you work with, let's say copper, silver, gold, aluminum, also has what is called a bulk plasmon. And this bulk plasmon is determined by the free electron density of the metal. So one way of looking at it is if I have a metallic film, and these are called bulk plasmons or volume plasmons. So if I have a metallic film, and if I just look at its natural free electron surface charge density, you can directly calculate that by looking at your surface conductivity. So surface conductivity is given by your skin depth, delta Z times n times the number of electrons times the electron charge. And then if you have sort of this oscillating distance between this negative and positive charge, which is basically electrons here, electrons there, then there's a independent electric field that is generated because of this inherent charge imbalance. And now if you look at the motion, if you now think of the motion of these free electrons in this film of metal, if you would, you can directly explain that by equation of motion and very simple how much these electrons are vibrating, these free electrons. And what that gives you is that they are basically they're oscillating as a sine wave, if you would. But the frequency of this natural oscillation is given by this frequency called omega p, or the bulk plasma frequency of the metal. And every metal has a particular bulk plasma frequency that is given by its free electron on density and its effective mass. Okay. So if I take, let's say, aluminum has a plasma frequency of around, in wavelength space, it's around 320 nanometers. Gold has a slightly smaller. Aluminum has a plasma frequency of 120 nanometers, and so on and so forth. So you can basically take a metal and you can figure out where this plasma frequency is. And I'll show you why this plasma frequency is important in a second. Okay. So now this was a very simple explanation of, let's say, a volume plasmon, but if I take a film of metal, most of the times, 99% of the time, when we talk about a metal film, let's say a film of gold or aluminum, we treat them through using what is called the Drude model, where we basically say that the metal is full of free electrons that are just floating around and they can go wherever they want. And if I take this free electron model, this Drude response, and I use this to calculate what my permittivity of the metal is, okay, what my refractive index, if you would, of the metal is what you would see is that it looks like this. And the dude response basically says that the real part of the permittivity is negative and imaginary part is positive. But this is important. Negative permittivity is required to support a surface plasmon, okay, or a bulk plasmon or a localized plasmon. To support a plasmon, you need a negative permittivity, okay, because of boundary conditions of electromagnetic waves. So dude gives you this, but then also in the metal are bound electrons, and turns out that the density of bound electrons is actually much larger than free electrons, right? So bound electrons are the electrons that are bound together by the nucleus, and they have a restoring force because they are bound to your nucleus, if you would. They cannot go anywhere, so you can polarize them too. And these bound electrons give you what is called the intraband and contribution to your dielectric function. And this intraband contribution basically gives you a resonant looking profile here. So the summary being, if I have a metal film, it consists of both free electrons and bound electrons. Free electrons behave from the Drude model, giving you the permittivity that looks like this. And bound electrons give you the intraband contributions that are these resonant. If I add the two, Drude plus intraband, then what I get is the real permittivity of gold. Okay, so of any metal. And gold is strong because gold has this very strong intraband transition around 500 nanometers. Okay, so if I look at the permittivity of gold as a function of wavelength, then it looks very Drude-like all the way up to 500 nanometers or so. And then you can see this very strong interband transition to what is called the 4s transition. So if someone asks you that why does gold look yellow in color, this is the reason. Right, this interband transition to a allowed 4s band is very strong in the visible region, is the reason why gold looks yellow in color. Okay, silver doesn't have any color, and the reason is because there's no interband transition in silver, and it looks mostly Drude-like all the way up to its plasma frequency. Okay, all right. So why are we talking about permittivity? Because permittivity is very important. If you know your real part of an imaginary part of your permittivity, you can kind of figure out your refractive index of surface plasmon polariton, and that refractive index of surface plasmon polariton is what you need to engineer your device such that you can confine light to very small length scale, right? So plasmons necessarily require metal, and to understand plasmon, you need to understand metal, and to understand metals, all you need to know is what is permittivity is, this thing, okay? All right, so if I now take a metal film, I told you that it supports an electromagnetic wave, and that wave is given by what is called the plasmon wave. Okay, it could be a propagating wave or it could be a localized wave, sorry. Okay, so if you solve Maxwell's equation, I'm not going to do this here, but what you get out, if you solve the Maxwell's equation for a bound mode, that exists an interface between a metal and a dielectric, in this case, let's say gold or silver and air here, then this mode field distribution kind of looks like this. Its Z component is exponentially decaying away from the surface, and its X component is real and it's propagating. So it basically does this sort of back and forth jump, okay? So I can directly look at the field in the dielectric, which is in this region, or I can look at the field in the metal, which is this region here. And what you notice is that for this mode to exist and propagate at this interface, your Kx, meaning propagation in this direction, has to be real, and Kz has to be imaginary, which means the field is bound to the surface of the metal and it's propagating along this direction, but is evanescently decaying both in metal and both in the air. Okay. Okay. And the reason of sort of explaining this is because if I directly look at my wave equation, I solve my wave equation with these two solutions for metal and dielectric field, and that came out of the Maxwell's equations, then you can calculate what is called the dispersion relation. Okay, so this is extremely important. Okay, so I talked about permittivity of metal. Permittivity of dielectric is nothing but refractive index of dielectric. So for air, this number can be 1. Okay, as simple as that. So if I talk about silver and air interface, epsilon dielectric is 1. So you can see that the dispersion relation of my surface plasmon polariton, SPP wave, is basically dependent on the permittivity of my metal. That's why I said understanding permittivity of metal is very, very important. If you know the permittivity, then you know the refractive index of your surface plasmon. If you know the refractive index of your surface plasmon, then you can engineer it the way you want, right? So what does the dispersion relation mean? You are probably more familiar with a dispersion relation for light propagating in a normal dielectric, let's say a glass, okay? So K is omega over C times square root of E. Square root of E is your N, refractive index. So K is omega N over C, right? This is a very, very standard relation. K is 2 pi over lambda. Omega is 2 pi frequency times N over C. 2 pi cancels out. Lambda is C over N. It's quite very, very easy, right? So this is my standard dispersion relation for light propagating in a dielectric medium. If this is air, then this becomes 1 and K is omega over C, right? Except when we talk about plasmons, my K is omega over C times this value. So instead of a square root of epsilon, which is my refractive index, my NSPP or refractive index of my SPP depends on metal and dielectric permittivity. So you can see why this is important now. If I have a metal and I have a dielectric around it, and I couple light to this plasmon mode that propagates at this interface between metal and dielectric, then the refractive index of this mode, that light that is propagating at this interface that I showed you in that movie, depends on the permittivity of my metal. And it also depends on the dielectric constant of my surrounding medium. So now if I have air here, then my light will propagate in a certain way. And now if I put some biomolecules or some other liquid or some other material on, change the surrounding medium, then my property of my plasmon will change, right? So you can now use this grazing light, like when you throw a stone in a pool of water, and then you get this wave. The plasmon kind of looks like this wave propagating on the surface of water. And by changing the surrounding medium, you can affect its property. And that's quite amazing because now you can do a lot of cool things with it, right? And I'll show you a couple of examples. One thing naturally comes is if I have a plasmon that is sitting on this interface, I can change the properties of the metal surface as bind something, not bind something, and I can do biosensing. What we do is we put gain medium and make a laser out of it, and you can do all sorts of cool things. Okay, so again, the dispersion relation is basically in the x direction is omega over C times refractive index of plasmon, and in the z direction, which is orthogonal, which is evanescent, is given by this. But note that for your bound SPP mode, for a mode to be bound to the surface and not just radiate out, the Z has to be imaginary and X has to be real. For X to be real, this number, epsilon metal per dielectric, has to be less than 0. And for Z to be imaginary, my metal is less than 0, right? So if you look at the metal, gold here, look at this. Across most of the visible region, the permittivity epsilon metal is less than 0. So if my epsilon metal is less than 0 and metal plus dielectric is less than 0, then I have a bound SPP mode. This is the condition, okay? So you can look at it more visually in a dispersion diagram. So from a permittivity perspective, so let's say if I only talk about, let's say, Drude response, ignore the interband transition, only look at the Drude response, then you can see that this is my permittivity of metal. And this is my imaginary part. Ignore the imaginary part. If you look at only the real part of the permittivity, imaginary part corresponds to the loss. Okay. So if I have a plasmon mode at some particular frequency, then the plasmon mode will be lossy depending on how big this number is. Okay. So you can think of imaginary part of permittivity as being lost. Okay. But for the real part of permittivity, has to be less than 0 and epsilon metal plus dielectric has to be less than 0. So it's quite simple. This metal film can support a plasmon anywhere here, anywhere, until the point where epsilon metal is less than minus epsilon dielectric, right? For this value to be less than 0, that condition has to satisfy. So if I have air refractive index is 1, which means my dielectric permittivity is also 1, which means metal air interface will support a plasmon until the permittivity of metal is less than -1. So any value less than -1, it will support a plasmon. Okay. If you put this in glass, then that will support a plasmon at any value that is less than -2.25, I believe, and so on and so forth. Okay. Here I have plotted the permittivity and shown you at what values, what wavelengths it can support a plasmon. A metal can support a plasmon. You can also look at directly the dispersion relation, which is this plot here. Okay. Right. If I plot my dispersion relation, which is real part of kx given by this equation as a function of frequency, what you would notice is if you plot that, then what you will notice is that until my epsilon metal is less than my plasma frequency, you have this mode, and then there's a region where the metal only supports what is called quasi-bound mode because you are in the value between 0 and 1, -1. Okay, and then after that, after bulk plasma frequency, you have basically a lossy. The metal acts like a dielectric basically. So these are radiative modes, and this dotted line is your light line. Okay, so I can support a plasmon mode all the way up to my bulk plasma frequency. Bulk plasma frequency divided by 1 plus square root of epsilon d, which means whenever this value becomes less than and negative, then you don't have it anymore. The other important aspect of this dispersion diagram is at any point, if I park my point here and I take a slope of the tangent, okay, that slope will be given by omega over k. Omega over k is my inverse of that. So k over omega is my n. So you can see that if I have a line like this, which is my dotted line, this is the refractive index of, let's say, air or any dielectric. That's a light line. But you can see that as you are coming closer and closer to the surface plasmon resonance frequency, this frequency is called surface plasmon resonance frequency. As you are coming closer and closer to it, even though the slope is going down, the 1 over slope is going up, which means your refractive index keeps going up. So as you come closer to the resonance frequency, your refractive index is going up. A high plasmon refractive index means a small plasmon wavelength. So remember, my free space light, let's say, can have a wavelength of 600 nanometers for a red color, but a plasmon can have a wavelength of free space lambda divided by refractive index of my plasmon. If my refractive index of plasmon can be very, very high, almost close to infinity, then my wavelength goes down. So I can now confine light to very, very small length scales. And that's basically the power of plasmons. Right? I'll try to show this in a second. Okay. You can again look at this. This is the plasmon. Let's say dispersion relation again. And I'm only talking about this band. This is the main band. Okay. The plasmon band until this condition occurs, where you support this point here. And if you look at this line, then what you can see is that for a free space light of 360 nanometers, which is blue color or maybe UV color, what you get is a wavelength that is X-ray because maybe your refractive index is much, much higher. So for a free space light of 360 nanometers, you are getting a wavelength that is around 100 nanometers plasmon, right? So what you have done is without doing anything, just by coupling light to a metal film, you have shrunk its wavelength down, right? That's kind of shown here. If this is my wavelength of my incident light, then by coupling light to a metal film, I have made its wavelength smaller. Smaller wavelength means you can confine, you are confining light to the nanoscale basically, right? You're doing processes at the smaller length scale. Okay, but the other important aspect of this dispersion diagram that is kind of evident is that fine, if I have a light that is incident on my metal film, this kx is my momentum, in plane momentum. This is where light is going. For a normally incident light, if I come at normal incidence, then my momentum along this direction is 0. So which means you are always sitting on this axis. Kx is 0. So if I take a metal film, okay, and I shine light at normal incidence, then my kx is 0. Oh, hey, I am here with my laser at this particular wavelength. How do I couple to light here? Right? I can't. Then you say, okay, why not change the angle of light? Okay. If I change the angle of light incident on this metal film, then maybe I have enough in-plane momentum to couple. Turns out you can't. The reason is the largest angle that you can go, okay, is almost angle of 1, which is what is called numerical aperture of 1. And that means your kx is equal to basically 1, if you would, or equal to the light line. So you can change your angle as much as possible until you hit the light line, right? And after that, you cannot. So you need this extra momentum. And the question is, how do you get an extra momentum to couple light to plasmon? So summary being, I have light in free space that has longer wavelength, and I can, and I have a system, a metal film that can support a plasmon that has a much smaller wavelength. Now the disparity is, how do I couple this free space light to a plasmon? And the way you do it is using, and this is kind of shown here, is that doesn't matter what angle of light you come in on a plain metal film, you just cannot couple light to plasmon. It's just not allowed, right? So what you do is you play tricks. The trick that you play is, I just told you that this is my light line, and this is my plasmon, the red band, and I don't have enough momentum, right? Because this light line never intersects with this guy, right? So the trick that you play is that, oh, hey, let me just excite it with a higher index medium. The moment you send light into a higher index medium, let's say a glass, then my slope changes, right? Because I have gone to a higher refractive index medium, which means my light line shifts downwards. And now look, oh yeah, here we go. Now I have enough momentum in my glass that can couple to a plasmon, right? Even at this intersection point, if this is my excitation wavelength, and I'm coming here, and my momentum in glass is this much, so I actually need to lose some momentum, so it's much easier for me to couple to a plasmon wave. Okay. So what people do is very common technique called Kretschmann geometry to excite plasmon, and the reason is of this Kretschmann geometry is to shine light from a high index medium such as glass, and that glass allows you to couple light to a plasmon. Okay. And so this is one way of coupling light to a plasmon. So if you have a metal film on a triangular prism, or doesn't matter what, it could be a cylinder, and you shine light, just because you're coming from a higher index medium, it naturally gives you enough momentum to couple light to a plasmon. Okay. And then people use this Kretschmann geometry in commercial systems. If you can buy SPR sensors based on this Kretschmann geometry. So one very common way is you send a laser beam and you change the angle of incidence. Okay. And at one angle of incidence, the momentum is correct that it excites a surface plasmon. When you excite a surface plasmon, light went here. Therefore, you should see a dip in the transmission. So if you look at the transmission as a function of incidence angle, then what you see are these dips. These dips are basically that, oh, right at this angle of 45.7 degrees, I have coupled light to plasmon, right? So which means now plasmon exists on this other interface. And now if you now have a system such that you have some event going on the other side, that will, if a binding event occurs, then that will change the plasmon resonance condition and therefore shift the dip. And by looking at the location of this dip, you can tell whether you can do some sensing or not, right? So this is a very common way of generating a plasmon and using this to do sensing in a very clean way. And it's called Kretschmann geometry based SPR sensors. The other way is, oh, why not make a grating? A grating is a very, very good way. If I make a grating is basically a periodic array of nanostructures or microstructures at the length of at the wavelength scale. And that grating inherently has a grating vector given by 2 pi over the periodicity, similar to a wavelength. So what if I make a grating and I shine light, the grating will give me the momentum that I need, right? And this is another very common way of coupling light to a plasmon is by making a grating. The third way is oh, why not make a small nanoparticle or a slab? And if you have a very small nanoparticle, you can naturally imagine that if I have a periodic grating, if I do the Fourier transform of a square wave or a sine wave, then I see one peak in the Fourier spectrum, which means that grating only gives me one wave vector, right? So it only gives me one momentum to couple to plasmon. But instead, if I have a nanoparticle or a small particle or a slab, let's say sitting on a metal film, now this is a single particle. So if I have a delta function in real space, then in the Fourier space, I have a broad continuum. And I just need one of those continuum K vectors to couple to plasmon. So it's very simple. Either you make a grating and you get one vector, or you make one structure and you get all of the wave vectors that you need. And therefore you see this continuum of different modes that propagate on a metal film, right? And these are all plasmons that are propagating away from the nanoparticle. And the decay is basically the loss in the metal that is basically killing it. Okay, so now let's say hypothetically you are able to couple light to a metal film. You don't have to just do that in a film. You can do this on a wire. So if I have a metallic wire that is nanoscale, then I can couple light into the SPP mode of the cylinder. And if I taper the cylinder down, then I can confine light. And this is a trick people use to do a near field scanning microscopy, where they shine light on a metal film, metal taper, and then couple into a plasmon, and the plasmon goes down to the tip. And then your resolution or confinement is given by the diameter of the tip down here, right? Okay. And kind of shown here in a way, right? And also shown in this picture where you can do this on a substrate as well. And this example of sort of this high confinement is shown here, where if I have a metallic, let's say a waveguide with taper, then if it is larger width, then the refractive index of this plasmon mode is not that strong. But as I start tapering it down to small and small dimensions, then my effective index for this mode is shooting up, basically. So you're confining it more and more because your index is going further up and up. Okay. All right. And then same thing here. If I have a grating and I make a taper, then I can confine light to this very, very small spot. And I love this paper because it's a very elegant way of measuring it. So what they do is they shine light at 1490 nanometers in the IR to focus light to this small spot. But the way they visualize it is by using erbium doped aluminum oxide film that is patterned on the bottom of it. So when you couple light into a plasmon, the plasmon excites this fluorescent media, and then that fluorescent media emits light at, let's say, the green wavelength, and that you see in the far field using your microscope objective. So what you're seeing here is the same thing. This is the taper, and this is the PL signal at two wavelengths, 660 and 550, corresponding to two different transitions in your erbium doped system. And basically this PL signal is showing you this amazing confinement of light down to the nanoscale, to this very, very small tip, right? So this is an example of basically taking light, plasmons, and shoving it into a very, very small spot. And the enhancement here is very, very strong. So again, so what can you do? You can make integrated circuits out of plasmons. You can do multiplexers. You can do concentrate light to very, very small length scales. You can make a lens, and you can do a lot of all sorts of cool things. One other thing you can do is instead of working with a propagating plasmon, so hopefully the concept of a propagating plasmon is clear by now, which is I have a metal film. I can shine light on this metal film. It has to have some structure on it for me to allow me to couple light into a plasmon that can propagate on this film. And by choosing my metal film appropriately and my dielectric medium appropriately, I can now engineer the property of this plasmon that is bound to this surface and is propagating along it, similar to a wave on a surface of water. Okay. And then the second idea is this idea of using localized plasmons. So localized plasmon is let's say a metallic nanoparticle that has an antenna resonance that kind of looks like this, where the electron cloud is bouncing back and forth like this, and is at optical frequency, and the size of the nanoparticle or shape gives you the color. And one of the very historic references is this Lycurgus cup in a museum in the UK, where if you look at this cup from outside, it looks green in color, but if you put the light source inside, it looks red in color. And that has to basically do with plasmon excitation. And people have looked at it as optically or in an SEM, where this cup is composed of some very, very small gold nanoparticles. And this color effect is occurring because of localized plasmon resonance of these gold nanoparticles. Okay, so you can figure out what the resonance of your localized surface plasmon is using, again, is what is called the Mie scattering theory, and you decompose your scattering matrix into multiple bases, and then you can only look at the smallest order, like the dipolar term, or you can go on so on and so forth. But basically the idea is that at the end of the day, you calculate what is called the scattering and the absorption coefficient of your nanoparticle or this nano object, and that scattering cross-section or the absorption cross-section depends on the shape and the size of your nanoparticle, right? So by changing the size or the shape of the nanoparticle, you can change the extinction coefficient. Extinction is basically sum of scattering and absorption. So when you take a particle and you excite it and you measure it in the far field, you are basically measuring how much light is scattered in the far field, and that color is basically dependent on your particle size and shape, okay? So what happens there is again, if you have a nanorod, let's say a rod or a particle or any other shape, then you excite, let's say, a mode that looks like this. And by changing the shape of the rod or size of the rod, you can tune the resonance across visible frequencies all the way to IR frequencies, right? So it's a very common way of changing the color, if you would. Okay, and people use this because this is a solution, or it could be patterned on a field on a surface. People use this quite a bit for sensing. Right. Another example. These are multiple nanoparticles, again with very particular plasmon resonances in the visible frequencies, and what they are using this is for sensing, where these nanoparticles have very sharp, if you very well defined localized resonances. Let's say a green color here, and when they coat this nanoparticle shown here with only a single monolayer of CH2 carbon hydride, CH2 groups, then you can see that depending on the number of groups that they are coating on top of this nanoparticle, they see a shift in the resonance frequency, right? So this comes back to this idea of plasmon is on the surface of the metal film and is doing this, and anything that happens on the surface of the metal film changes the plasmon resonance frequency, right? It's just quite sensitive. As you can see that the resonance shifts from 0.1 to 0.2 quite quickly, approximately 40 nanometers for a single monolayer of CS2. So it's very sensitive technique. You can use various different approaches such as nanospear lithography, bottom-up approach, top-down approaches. You can make different shapes, triangles, rectangles, hexagons, rods, stars. And when you look at them in an optical microscope, you see beautiful colors. Okay. You can also do this color business by patterning a metal film and using surface plasmons instead. So here shown is a metal film that is basically perforated arrays of holes in a metal film. And what basically you've done is by creating a hole, you have created a grating, if you would, for plasmon. And then basically when you shine light on it, light gets coupled into plasmons from these holes, and they interfere, bounce back and forth. This plasmon, bunch of different plasmons are there. They bounce back and forth and they interfere. And depending on the pitch and the shape of the holes that you make, you can get beautiful colors in the far field. So that's another way of making what is called color filters, right? So people have made color filters. They have made color filters on top of CCD cameras. For sensing applications, you can make them on top of waveguide layers to get sharper resonances. You can make in a different way, like this gap plasmon approach, to cover the whole palette. So basically the idea being you can use localized plasmons to control colors, get colors, or you can use propagating plasmons to get colors. One is bottom-up approach, one is top-down approach. Okay. My group works in this area of plasmon lasers, so I'll spend the next few slides talking about plasmon lasers. So the idea being by taking the surface plasmon polariton either on a single nanoparticle or an array of nanoparticles or on a film, and you just basically, I just told you that the plasmon is very sensitive to what is on the surface, but their plasmons are also lossy. So the game now is how, if you put a gain medium around in your dielectric medium, can you pump your system such that instead of plasmon losing light, it actually amplifies? And can you now create a resonator around it such that you can get very high? You can get a lasing. So a laser basically is a cavity with a gain medium. So what you need is a gain medium that is quite efficient. And then you also need a cavity that is very high Q. And the problem with plasmons have been that the Qs cannot be high enough. Therefore, people have had trouble getting lasing, but only in the last few years, as you can see, a bunch of these papers where people have now able to achieve lasing from plasmons. And you could then ask that why do you want to create a plasmon laser? The advantage is that now you have a laser that is nanoscale, right? So shown here are some examples of like a nanoparticle coated with a gain medium, a nanoparticle array coated with a gain medium, a nanowire or gain medium acting as a gain medium, cadmium sulfide on top of a silver film. And there are multiple different approaches. And why would be, again, like I said, you can do nanoscale light matter interactions. You can make optical circuits with a nanoscale source. You can do metrology and stuff directly on a surface with a laser itself, right? And the reason basically the issue has been in terms of achieving a plasmon laser is trying to create a plasmon cavity with a high enough quality factor. So quality factor is how sharp the resonance is basically. So here shown are some examples of plasmon cavities, which are like these mirrors. This thing that you're sitting in the see is these two are the mirrors, let's say, for a plasmon to bounce back and forth. And the black thing that you're seeing on the middle is a layer of quantum dots actually acting as a gain medium. This is work from our group where we've also made a trench-shaped Fabry-Perot resonator for plasmons. You can see the plasmon field, and then in this cup we dumped fluorescent dye, and then pumped it, and then what we got is lasing out. And you can do other embodiments of these plasmon resonators if you would, that can give you certain capabilities. Some examples are shown here. A dye-doped nanoparticle with a very small quality factor. They got this to lace. People have made these what is called DBR, or block condition based plasmon lasers, which is again these nanoparticles but topped with dye. People have made nanoplatelets or nanowires on top of metallic film to make nanolasers. So there are different approaches of achieving lasing from a plasmon mode. And what we did in our group, I just showed you, is that we made a trench. This trench supports a very, very high Q mode for plasmons, where we couple light to plasmon on this silver air interface, and then this plasmon bounces back and forth, or to give us a very high Q. And then in this cup, if you would, or this trench, we put dye here, and when we put a dye and we pump with incident light, then what we get is lasing out. Okay, so here shown is in some like fabrication details of how we made this cup. It's not trivial to make. And then when we measure the quality factor of this cavity, it's around 310 in the visible frequencies. This is the record quality factor for a plasmon resonator at visible frequencies. And basically, because we can get very, very high quality factor, high quality factor meaning it's a very, very low loss plasmon mode that's just bouncing back and forth for a long time. And so then we put a thin layer of dye on top of it, and then we pumped it with green light, and what you get is lasing out. It's as simple as that. So here you can see this is the cup. This is the layer of dye that we put. We pump from this side, and we measure from this very, very small hole here. And then if you pump it strong enough, then you see these lasing modes coming out, right? So this is a very, very small 1 micron size plasmon laser. And you can do much more rigorous characterization of the lasing itself to make sure that you are really seeing is lasing, not some other spontaneous emission or amplified strong spontaneous emission. Okay, and the advantage is what? Like I said, if you have a cavity like this, where light can bounce back and forth with very high quality factor, because plasmons are bound to the surface, they're very sensitive to what is on the surface. So here what we did was we put a monolayer at a time of aluminum dioxide. Okay, atomically depositing them using this technique called atomic layer deposition. So you put one layer of ALD, Al2O3, then 2 layers, then 3 layers, and 4 layers, and so on and so forth. So we went from 0 nanometers all the way to 8 nanometers, and you can see that it's quite sensitive to what is happening on the surface. This again tells you that if you have a very, very low loss plasmon, then it's extremely sensitive to what is happening on the surface. But you can do one step further, and instead of a plasmon that only senses what is happening on the surface, you can actually make this into a laser that still has some light that leaks out, and your sensitivity is higher basically. Okay, and then currently we are working on some other embodiments like a whispering gallery mode that shows extremely high quality factors, a factor of 2.5 higher than what we showed in this cup resonator. So here, instead of in a cup resonator, light is like a Fabry-Perot, so it has to hit a wall and come back, and that's where you lose some of the light in scattering, and that's limiting the quality factor. But if you then go to this whispering gallery approach, light just circulates, so it never reflects, if you would. And the advantage of such a cavity design is that you can get reflection-less cavity, if you would, and therefore the quality factor is higher by more than a factor of 2. Oh, the challenge is, how do you make one of this? How do you excite a plasmon mode like this in a hole in a metal film? And how do you characterize it? So that's what we are currently like figuring out. Okay, so maybe I have maybe 15-20 minutes left. So 10:30. Okay, so I'll try to start summarizing slowly. So again, this field of plasmonics in interaction of light with metals. Okay, you can couple light to plasmons, and plasmons have smaller wavelengths. But this property of a plasmon, be it on a small nanoparticle or be it on a metal film, the localized plasmon or a propagating plasmon, they're extremely sensitive to what is around it. So you can use it to sensing, you can do lasing, you can do all sort of cool things with it. Plasmon is also very, very strongly confined to the surface of a particle or of metal film. So the field at the surface is very, very strong, and therefore it allows you to do strong field experiments such as surge or fluorescence, or enhance a lot of nonlinear effects. Okay, you can confine light. So if you have a metal tip, then you excite a plasmon. That plasmon propagates and confines to very small space, and therefore you can confine light on metallic nanotips to do nanoscale imaging using scanning pair approaches. As you can and then also people have looked at some other experiments where they look at the effect of metal on decay rates of molecules. So if you have a molecule that emits light and that molecule comes closer and closer to the metal surface, then what is the effect of it? And there are a lot of interesting physics that people are studying with plasmons interacting with surrounding media, be it molecules, dyes, or whatnot. Okay. But in the next maybe 10 minutes or so, I just wanted to talk about this field of plasmonic metamaterials. So not about metamaterials. Don't have time for this. I can talk about this at some other time, or if you're interested, reach out to me. But basically, this field of metamaterial is the idea of getting a refractive index, let's say, that is negative. Okay, less than 1, and a volumetric medium. And turns out that you can do this with plasmons, and I'll show you how. I showed you this dispersion diagram for a plasmon on a metal film. Okay, it's quite interesting that if I, instead of taking a metal and surrounding by a dielectric, if I make a metal dielectric metallic nanostructure, so MIM, so basically I put a film of metal, then I put a thin layer of dielectric, in this case silicon nitride, it could be silicon dioxide, and I put another metal on top, then I have now a metal insulator metal waveguide. Okay, that supports a mode. Okay, so metal insulator metal waveguide. And if you look at the dispersion in this MIM waveguide, it supports a plasmon mode. Okay, so you can have a coupled plasmon mode. So you have a metal and a dielectric mode here, and another metal and a dielectric. And then because this dielectric is thin, the plasmon on the top surface and the bottom surface can couple. And once you have that coupled mode, if you look at the dispersion diagram for this coupled mode, and then it looks like a plasmon all the way up to the surface plasmon frequency. But there's an interesting regime here between the surface plasmon and the bulk plasmon frequency where the dispersion is backwards. So what that basically tells you is that if my if my dispersion diagram has a negative slope, that basically slope is my inverse of refractive index, if you would, and therefore a negative slope means my refractive index has to be negative. Okay, so people have done some very, very cool experiments done in the science paper in 2007, where they showed that indeed a metal insulator metal waveguide has a negative refractive index. So I just wanted to show you that a metal insulator metal waveguide, how does the mode look like? Like as I showed you for a plasmon propagating on a metal surface. And then on top of that, I wanted to show you how it is negative. Okay, so you can see here, this is a metal silicon silver. So dielectric is my silicon, in this case 18 nanometers. I am shining light from the left side. Okay, so think of this as a slab mode. Okay, and I'm shining light. And what you would expect typically when you couple light into a mode between a metal dielectric metal waveguide is the mode will couple and will propagate this way, right? But what you're noticing instead is, even though my incident light is coming from left to right, okay, the moment I couple to this mode, even though energy is going in this direction, my wavefronts are going backwards. So my energy flow is still in the forward direction, but my wavefronts are propagating backwards, right? So basically, because your wave vector determines your refractive index, and if I compare the mode wavelength here and compared to free space wavelength, this basically waveguide, metal insulator metal waveguide, has a refractive index of minus 5.1, right? Other thing that you would notice for a metal insulator metal waveguide, right, and this basically corresponds to a 1 point in this negative dispersion diagram. Okay. One thing you would notice is that this particular mode is antisymmetric. You have a plus and a minus, and plus and a minus. So what an antisymmetric mode in a waveguide means is that you cannot excite it with plane wave. The reason is, if I come with a free space light that is normally incident on this interface, then my incident light has only one polarity. It's either plus or either negative, plus minus, plus minus, plus minus. What I want is in a single time instant, I want both plus minus. So you cannot excite it. This is problematic. So what you do to solve it is you make a 5-layer device, a metal insulator, metal insulator, metal. So you have two antisymmetric modes. Two antisymmetric modes give you a one symmetric mode. So that is shown in this movie here, is that instead of a MIM, if you make an MIM geometry and you shine light, then you can excite this you can excite this mode and it looks symmetric, plus, plus, minus, minus, and the middle doesn't matter. Okay, so anyways, the idea being, if you have a MIM structure or a MIMIM structure or so on and so forth, you can create a plasmon mode. Okay, you can excite a plasmon mode, and that plasmon mode is a coupled mode between two interfaces of metal and dielectric. I showed you one interface before. If you bring another interface close by, then there's a couple mode. And depending on the gap and the dispersion diagram and what wavelength you're working at, you can actually excite backward mode. Okay. And so you can make a volumetric negative index medium as shown here. So this is a 3 unit cells of MIMIM structures shown here. If you look at this, it looks yellowish in color. But if you look at the light propagation, you can see that if I have light incident on it, it bends backwards and then it bends forward again. This is a prime signature of negative refraction or a negative index medium. Okay, so if you have a MIMIM structure and you shine light on it, it bends backwards. Okay, light bends backward, but you can see the wavefronts are propagating toward the other side. That is another signature of negative refractive index. So you can do an experiment, very simple Snell's law experiment, and you can see the light actually indeed bends backwards. So the idea being, a plasmon on a single interface is very interesting by itself. If you have now bring another interface, then it becomes even more interesting because it can give you negative refractive index. And if you bring a third medium, which is couple two of these together, then you can make a volumetric medium that can be excited from free space that has negative refractive index. Okay. And what is the advantage of a negative refractive index medium? If you have an object, then I can make a lens out of a flat object. So here it is shown that if I have a flat object and you do simple Snell's law on a negative index medium and you have an object, then you can image it directly, right? And if you move the object up, the image comes closer, object down, image goes further up, further down, and the object image distance from your metamaterial is equal to the thickness of your metamaterial. So here you can see that we made a cross shape, a circle shape, and a logo, and you can image them at the far field. Okay, another embodiment in the next couple of minutes is this is quite interesting. Is this idea of what is called hyperbolic metamaterials. I showed you a plasmon on a metal film. I showed you plasmon on a nanoparticle. I showed you that plasmon in an MIM waveguide acts as a negative index material. And now I'm showing you that a plasmon in an MIM system can also give you what is called hyperbolic dispersion. And the interesting thing about hyperbolic dispersion, I don't have time to go into the details of it, is that if I have a dipole that radiates in free space, then this is how it looks like. This is the emission of a dipole in free space. It emits everywhere. But instead, if I put the dipole in a hyperbolic metamaterial, then I can make it to go in certain directions only. I can cut out the light that goes at large angles, or I can only allow it to go large angles and not go in forward direction. And the way you control that is by controlling the effective permittivity of your medium. And so what you do is you again make a heterostructure, metal insulator, metal insulator, metal insulator heterostructure. And turns out that if you choose the thicknesses of these things correctly, then instead of acting like a metamaterial that I just showed you, like a medium like this is also a MIMIM. And if you just have a MIMIM repeated all the way through and you choose the thicknesses correctly, then instead of acting as a negative index material, it can also act as a hyperbolic medium where the permittivity in the orthogonal direction is negative, but in the propagation direction is positive. And that's basically what a hyperbolic metamaterial is, where one of the two numbers is negative in this diagonal permittivity tensor. Okay, but so I don't have time to go into a whole lot of details of this, but basically what a hyperbolic metamaterial allows you to do is it can engineer the dispersion diagram. So again, you can see the transmission as a function of my input wave vector. So basically this hyperbolic metamaterial shown here does not allow light transmission until you go into the very, very high K vector regime, and you can do very, very interesting effects with it. Okay, so shown here is like if you design a metamaterial like this, you can make a dark field microscope that is very similar to a conventional dark field microscope on a substrate, basically. And then you can do other effects such as you can make a asymmetric transmission device is still reciprocal. So if I shine light from one side, then if I have a grating, then it couples light into the metamaterial and I can get light out. But if I shine light from the other direction, my grating wave vector is such that it doesn't couple into the metamaterial mode, and therefore nothing comes out. So you can make this as an isolator if you would, right? With a very, very high extinction ratio of around 35 dB. So basically, the idea of showing you hyperbolic metamaterial, plasmonic metamaterial that acts as a negative refractive index, and a single layer is that this platform of using a single metal, a metal with a dielectric layer, and another metal, and so on and so forth is quite powerful. You can do a whole range of things because of the physics involved in this MIM or metal insulator metal based systems. Okay, in the next 5 minutes or so, I have 4 more slides left. I just wanted to give you a brief overview of this idea of manufacturability from integrated photonics I've been talking about. So basically the idea is today you can use any one of these softwares, CST, Synopsys, Photonic Design, Numerical, Cadence, Lucenda, VI Photonics, Synopsys to design a photonic integrated circuit, similar to how you would design an electronic circuit in your say Cadence or Synopsys software. You can send this to a foundry. The foundry will use CMOS processes to make your chip that has multiple dies that you can chop out. And then if you take one of these dies, that die could have a CMOS circuit on the back end and a photonic integrated circuit on the top end. And that the photonic integrated circuit can have a light source, can have a modulator, can have a demultiplexers, can have delay lines, and have your photodetectors all on the same chip, and all coupled to a simple optical fiber that gives you light out or light in. And so it's quite powerful and manufacturable, and it is all basically enabled because of 2 technologies. One is to propagate light in waveguides, say in silicon or silicon nitride or some other material in very, very small like waveguide, and then also heterogeneous integration, because silicon is an indirect bandgap material, it doesn't emit light. So people have figured out how to put 3,5s or germanium or other group materials on top of silicon, so that you can have both light sources and silicon photonics side by side. And then there are a number of companies working on this technology of photonic integrated circuits from a very, very CMOS foundry platform, integrating them in electronic circuits for mostly datacom applications, right? So again, the idea of showing this is that now photonics has reached a point where you can make photonic circuits in a CMOS foundry. Okay? And a fantastic example, which I couldn't resist but show, came out in the Nature paper maybe a few weeks ago that came out, is this idea of using integrated photonics only to guide light on a chip at all these different colors, 422 all the way to 1033 or 1092 nanometers. So across the entire visible range, they created waveguides and trapped a single ion, and this ion acting as a qubit, as I showed you in this IonQ example, using only integrated photonics. And then you have RF electrodes here, you have DC electrodes on top of it to basically trap the ion. And then you can ionize the atom ion with these wavelengths. You can state prepare them, you can coherently control them, and you can detect its state. So basically, in this paper, what they do is they show this platform of controlling a single qubit or creating a single qubit of strontium ion. But what they also do is they compare this system from a system that is completely built out of free space optics. And they show that this system only has common noise. Whereas a system built out of free space optics, bunch of mirrors and lasers and blah, 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 has also a common noise to them, but they also have their own noise. And therefore the qubit performance is affected. Where if you build this in a manufacturable platform like CMOS foundry, then this is what you get, and you have your whole system built into a single thing. And then a second paper, back-to-back paper, the paper that this was before this, in the same issue, showed that, oh yeah, you can not only make one qubit ion, you can actually have 2 or more multiple qubit zones. So 2 here, 2 here, 2 here, and you can do multi-qubit logic gate operation on these qubits. And in this case, they made this actually on a CMOS foundry platform, where you have your RF electrodes and other electrodes built here, and you have your photonics in a bottom layer of your CMOS process flow. So you have both photonics and electronics built into the same chip that was completely built in a CMOS foundry. This is a 4-inch wafer with 12 chips. So you can imagine now you have 12 free space experiments that are completely built in the single chip, and that can trap ions, and you can take them from here to Europe to India to Asia to anywhere, and they will all work. All you have to do is couple light into optical fibers and apply the right biases. So it's pretty amazing that now these very, very complex technologies of trapping ions and trapping atoms or doing free space experiments have become manufacturable. And this is really the power of integrated photonics, right? right? And then I don't have time to go into this, but again, I wanted to show you that everything that I talked about in my talk, except these 2 slides, is all classical, but nothing prevents any of what I've talked about from being quantum. So basically, the idea is that with quantum optics, you can generate single photons or entangle photon pairs, and from say quantum dots using nonlinear optics, using vacancy centers in nanodiamonds, or using stress in 2D materials or defects in 2D materials. So you can basically, or by trapping atoms itself in a MOT. But the idea being that you have all of these systems that you can nanolithographically pattern that can give you a single photon or entangled photon pair that you need for your quantum optics experiment. And so nanophotonics enables generation of quantum light sources, but it also enables manipulation of these quantum light sources through interference or entanglement, and it also enables detection of it, right? And some of these very cool aspects of quantum optics is discussed in this review paper that just came out in arXiv again a few weeks ago. And it quite elegantly covers the whole range of quantum optics things that one could do with nanophotonics. Okay. So this is my summary slide. So I want to go back to this point of why nanophotonics, and I hope I've shown you as I have gone through this 2 hour of talk is how photons are very analogous to electrons, how photonic integrated circuits are at the level where they can compete with electronics manufacturing and are also compatible with it, where you can make these things in CMOS foundries, how plasmons that exist on a single nanoparticle or a metal film enable a number of very, very interesting technologies, and not just a plasmon that exists on a single interface, but the moment you start coupling them with metal insulator metal waveguides, either a single one or a multiple one, and then you can take a plasmon that acts like a normal surface plasmon polariton to a plasmon that can give you negative refractive index to a plasmon that can give you a hyperbolic dispersion. And all of these enable very, very interesting capabilities. And all of those could be very simply coupled to quantum optics application that someone might be interested in. And so that's all I had to talk about. There are a few very important topics, I would say, in my opinion, that I did not touch and I didn't have time to talk about. And if you're interested, these are very, very hot topics and very, very important topics that people are pursuing quite actively, including nonlinear optics, which is quite general, if you would, but using nanophotonic approaches to do nonlinear optics, not just on classical photons, but also on quantum photons. So doing nonlinear frequency conversion on a single photon is quite interesting by itself, because really these techniques of generating quantum light is limited to generating photons at certain specific colors, but those colors may not be compatible with the system that you're working with. So you want to generate a single photon at a different color. And that's where nonlinear optics with quantum light is very, very important topic. Frequency combs is very, very important. And also on-chip frequency combs, because then that acts as a frequency reference and you can do a lot of cool stuff with it. Quantum nanophotonics, again, links to all of this. Optical computing, I think there's a topic in this conference on neuromorphic circuits, and hopefully the person who's going to talk about neuromorphic computing is also going to talk about optical computing, which is a very, very interesting part of this neuromorphic approaches of doing optical computing. I didn't have time to talk about ultra-fast approaches, but you can see that a lot of these processes happen on ultra-fast timescales, on femtosecond timescales, and you can couple that to nanophotonics. One very interesting approach of nanotechnology is currently is DNA-based nanolithography, where you use DNAs to create these, put together a lot of like bottom-up nanoparticles to create a macroscopic object, if you would. And then finally, I think in the conference, again, there's a huge sessions, 3-day of sessions on 2-dimensional materials. And I think those will be from more electronic perspective, but hopefully there will be some talks. There are some talks. I haven't looked at the program that carefully yet. On photonics of 2D materials, and this could be graphene itself, which is a zero bandgap material, but TMDs, which are very, very hot right now, and that are basically a 2-dimensional analog of semiconductors that can give you light emission and at various different colors, and they have very, very interesting excitronic properties as well. So this is another hot topic that one should pay attention to, that is very, very active, and one should know more about. And if you have any questions, of course, I'm happy to hang out for another hour here if you want to talk about it. But my email is listed here. Please feel free to send me an email, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, good. Thank you, Amit. A wonderful tutorial. I just really engaged yourself into this whole 2 hour, 10 minutes or 20 minutes. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
And quite tiring for you, I have heard. I mean, you had a lot of water in between, but still. So I think it's open for discussion for all students who have attended this. Please raise your hand or something. What's the procedure, I suppose? Bhaskar, what is the procedure for question answer? I do not know. Is it raise the hand?
I think your mic is muted, Bhaskar.
Yeah, Bhaskar's
I think the best way is if the student can type their questions in the chat window, then we go through them one by one. Otherwise, everybody trying to speak at the same time, it will be very hard. So I would say, I would request the students, if you can type it in chat, that would be the best way to go about it. Actually, I had a question, although
Yeah, go ahead.
this is not my area, but this approach seems to be very useful in catalysis as well, because catalysis, you can think of tuning the catalytic property, and I know people use semiconductors for solar cell hydrogen generation. Would you possibly let me know about any I'm sure people have tried out, but I'm not sure what the state of art work in photocatalysis using these nano photonic structures would be. Yeah. You can
Right.
comment on that.
So pretty much what I am aware of is a couple of different things. One is you can enable a reaction, be it endothermic or exothermic, using plasmons. Okay. So a plasmon could be at a wavelength all the way from visible frequencies, right? So not very high energy, a couple of EVs, all the way up to 7 EV, 8 EV. So now at 8 EV, you have enough energy to possibly enable an endothermic reaction. So people have done CO2 decomposition, people have done CO dissociation, and sort of those kind of reactions using plasmons. In terms of photocatalysis, again, there are a number of papers out there where people use these semiconductors with modified or particular band gap to enable certain reactions or not. And I have references that I would be happy to send to you that are quite recent. But that's basically the state of the art, is to make nanophotonic structures with a particular band gap that matches your reaction or system of interest.
Right. That's very interesting. Okay.
So I have one question, Amit, before maybe students can ask. It's about your plasmonic laser. How about the directionality and polarization of the
Right.
laser?
Okay.
So is that also under your control, or is it still under?
So directionality is quite simple, because in at least our system, which is a Fabry-Perot resonator, when we come out of the slit at the backside, it's non-directional, because the slit is extremely narrow, so I get a broad light out. But what you could do is make nanostructure patterns on the backside of the laser itself, like a bullseye or a grading pattern, and that basically directs every outcoupling light to forward direction, and you can get more forward emission. And other people have done what is called surface lattice resonance based approaches, where you make nanoparticles and you have a lattice resonance, and that naturally is also directional, right? Because you have a large lattice, and the lattice mode naturally outcouples into the forward direction. Polarization is interesting, at least in our system, because our slit is 1D. It only supports a mode that is orthogonal to a propagating mode, orthogonal to the slit. This way, if the E field is this way, then it's in a cutoff regime. So it doesn't support a mode, so it doesn't come out. So the plasmon being TM, so if I have my cup like this, metal film is here, my electric field is doing this, right?
Correct.
It's doing this bouncing back and forth. So when the electric field is orthogonal to the surface, the point it becomes this, that's where we make the slit. It couples to the waveguide mode of the slit, and then it radiates out. So it's always TM, right? So we can control the polarization quite strongly by choosing the slit itself. Right.
Okay.
I don't know how one would do that in the SLR case based resonator, but in our case, the light can be both directional and both TM polarized, if you would, orthogonal to the slit direction. Right.
And how about the tolerances involved in fabrication? You are using this FIB for this, or you are using E-beam for this?
Oh, we are using E-beam mostly. Yeah. Yeah. E-beam. I think if you, it has to be quite precise. So we use a 100 kV system, and then there is a company called Genesis that makes what is called a tool that electronically or they do density matrix calculations to remove any what is called proximity errors. So what happens in an electron beam when you do lithography is the reason your tolerances are quite bad in a very normal system is because when you shoot electron beams, that electron beam generates a lot of secondary electrons. So the bulb of secondary electrons is quite big. And therefore, even though the electron beam is 7 nanometers, what you end up making is something that is less 20 nanometers, right? And so in our system, we have this software that is quite expensive, but a lot of people use it, and that does what is called proximity error corrections. It takes into account the secondary electrons and therefore changes the dose in real time everywhere in the system, and that allows us to really match the lithography limits of electron beam, and that enables us to get these very, very high resolution
Because you are
devices.
almost at the limit of the E-beam writing itself. Right?
Right. We make things that are like a few tenths of nanometer.
Yes.
Right.
Good. And when if you want, since you are already at the limit of the E-beam itself, do you think in future that is the best technique to go for, or something else?
I think beating electron beam is going to be tough for any other technology. Focus ion beam ions are already larger than electrons, so you can't do anything better than
electron. So that is correct. So this is the
Right.
only way. So, but that you are already at the limit of that. That's what
Right.
Good. Thank you.
And then when you look from E-beam is still a serial process, right?
Yeah, right. That is true.
So it's still a serial process. If I have to make something that is, let's say, a millimeter by a millimeter area, right field with high resolution, I pretty much spend 4 hours writing it. So I think from a manufacturer,
you may have to do stitching also, so that would be
right. So that gives an error. So from a manufacturability perspective, I think deep UV stepper lithography, which is right now around 60, 70, 80 nanometers, is the way. Right. So steppers are quite strong, but if you are okay with something around 50 nanometers and up, your devices, which is pretty much most of the things, then I think deep UV stepper is the way to go. Right. Then you can make wafers and churn out wafers, and you are not limited to E-beam right sizes, right? Which is still research grade, right?
Okay, nice. So please, students, please ask your questions. It's all open for your discussions.
I don't think anybody has. So nobody has typed any questions, so I guess.
If you want to speak, also you can speak. It's okay. No question.
If not, then feel free to send me an email. I would be happy to respond anytime. Yeah. So.
Professor Joseph, I don't think there are any questions, so let's wind up the session.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amit.
Oh, thank you, Amit.
No, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Bhaskar, you would like to give the vote of thanks?
Yeah, sir. I missed what you said.
Would you like to give the vote of thanks, or?
Please give. I just wanted to tell him that whenever he's in Delhi, he should please come visit us and give us a talk at the center and interact with center faculty. That's all.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. So thanks a lot. Thank you, and Amit, for your time spent to prepare the slides. Of course, you must have given many talks, but of course, for every talk, there is a challenge in making the slides and preparation. And if you give a 2-hour talk, how many hours you would have spent behind that to prepare your talk and slides. Thanks a lot for spending
No,
all
I
this
appreciate it.
time.
No, I appreciate the invitation. Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you,
All right.
Amit.
Okay.
And thanks
Okay.
everybody
Bye bye.
for attending this talk. And see you in 2 days, another your invited talk. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Bhaskar. Bye bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
हमारा अभी 12 बजे से है। तो ये वाली होगी इसके लिए तो अभी इनका प्रॉब्लम कर सकते हैं। तो इनको इंट्रोड्यूस करने वाला तो हमको कर देना है। हाँ कर देना मतलब तो प्रोफेसर सर वही करेंगे। हाँ प्रोफेसर वो है ना मननपुरी सर। हाँ मननपुरी सर को वो इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे और इसके साथ अभी हम लोग अभी वॉलंटियर के हैं तो हमारे पास इसको बंद करना मतलब इनको करना म्यूट करना ये सब पार्टिसिपेंट ये हमारे ये हमारा है ये हमारा ये हमारा। तो हम लोग जो है हाँ आपका कौन सा तो फिर तो आप बोलिए कि आपको होस्ट बनिए वो कैसे बनेंगे होस्ट को भेज दो याद है ना होस्ट इसको मैसेज कर दो कि प्लीज मेक मी को होस्ट सारे बंदाओं को पता नहीं लगे आप अच्छा और एक चीज इसमें हम लोग माइंड करना सब कुछ कर सकते हैं मैं कह रहा हूँ एक तो म्यूट करना पहले बना
हेलो सुप्रिया मैम, होस्ट दिस साइड।
हाँ हाँ ये हाँ सुप्रिया बोल रहा हूँ
जी एक्चुअली सर, अगर आपको कोई भी हेल्प चाहिए मतलब जैसे को होस्ट आप कह रहे हैं ना, अगर इसके अलावा आपको कोई भी हेल्प चाहिए आप मुझे बता दीजिएगा, मैं यहाँ से कर दूंगा, क्योंकि अभी को होस्ट अभी एक को बनाया गया था तो उन्होंने ना मीटिंग ही लेफ्ट कर दी, उसकी वजह से वो पूरा का पूरा वापस स्टार्ट करना पड़ा था सेशन।
अच्छा ओके ओके तो ठीक है मुझे को होस्ट बनाने की जरूरत नहीं
आप मुझे बता दीजिएगा, मैं ऑन साइड ही हूँ, जो भी आपको हेल्प चाहिए हो मैसेज में।
ठीक है
सर एक काम कर सकते हैं, या तो सुप्रियो सर को को होस्ट कर सकते हैं आप, या फिर मनोज कुमार को होस्ट कर सकते हैं।
ओके, मैं दोनों में से किसी को भी कर देता हूँ, बट वो मीटिंग को ना लीव ना करें, एंड ना करें,
सर एक
क्योंकि अगर वो एंड करेंगे वो सबके लिए ही एंड हो जाएगी।
आप सुप्रिया को कर दीजिए क्योंकि सुप्रिया इस वॉलंटियर और यहाँ पे ऑर्गेनाइजर्स के साथ अवेलेबल है
हाँ हाँ
श्योर
हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
श्योर
बेटर
श्योर
होगा।
ओके
श्योर। डन।
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you. Good morning,
Right.
sir.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Fine, fine, sir. Fine. What about you, sir?
Good, good. Fantastic. So I would like to check few things before we start the session. I have a
Sure,
couple
sir.
of videos. I'm not sure whether it will work. Can I play that or?
Yeah, you can play those videos right now because
Yeah.
I think the participant is
Just a
there.
minute, sir. First, I have to stop the screen sharing. After that, you will check your PPDs and videos. Just a minute.
Yeah, videos. I think there is audio as well. So I'm not sure how would it work. Yeah. So participants already joined or?
No, no, still they are joining, sir.
Okay. Oh,
Now you
Anirudh
can
is
check
also
your
there.
videos and PPDs, sir.
Yeah. Hey, Anirudh, are you there?
Yes, sir. Anirudh is also here.
No, no, Anirudh is my student, so I'm just
Yeah,
checking
yeah.
with him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He's also joining the session.
Yes, sir,
Right.
I'm here. I'm here.
So you can also start the teams, right? What we discussed. So
Yeah, sure.
let me just play some. So should I play audio? I just want to check whether it works or not. So should I share the screen or what?
Sir, you have to share your screen.
Okay, I would do that. Screen 1. Right. So you can see that, right?
Yeah, we're able to see.
Okay, now let me play this. Are you hearing anything?
No, we're not hearing audio, I think.
Right. So something. Yeah, now it's coming. Any audio?
No, I'm not able to hear.
Yeah, exactly. That was my concern. So how to do that? Because it's playing now, right? And I'm here having a headset, so I can hear that, and that was my concern earlier as well. So how to play that
Instead of
now?
headset, you can directly play it loudly and let the system get that sound and transmit again. Like, can you remove your headset and try?
Yeah, but then the problem would be my voice would be very noisy.
No, just for the video
Chetan,
part,
sir,
like
first you
wherever you
have
are
to
playing.
stop your video sharing.
Okay, I need to stop the sharing of screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Stop
Then you
sharing.
have
Okay.
to. Then you have to go again share option.
Share option. Okay.
On the top side, there is an option optimize for the test and image.
Okay. Motion and video, right? So I can do motion. Okay.
Okay.
Good. Okay. Let me try that again now.
Sure, sir.
Yes, we are able to hear now, sir.
Oh, fantastic. Very good. Thanks. Okay. Thank you. Okay. It's audible now, right? Let me play some more other things. Wait a second. Okay. Are you able to hear this? Oh no, I've not shared it. Wait a second. Okay, it has option share your computer audio.
Good morning.
Can you hear that?
Game over.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Game over. Good morning.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so this works. Okay, sounds good now. Anything else you need me to take care during the talk?
No, sir, this is fine.
Okay. So who is the host here? May I know? Hello, Anirudh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm not sure who the host is. I'm checking the email.
Yeah, that's fine. But I'm just checking about the teams. So can we try that out as well now?
Yeah, I've shared the screen on a call with Selva. He's able to see the screen. The audio, I'm not sure.
No, audio should be fine as well, right? Because yeah, it should be fine. Can you check? Let me share. Can you start the same Teams meeting for the lecture what we open?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Let's join that through so that I can also see.
Hi, sir. I am a host from team Jatin.
Jatin, okay.
Okay.
So Aniruddha, I have started the Teams just to
Sir,
check that.
and sir, we are going to start our session after 7 minutes. Okay.
Right, at 12 o'clock. Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So, hello, yeah. So you can hear me here as well, right? Good. So let me just share my screen again just to check that.
Sure, sir.
Hmm. Um, Sanjay, are you able to see there?
Yes, sir.
No, on Teams, Anirudh.
Yeah, even on Teams. I'm sharing my screen actually on Teams if you can see.
Okay, yeah. Okay. So I think it's okay then. Okay, so I think everything is fine. So Anirudh, on Teams, you just mute everyone. Huh? Please make sure you do that. Yeah. So Jatin, how the session would be? So we'll be having continuous 2 hours, or we'll be having break of half an hour, 1 hour, or something like that, or I can take whatever I want.
Sir, so Manoj, a volunteer, told me that probably you can take till 12:45, like 45-minute session, and then probably 15 minutes questions plus break. Then again 45 minutes and 15 minutes, something like that.
Okay. So we'll do that. So we have 15 minutes question answer, right? So what we will do in the
Yes.
beginning itself, we'll tell people just to put your questions in the chat window, and then we can take the question accordingly. And Anirudh, we can tell the same things to on the teams.
Yeah, sure. Sir,
So at
actually, I'm
least
hearing some echo from your side.
is it maybe because of the teams? Maybe just I'll mute over there, or what should I do? Because of the teams, right? Or maybe I don't need to keep the team on, right? Because anyway, you're sharing.
No, I think audio won't
Oh,
come
for the
from
audio,
this,
yeah.
right? No,
That's
you
true.
should mute. You should mute the audio of Teams. Like you should mute the speaker of Teams. Like you can put the mic, but the speaker of Teams you should mute.
Yeah, let me try that out. So speakers. Device setting. So speaker, I will just. Okay. How about now?
There is still a bit of echo.
Still echo. Okay. Still there?
Yeah.
Still there, huh?
Yeah.
Because I'll switch off the speaker. Should not be. Maybe it's from your side. Looks like because you are on. They're on both this thing, right?
Yes, sir. I'll also try that. Yeah.
How about now? Yeah. So I think it's on your side because you are there on both as well. And the speaker, you're not using the headset probably. Yeah. So other people, can you hear me? And it's fine. Okay.
Yes,
So
sir, I
please
can
stop.
hear you.
Yeah. So please stop me if there is some trouble. You can Anirudh and Selva would help as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have 1 minute to start.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll just share my screen anyway. Can other please mute your phone?
So sir, can I start the session?
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. Who is this? Manan?
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello.
Now session is live, sir.
Yeah. So So I think Manan also would join in a second. He said,
Yes, sir. Manan sir is going to join soon. He's maybe some because of some technical issues, he's not able to connect.
so should I start or should I wait?
Yes, no, sir. You should wait.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, hi Chetan.
Hello,
Am I
hello.
audible?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, very much.
Okay, okay, okay. So
We were just waiting for
you can
you.
take it from there. So yeah, so good morning everyone. Welcome to the tutorial of ICEE, and we have a very distinguished speaker with us for this tutorial, Professor Chetan Singh Thakur. So he is working at IISc as an assistant professor and as an adjunct faculty uh, at the International Center of Neuromorphic Systems in Western Sydney University, and he received his PhD in neuromorphic engineering at the Marx Research Institute, Western Sydney, in 2016. He then worked as a research fellow at the Johns Hopkins University. And in addition, Dr. Thakur has extensive industrial experience as well. He has worked for several years with Texas Instruments as a senior IC design engineer, designing IPs for mobile processors. His research expertise lies in neuromorphic computing, mixed signal VLSI systems, computational neuroscience, probabilistic signal processing, and machine learning. And his research interest is to understand the signal processing aspects of the brain and apply those to build novel intelligent systems. He is also a recipient of several awards, such as the Young Investigator Award from Pratiksha Trust, Early Career Research Award by Science and Engineering Research Board, SERB, Inspire Faculty Award. Uh, so I once again welcome Dr. Chetan, and I hope you all will have a very fruitful session learning from him. So Chetan, please feel free to take your session in whatever way you like, and maybe you can split it into two parts with a short break in between, and it's totally up to you how you want to take the questions. I think it will be better if there is a 5 minutes Q&A after the first part, and maybe 5 minutes Q&A at the end.
Yeah, so I will try to make it more interactive.
Yeah.
So the way you suggested, I will do that. And is there any time limit if we go a little overboard, or we need to stick to the limits or anything such that?
I think broadly you have time till 2. So this session is from
Okay.
12 to 2. So
Yeah,
Okay.
but I mean, Bhaskar, I think you can go extra if you want. I think there's no issue there.
There's no issue. Okay.
We don't have another issue starting. Our session are starting after this, so we have time to go extra.
Yeah, so in case things become more interactive, time may go overboard. That's what I'm trying to understand.
So
Otherwise,
yeah,
yes.
there's no problem at our end. I know you
Sure.
have commitments and you have to go for lunch as well. I mean, we would be happy to continue.
No,
Yeah.
it's okay. So if time permits, we'll see how it goes. So we'll make it that way. Thank you, Bhaskar and Manan, for nice introduction. And so we can start now. Hello, everyone. So myself, Chetan, I'm at the Department of Electronic Systems Engineering at IISc Bangalore. And today I will give a broad tutorial in the area of neuromorphic engineering, neuromorphic computing, also known as brain-inspired computing. So we'll go through it in next couple of hours. And as you know, the human brain is the most sophisticated machine, right? And still we don't know much about it. In fact, I would say the whole 21st century would be dedicated to the quest to know about the human brain, and that's what this field is still evolving. It's still, we can't say this field is very mature. So a lot of things needs to understand, and accordingly to build microcircuits for on VLSI substrate to build intelligent systems. So we'll see what are the existing works are there, what are the things going on in my lab or overall. I will give you a holistic perspective in this tutorial from directly from sensors to system. So we'll try to cover broadly. So feel free to ask questions. I would suggest whenever I'm going through the tutorial, please post your questions, and then later our team would help you to, whenever we take a break for question answer, we can answer that. So please post your question, take it, make it more interactive, and we'll go from there. Okay. So the title is Neuromorphic Engineering: The Quest for Brain-like Computers. So what is neuromorphic engineering, right? So it is quite new in India as such, and but now it's growing very well in several places. Even in India, several faculties are working in this area, which is good, and it's evolving. And now the area also becoming broad. I'll cover that up. So I like this particular line from Kavo Mead, who is the main founder of this term neuromorphic engineering. So as engineers, we would be foolish to ignore the lessons of a billion year of evolution, right? So how it has been evolved over billions year of time, all this such intelligent system, can we learn from there, right? So there's the whole idea here. And if you see, the brain is almost like 10 million times more efficient than the best digital technology. And as an engineer, you can ask this question, right? As an engineer, always you think in terms of power, performance, and area. At least in VLSI community, these are the three axes you are main worried about, that, right? Performance, power, and area, right? And on all these three axes, if you see, the brain is the most efficient and most optimal system, you will find it, right? So can we learn from there? So neuromorphic engineering is basically try to take the inspiration from the nervous system or the brain and try to build an intelligent system so that you can use it for engineering applications, right? So broadly, when it started, this field, there were two motivations. One is, can we understand different microcircuits or different pathway of the brain and build VLSI circuits so that it can be used in our to solve any engineering problem, right? That's one of the goal, which is more engineering goal, I would say, and very important. Second goal is, can you build whatever you know about the brain? Can you build the large scale model? Can you build the large scale simulator so that you can ask questions about the brain itself, or which is very difficult to simulate if you try to simulate with the existing digital technology. So here, by simulating the large scale model, you can ask various questions and you can solve a lot of, or you can ask fundamental questions, right? Which is difficult to run on a typical machine. I'll give it some, so these are the numbers here, right? Which is very important. So we are talking about the brain here, which has 100 billions of neuron, right? Such a tiny structure, which is 1.5 kg. You have 100 billion neuron, highly optimized, even very long wires. Routing is the biggest issue in VLSI community. You must be aware of that, but the brain has solved in a different way. And the synapses is nothing like a memory you can think about, which is 100 trillion synapses, right? Which is huge, humongous. Per neuron, it's almost like a 10,000 to 100K synapses, right? On an average, which is a huge amount of memory, right? So as a VLSI system, you always talk in terms of fan in and fan out, right? So you're talking about the fan in, which is almost like a 10,000, right? Which is very difficult if you try to build on any VLSI system, right? So it's a very complicated systems, and more complication comes in when you see this emerging phenomena, right? You know the basic circuit element, which is a neuron and synapses, right? Which is very simple. But when they connect together in this large complex structure, you get various different emerging phenomena coming in, right? And that's what you are able to see all this various cognitive function, which we are very good at it, right? So so right now, even neuroscientists, if you ask any neuroscientists, they will say, yeah, we just know at least now just 1% of the brain, right? So it's still long way to go. And that's what I said, this whole 21st century, you can dedicate it to understand this brain. And that's why in various countries, there are a lot of big projects has been started just to understand how the brain works, right? So let's talk about a little bit history. History is always important, how it's all started. So I found this nice tale from John Hoffield, who was at Caltech. So all this started from Caltech, where we have great pioneers at the same time, or contemporary. So Richard Feynman, Nobel laureate, who works in the area of quantum computation. Carbamide, who has started this whole modern VLSI systems, and you will see first books from him, Introduction to VLSI System, around 85 or 90. And that time that book is mainly on digital side, and you will wonder, and this completely neuromorphic come from the analog domain. And then here I means John Hoffield, who was a neuroscientist, computational neuroscientist and physicist. And so around 81, 82, they have started this course, the physics of computation. And the idea was to unite in understanding how real brain function and how VLSI and modern computers are designed and built. The essence of information coding and computation, and the physics that provide the underlying microscopic basis for both engineering and biological computers. So underlying physics, if you see, I have one slide and we'll talk about that. You will find this underlying physics in a basic transistors and the basic membrane or the transportation phenomena, I should say, in basic cell and basic transistor, you will find the same, right? So we'll see that. And the bottom line behind this neuromorphic computing comes from this great statement from Feynman, which says, what I cannot create, I don't understand. So even now, that is still there because still we don't understand the brain, right? So that was the motivation or the driving force. So people have started creating the silicon neurons, silicon synapses, and try to connect them, whatever based on their understanding, and try to create the microcircuits and try to find out, can we get some emerging phenomena? So that was the early idea when it all started. So this was a very nice slide on that respect. You will see how it started. So that course was named Physics of Computation. I don't think it's still there. People have moved on, and I don't think they have still people working in this broad area of neuromorphic computation. But once upon a time, there was a great group over there from Carbamide's group. Okay, so initially, as I said, when this whole field started around late 80s, right, from that particular course, the physics of computation, all this was Carbamide's group was mainly in VLSI circuit, and specifically they're analog circuit designer. Okay, and so in early era, their main focus was on emulating the basic building blocks, right, such as neurons, synapses, axons, with their biophysical models, right? So these are the basic building blocks, mainly neurons and synapses, if you see. And mainly researchers or those time researchers were using subthreshold analog circuit, because you will find some nice similarity at the physics at subthreshold and also at the level of the cellular membrane. And they tried to use this subthreshold analog circuit to emulate these basic building blocks, neuron and synapses. And along that, they're using asynchronous digital communication, right? So again, as an engineer, right, or as a VLSI system designer, you can think brain as a mixed signal design, okay, where all the computation is happening in analog domain, okay, which is very efficient, I would say, in terms of power and performance, because you're not quantizing the information into ones and zero. And then the brain has evolved, and it knows that you can't communicate the analog signal properly, right? So that's why this communication is happening in digital domain, and that's asynchronous digital, right? So that's why you will see this waveform of spike is stereotypical, right? It's a very typical signal. You have 1 and 0, right? But that somehow it is encoding that information is 1 and 0 based on the temporal domain or based on the rate, right? So both kind of encoding exist in the brain, right? It's called temporal coding or the rate coding. So both kind of coding exist, but ultimately the computation, which you can call it neuron and synapses, that's doing their computation in analog domain, right? But communication is in digital domain. So you can think that way as a circuit designer. So this was early era, and people still do that, those who are coming from those group. But in last decade or so, so as I said, it started all around early 90s or late 80s. but in last decade almost there were a lot of progress on the computational aspect, right? So people have built basic building blocks, they have built the neurons, they have built the synapses, but what next, right? So they want to build system, right? So that's why this new kind of people have started coming together, and that was more computational aspects and more application driven. So they are trying to model little higher level abstraction, and you will see there are several large scale neuromorphic system emerged. You name it, even a lot of companies got involved. So True North came from IBM few years back, and then recently 2 years back Lohi chip came from Intel, and there's a big group in UK who built a massive simulator called Spinnaker that is completely based on ARM processor. So, but their idea was different. They don't want to mimic exactly at the level of silicon, not at the level of physics, but little higher level abstraction, right? But as I said earlier, this analog circuit people, they try to mimic at the level of physics, right? So where they try to find out the relationship between current and voltage, which is exponential, which is they found similarity at the level of nerve cells. And so this kind of new kind of application driven processor came into picture. And in last few years, there's also really promising and emerging devices communities is also trying to move into this direction, because they find a lot of similarity at the synaptic level, right? Because synapses are very stochastic in nature. If you see at the in the brain, as I said, right, it's 100 trillion synapses, right? So it's very stochastic in nature, right? You can't predict exactly, but statistically you can predict what is the behavior. And that's similar kind of behavior they found in this new emerging devices like called phase change memories or RAM, resistive RAM, and spintronics. So device community also coming on board and started building this new kind of model using these new devices. So which is very interesting. And in fact, a lot of people works in this domain in India, including Manan. So several systems and it looks very promising in terms of energy, right? Which we are talking about the energy efficiency, which I'll talk in a while. But these are very energy efficient. So device community is also trying to build from more on the in-memory computing side. So which is interesting. So you will see a lot of it's becoming broad and broad and broad, right? So when it started, as I said, it's mainly analog circuit community was involved, and also especially in sub-threshold, which you won't find much use in industry, right? In industry, always deal in terms of above threshold region, right? Where you follow a square law between current and voltage, right? But in sub-threshold, it's an exponential relationship between current and voltage. But now it has become very broad. So this is all about neuromorphic engineering, some history, so that you know where it is coming from. And I'll show you this initial people, those who have started. So Kawamid around 90s. So from his lab, there were mainly two groups earlier in the early 90s, one from Kawamid group, and these were physicists and biologists. And there was another very well-known famous circuit designer, Eric Witos, who was from Swiss from CSEM, and mainly pioneered in terms of low power circuits. So you might have known the Swiss watches, right? Very well known. And he was one of the guy who started building this low power circuits. And you might have heard this EKV model, right? So this V stand for Witos, which is very popular model for sub-threshold circuit. So these are the two main pioneer circuit guy who has started in this field. And there's a whole branch of this first generation came in from Toby Delbruck. Misha Mehol was the first PhD students who built the silicon retina, which is now, it took almost 20 years now. I mean, it's become like a product, which we will talk in this course or in this tutorial. And then from Christoph, and there is another biologist, Christoph Koch, and then several people from this generation came in from Witos. Professor Andre Menschek was there, and then Paul Muller, Ralph. So I worked with Ralph and Andre Menschek. They were my supervisor. So I know this community very well from that perspective, from circuit perspective. So, but now it's this is long back now. This community has grown huge numbers, and as I said, in India also now it's a big presence over here in various IITs and various places. We have people, so which is good. We are evolving. So from emergence of neuromorphic systems, so as I said, right, a lot of companies, industries, and governments are interested. And as I said, right, IBM started its own, Intel has started its own. There's a huge brain initiative in US, is $1 billion project started in this broad area of brain computation, including, of course, the computational neuroscience and asking fundamental questions. And similarly, in Europe, they have started human brain projects of the similar nature, or that big, in around $1 billion project. And there is some activity in India, but at very low level. But we are doing our own bits. So in ISC also we have a big thematic cluster known as Brain Computation and Data Science. You can find out details if you go to ISC website. So which is also funded by Pratiksha Trust here. And there are several activities going on here in that front. Not only circuit designer, we have signal processing people, we have neuroscience people. So we ask also fundamental questions and work together and try to come up with new things. So it's very interdisciplinary field, as I said, right? It's not, you need engineers, you need signal processing guy, you need biologists, you need computational neuroscience. So you need all of them together to ask new fundamental question, or can we come up with some new model which will solve basic engineering question. Right, so there are a lot of, and this also nominated as 10 breakthrough technology in 2014, and also I think in 2016. So it's a very evolving, very emerging field. If you want, you guys are interested in doing your work or research in this area. Okay, so this whole neuromorphic computing or engineering, right? It's all inspired by biology. So I just want to motivate audience here before I plunge into the details of my talk. What kind of inspiration we can take from biology, right? Can we appreciate their nature in terms of PPA matrix again, right? Which is very important as an engineer, power performance in area matrix. So it's a highly efficient machine, right? That greatly outperform any man-made technology right now. So if you take a simple example of bee, right? Very simple animals, and it has 1 million neurons in such a tiny brain over here, right? But with this 1 million neuron, it can display fantastic flight motor skills and cognitive behavior, right? Which is very difficult even for any artificial system now, available system. It's such a great PPA matrix, right? If you talk about in terms of body weight, is less than 1 gram, okay? Brain weight is few microgram, and power, you're talking about the 10 microwatt. So how it is achieving such a fundamental, I mean, how it is in such a fantastic feat here, right? It's so we don't know, right? So that's the, we don't know right now. Even the basic, I would say the smallest nervous system exists now, C. elegans, which has 300 neurons, right? So it has a, we have all the information about this 300 neurons, how it is connected. We have existing connectome available for that C. elegans. This is the smallest nervous system, but still we are not able to understand fully, because how this is connectivity, how, what are the weights between different neurons, we don't know, right? Because that C. elegans, if you search on Google, you will find this, it's the simplest nervous system, but it can do so many fantastic tasks, right? So we have to understand that, right? So that's why I said this neuroscience or this science has to evolve before we can build some fantastic machine, right? But still there are a lot of microcircuits are known, so people are using that to build new systems or intelligent systems. So nature achieved this efficient and reliable computation based on fuzzy input, right? So if you see, your real world is very fuzzy, right? So fuzzy means, for example, if you are hearing some sound, right? Sound sometimes is a lot of interference. Your SNR is very, very low. So input is not stable, right? It's very fuzzy in that sense and very uncontrolled environment, right? Sometimes you just completely lose what sound is coming, but still you are able to make out what exactly going on in the environment, right? So with fuzzy input, how you can do such a fantastic, efficient and reliable computation, right? So nature is able to do that. So how it is doing, can we learn from nature and build a good intelligent systems? So there's the whole idea to learn more about neuromorphic computations and delve into it. And that's one of the research area and main focus of our lab as well here at ISC. Okay, so let's have some brain facts so that you get amazed what we are dealing here. So its weight is 1.5 kg, okay, which is only just 2% of the body weights, right? But on the other hand, as I said, brain is very energy efficient, but still, if you compare it in terms of body, it's very power hungry, right? You get 20% of energy of your whole whatever you take intake, it takes 20% of energy, right? So which is around 20 watts of power it requires, right? Which is, but still, as compared to the other outside system, this 20 watt power is just a bulb, right? Which you are using in your home. So very small in terms of that. But if you see the kind of computation it is doing, or the computational element it has, 80 to 100 billion neurons, it's humongous, right? And this number of synapses is around a few trillion, hundred of trillions synapses. On top of that, it's reliable, and your average loss of your neuron, neocortical neurons, is 1 neuron you're losing every second. But still, you're able to perform very well. Now imagine you build a chip which has millions of transistors, and imagine if your 1 or 2 transistors just burn out, right? Your chip just stop working, if it is very critical transistor, right? So it's very reliable from that. It's very fault tolerant. So can we use all these fundamental rules or fundamental laws of principles of the brain and employ it in our building our systems, right? So brain versus computer, we just put some highlights here to compare or identify the difference between brain versus computer, right? So engineering has achieved great feats in designing these digital computers. I am emphasizing here on digital computer we are talking about, where we deal all these numbers in terms of 1 and 0, where we are using all this transistor as a 1 and 0, right? But it is fundamentally different architecture as the brain, as compared to the brain. Brain evolved in the billions year of evolution process by optimizing, and it has a constraint, right? So it was optimizing based on the constraint, and constraint was energy and size, right? So based on this nature's constraint, based on the energy, you can't take too much energy, right? But otherwise you won't survive, because food was not available, right? Easily when it was evolving, right? And the size, right? You can't just grow, because if you grow, then again, you need more energy to sustain that, right? So it has a constraint of energy and size, and given that constraint, it took billions of years of evolution process, and now it's a highly optimized thing, right? So you're trying to understand during this process, can you build that kind of system here, right? But whatever we did, we built so far, these big processors, big engineering systems, all this electronic system, that took completely different route actually, that use transistor as a switch, right? Where all this digital computers came into the notion, right? So where we are using transistor just as a binary switch, right? So let's I just put some marks here, which is very important in terms of comparison, some parameters. So if you talk about the basic computation unit in the brain is neuron, right? Which is very fuzzy, as I said, very unreliable. If you give the same input, there's no guarantee you will get the same output all the time, right? But in computer, we use transistor as a switch. So as I said, a basic element is very, very imprecise. And there is a lot of experiment people do when they deal with this neuron. They use the patch clamp techniques, and they provide the current, and they measure the output spike train, right? And for the same amount of current, if you give every time, you will get different spike train. Of course, statistically, it will be the same, but there's a lot of variability there. But on the other hand, if you have a computer which is very precise and deterministic, you put a 1, definitely it would be 1, right? Otherwise, it won't work, right? It is very slow. We are talking about here is average firing rate is around 100 hertz or few hundred hertz, right? Average firing rate. You can get up to 1 kilohertz in the auditory pathway, but average neuron in the cortex is around 100 hertz. But on the other hand, the computer is really fast, right? We are talking about the gigahertz here, right? In the brain, it's all concurrent, right? Concurrent, every neurons are working together, and each microcircuit is working its own. But computer is more serial, right? You fetch from memory, it's based on the von Neumann architecture, right? So, but brain is more like a parallel computing you can think about. It's more adaptive. It's tolerant of component failure. As I said, right? Every second you're losing one neuron, right? But still you're fantastic. You're still able to recognize your colleagues, and you're able to do your daily tasks. Nothing happens, right? Nothing significant happens, I would say. But when you age, it just you just can see the difference. But in computers, even failures of few transistors, it will just fire. I mean, it won't work. And the notion here in brain, it's based on learning. So you learn over the time, and you create your knowledge based on the learning. But here in computer is based on more programming. You already know what needs to be done, and then you just code it, right? That's the fundamental thing you do in computer. Here, processing and memory all together, and that's the notion came from in-memory computing. If some people might be knowing, this is very emerging buzzword these days, in-memory computing, and brain is basically doing that, where processing and memory is all together. There's no separate memory as such, right? In conventional computer, you have ALU or computational block, but you have a separate memory, DRAM or SRAM, and you fetch the data from there and you compute and you write it back. That's a standard flow in typical computers, but that's not the case in Neuron, right? Here it is completely asynchronous. There's no global clock running here. Nobody's global clock based on that you are doing something. It's not like that. But in computers, you have a global clock, right? It's all 99% system which you see around. It's all synchronous designs, right? Where you have a global clock, and based on that global clock, you try to do that work within that one clock window. Highly power efficient, as I said, around 20 watts of power. This is a million times slower, almost the current computers in terms of joule per operations. So you can see there are fundamental difference between brains and computers. So it's complete different trajectory which you are going, which you're designing your current computers, and the brain has evolved. It's complete different trajectory, right? So can understanding of this brain function, can we build some more efficient and fault tolerant computer? That's the goal of overall this field. Okay. So there is one more interesting slide. I will just put you so that you can motivate where is the main efficiency difference coming from. So here I would like to compare the power efficiency of the nervous system and this with some of the existing neuromorphic emulators, right? So as I said, right, evolution has evolved and built a highly efficient machine that greatly outperform this man-made technology, right? So here you have this average power dissipation of a biological neuron, which is around 0.1 nanowatt, right, or 10 to the power minus 10 watt of a single biological neuron. Everyone knows that average power dissipation. Then on the other hand, if you see a CMOS neuron running at around average firing rate of around 100 hertz, it is much smaller power, right? So it's a one order of smaller, right? 10 raised to minus 11 watt, right? So the argument here, you have a technology available which you can build a neuron which much lower power numbers, right? But you will see once we go into building a system, then things get crazy. So now, on the other hand, if you see the power consumption of a fly brain, which I just mentioned, which has a 1 million neuron, takes around 10 microwatts of power, and the weight is few microgram. So, and if you simulate 1 million neuron on true north system, so here we are just simulating only the connectivity, right? Because we don't know how these 1 million neurons are connected and how it is functioning, because we don't know that fundamentally we don't know. So science is still far away knowing that how this connectivity and how this bee is performing all these tasks. But here we just simulated with that particular 100 hertz rate, 1 million neurons with known connectivities. And you will see it's almost 4 order of magnitude difference here, right? It takes 10 microwatts power and it's taking almost 0.1 watt. Huge difference here in terms of power. And this using the best technology available. I think it was when it is built around 28 nanometer. But it is fundamental difference here. It's all digital architecture, right? So still you are dealing transistor as a switch, and there you lose most of the energy. And if you compare the power consumption of a human brain, around 80 to 100 billion neurons is 20 watt, right? But on the other hand, there's a Spinnaker, which is another big emulator built in the lab of Professor Steve Ferber at UK. They have simulated 460 million neurons. This is completely based on the ARM architecture. A lot of ARM processor there, and that took around 50 kilowatts of power. And this is using the latest technology. Okay, so look at the number here, right? 460 million is still much lower than the existing power number we are talking about, the human brain, but the thing, take a look here, the numbers it is taking, it's in kilowatts, right? 50 kilowatts, right? So there is huge gap in terms of power efficiency. Okay. So neurobiology must be doing something special at the network level, right? So that is still a big unknown, right? Which people have been working on, right? Several people working on, several neuroscientists are working on. So fundamental level, we know, right? We have built it, no problem, right? But once you start putting at the network level, and you don't know what the network is working, right? So you can think this 100 billion neuron is like a big dynamical system, right? Because each neuron, if you write a model, it's a big dynamic, is a dynamical equation, right? And if you try to connect this 100 billion dynamical equation, it goes crazy, right? It's not easy task to understand that. So it's very complicated in that sense. Okay, so now the question is, we have seen, right? The brain is almost 1 million times more efficient than computer, right? Why? Because we have seen here, right? The fundamental, if you want to build a one neuron, you can build it at the same level, in fact, with lower energy. But why it is at the level of brain or that complexity? Why you are still million times more efficient, right, than a computer? So I'll take you a little deeper. So the cost of elementary operation here, right? Turning on a transistor or activating a synapse is about the same, right? The basic operation is the same at the transistor level and also at the synapse level, right? Or at the nerve cell level, right? But we lose a factor of 100 because of spend most of energy goes in charging wires and discharging that wire, right? So in typical VLSI design, how you propagate ones and zero, right? You basically charge and discharge, right? It's a charge-based technology. This whole CMOS, right? You charge a capacitor node, which you dictate as a 1, and if you discharge, it's like a 0, right? That's how you propagate the information. So you lose in 100 by factor of 100 by charging and discharging. And in digital domain, your information is encoding in 0 and 1, right? And then you build elementary logic operation and or not, and then from there you build the whole system, right? So that's the conventional typical digital design, right? So there's a nice saying from Kamamead. We pay a factor of 10K in energy for taking out the beautiful physics from the transistor and mash it up into 0 and 1, and then painfully building it back with the gates and operation to reinvent. So I'll explain in a different way, right? So if you see a fundamental transistor, right? If you see the transistor, I think most of the people here, I'm assuming they have background in circuit design or at least some background in electrical engineering, right? So you see a MOSFET, right? Or a transistor, you have, if you bias that in subthreshold region or even a normal region, the relation between current and voltage in subthreshold is exponential, and above threshold it's a square law, right? So by default, it's a very nonlinear device, right? And you are getting exponential function from a single transistor, right? But on the other hand, if you try to build exponential function using a digital logic, if you write a very long code for digital logic, this exponential function would turn up into thousands of gate, right? So, but you can do the same thing in analog with just one transistor, right? Of course, there is a difference. Analog would not be precise, but digital would be precise. But for the kind of application we are targeting here, for perception task or cognitive task, right? You don't need precision. Basically, you are trying to do a cognitive task, whether you just want to identify whether this is a person or this is a male, this is a female. So this kind of task is called cognitive task, right? So I'm not saying you can replace the existing computer. The existing computer is good, but that's good for precision tasks. But kind of the brain is not good for, if you ask a brain, okay, do multiplication 784 into 256, it won't be able to do that. But on the other hand, if you ask a computer, it would do in few microseconds, right? So both are orthogonal in terms of their applications. So here, the major thing, if you want to do this, for example, another example is multiplication, right? So you can do multiplication in analog domain just with 4 or 5 transistors, right? But on the other, if you want to build a multiplication 8-bit multiplier, that would be kind of thousands of 10,000s of gates, right? And in each gate, you might have 5 to 6 transistors. So it's a huge amount of resources you are wasting. And that's what this statement is about. So can you do something in analog domain if you want to do some cognitive task? So that's the idea. Another thing is this in-memory computation, which I just mentioned. In conventional computer architecture, right? You have memory separate and you have computational elements separate, right? And whenever you want to do some computation, you read from memory and take into the ALU and do computation and write it back, right? But here what happens, let's say these are two neurons, and this is how two neurons are connected through a synapse junction, and the synapse has some weight connectivity, right? So based on how these neurons behave together, based on that, the weights of the synapse would be either higher or lower, or it would be inhibitory or excitatory based on the relationship between these two neurons. And whenever you pass the information from here itself, it does computation. So memory is here, also you are doing computation when it is reading or whenever it is getting the signal from the previous neuron. So that's what it means in memory computation. You have the memory and we are passing the information. Along with memory, you're also doing computation. So that's what it means. So synapse itself, if you model it models as like sometimes exponential model or sometimes an alpha model. So there are various models. So it has some computational element as well. It's not just like passing on the information directly. So it does something on that information. So that's what it means in memory computation. And this is emerging area as well, using this emerging devices. Okay. So earlier I was mentioning at fundamental level, the nerve cells and your transistor. There's a transistor NPN MOSFET and MOS transistors. You have a 4-terminal, you have a gate, source and drain. You can ignore the substrate for a while. So this is a 3-terminal device. And if you bias this in subthreshold, you have this exponential relationship between the drain current and the gate voltage, right? And if you see in both integrated circuits and nerve tissue, information is manipulated principally on the basis of charge conservation. Okay, so and this Boltzmann distribution you will see here governs the subthreshold CMOS transistor here. So if you go a little more detail in device physics, it all emerges from the Boltzmann distribution, and the same Boltzmann distribution you will see here when you do the neural computation. So okay. So the idea is both will follow the exponential relationship between input and output. So here, this is the membrane potential. This is the membrane of this nerve cell, and the movement of ion basically governed by this equation, based on the concentration of the outside ions and the inside ion inside of the cell, and that follows the similar equation. Okay, so that's what it means. Comes from the same computational primitives. So I think this is all about the basics about neuromorphic computing and how it has emerged and what is the fundamental similarity between them and why it is a good substrate to implement on the VLSI circuit. Because VLSI only gives you the power to integrate such a large number of devices on a single substrate. There's no other technology where you can do such a large integration, right? And at the fundamental level also you can see some similarity. So this is a perfect candidate to do that. So now, now we will move to talk about more about the systems. We will talk about few sensors. So you can think about as example, retina or cochlea or ear as a sensor, and the cortex where the main computation is going on, right? So you can divide in terms of sensors and systems. So in this talk, we will cover two major sensors where our lab is working as well in cochlea, one of the very important sensors, and another is the silicon retina. These are the two major sensors we use it in our research as well. And then I will talk about some of the large scale system which I have just explained in a brief in the past 40-45 minutes. So this would be I will cover in next 1 hour or so. So let's start with the cochlea model. Is there any question on the first session so that I will stop here and answer a few questions and then move on?
Yes, so there was some question.
Okay.
Just
yeah. Okay.
So can I read it out?
Yeah, let me just see whether I can do something. No, I can't. Ah, okay, here I can. Let me just see if I can expand. Can I expand this? No, it doesn't look like. Yeah, please read out.
Yeah. So by going computing, are we only after efficiency and power, or are there some problems that only these computers can solve and not the conventional or digital ones?
Can you repeat again, Niruddha?
Okay, there are two parts actually. So by going for neuromorphic computing, are we only after the efficiency and power? Are we trying to improve efficiency and power? I mean, are there any other advantages?
Yeah. So one is this, we are mainly targeting, as I said, right? The conventional computer are not good at cognitive task, right? So if you ask this existing computer, if you want to model, let's see, recognition task, right? Is very poor, right? If you try to model or program something, right? So we're targeting only kind of cognitive task. They're similar to the brain because brain is good at it, right? And on top of that, can you do it at ultra low power, right? Because we're talking about the 20 watts of power, right? So power, performance, and area, there's of course a constraint. On top of that, we are targeting cognitive task kind of application.
Okay. And are there problems that these computers can solve that the conventional and digital computers that cannot solve? Are there any special problems like that?
So computer, you should, okay, so this is completely different computing element, right? So there are various ideas here. Now, if you think about it as a AI, right? So AI is also coming into picture, right? So AI is also loosely inspired from the brain, but it's at the higher abstraction level, right? So and AI is also, when you, if you see the history of AI, it started in 60s, and once you saw the first AI basic system, it was perceptron, right? And perceptron, their argument was to mimic again the brain, but they're not mimicking directly at the ionic channel level, or they're not mimicking at the synapse level, or very crude way they are mimicking, right? They're little higher abstraction level. So that's also, in fact, people are trying to call them as a neuromorphic system if they're trying to build on hardware, right? But their problem is still is in terms of power, right? So as long as you're trying to do for cognitive tasks, you can call it this as a neuromorphic system. So that's kind of application we are targeting, where your inputs are fuzzy and where your basic elements are fuzzy. And so as long as you're using those principles, you can call this neuromorphic. And,
okay, thanks, sir.
and then now the question would come, whether analog, digital, which one, right? So if you see, as I said in the beginning itself, you can think if you directly wants to mimic the brain, right? So brain is, you can think this as a mixed signal system, right? Because still at the fundamental level, at the neuron level, the computation is going on in terms of analog, right? All are signals having the valid values, right? All valid state. It's not like binary, but it has emerged in the evolution process. If you have a large system, you can't communicate in analog domain, right? You have to convert in digital, and that's how this spike things emerged in the evolution process. If you see the basic, what do you call virus or basic primitives, right? Or very small primitives in the evolution process, they don't have any spike. They transfer the information through the gap junction. So if your distance is very small, right, few micrometers in the small primitives, right, you don't need a spike to communicate, right? You can just transfer in terms of analog domain. So that you don't require a spike. So the whole idea about spiking is coming from there, from the communication point of view.
Okay, thank you, sir. So one more question is, when do you see neuromorphic systems coming into like commercially being used?
When I'm seeing, or what is that? Can you?
Like, when do you see neuromorphic systems coming into commercial use in the future? Like,
So it's already
maybe
there, right?
after
So
a few years.
if you think in terms of sensor, right? So now it's become like a product, right? So people started using it, silicon retina. In fact, we also have here in our lab, and we use heavily for research purpose. But now it's commercially available. So sensor, it's a big success. And Cochlea is also people have built and used in a lot of machine hearing applications. So that's also there. Now, another in the computation side, there are few chips. I would say one of the early success which neuromorphic system saw in 1993. If you remember this Logitech mouse, right? So in that Logitech mouse, they have used the chip that is completely neuromorphic system based on the idea of diffusion, and then so that was based on localizing where you put the fingers, right? Put the fingers or where you move the mouse. So that was very early success, 93. In fact, I remember this from Vito's group, it came out, and it was Logitech used that. So there were some here and there systems are there, but yes, again now to come into commercial products like in a big way, that still we need to identify where is the niche, what is the argument, right? But if you try to connect through the AI route, you can, those are coming into picture, right? Whether you want to call that neuromorphic, it's depend on an individual. But still, as long as they are meeting those principles or they are using those principles, you can still call them neuromorphic, right? So I don't want to distinguish that with conventional AI. As long as you're doing this hardware and you're using those principles in terms of power, performance, and area, you're fine, right? It's just what abstraction level you are modeling. So now the definition of neuromorphic engineering also kind of blurred or expanded in a heavy way, right? When it started, it was just modeling of these basic primitives, neurons, synapses, and especially with analog circuit. But with analog, everyone knows the standard problem with analog is scaling. So you can't scale after a while. So if you want to make a big system, you have to take either mixed route or you have to take completely digital route. But the fundamental question is still lies in terms of basic understanding, right? You know the small microcircuit level, but once you start integrating together this whole system, people don't understand. Even science is not there. You know, so brain works on different organization principles, and we don't know that, right? So that detail is still missing, and that's what it's about research to go in that direction. Because in this research, at least we have this fundamental thing that we know we have the golden system available, not unlike other research where you don't know where to reach, right? But here we know the golden system is there, right? You have a golden system, which is the brain, and it has this characteristics. Can you achieve this? So you have a path to go, right? So that is a good thing, right? So you know where to reach. So, but there are a lot of gaps in between to achieve those those things, right? So people are moving in their own way. So they try to build their different microcircuits and try to do that. In fact, we also did a couple of example. I will tell you in the end. Yeah. You can't build a whole brain, but at least you can start building microcircuits of the brain. I hope this clarifies, but yeah.
Yes, sure.
Any more question, or should I move on?
Actually, there were a couple more, but I think if someone in the participants has a question, they can ask.
Okay.
So one last question, maybe you can take now.
Yeah.
How are we trying to make the neuromorphic devices noise tolerant?
Noise tolerant, which noise? So here we are talking about, there are different kind of noise, right? One is coming from external noise. So that has to be taken care at the system level. And another is kind of like, which is the fixed noise, which is coming from the device mismatch, right? So, which is very common in VLSI system. And that's the fundamental thing which you can overcome in neuromorphic system. So that has to come all from the system level side, right? So at the neuron level as well, right? In this 100 billion neurons, not two neurons are same, but they are still able to do that. So something at the system level, something is taken care. And we built a couple of system like that. If they are interested, they can take a look of one of the, we have few papers on our website where we use this device mismatch for advantage. And that's how, I mean, at the system level as well, or in the brain, they do collective computation. So the overall noise, they reduce it. So in neuromorphic, this whole notion comes from the collective computation. So one single unit is not good, but as a collection, they are very good in performing a task. So that's the bottom line. Think as a collective computation.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
You can
Okay.
proceed, I think.
Yeah, okay. So now we'll talk about this two sensory system. And after that, we'll talk about few big, large scale simulators. So let's start with cochlea. So cochlea is basically, it's inside your inner ear, right? So you have this outer ear, which is called pinna. And then you have this middle ear, where you have this eardrum. You have three tiny bones, which mainly used for impedance matching, right? When the sound comes, it converts into the mechanical structure and then goes into vibrations, and that goes into the electrical energy in terms of spike. Right? So here the cochlea resides. It's a very interesting sensory system which we often ignore, right? Because it's not visible from outside. So in fact, I'm sure a lot of people might not be knowing about the cochlea, but it's very interesting. So I'll give you some numbers here. So its length is very small. It's 35 mm. This whole, if you unwrap this, it is around 35 mm. Width is around 10 mm, and this is the cross section of that, where you have the basilar membrane, which basically vibrates based on the frequency of your sound. Okay, we'll see some demo in a while, but so you can think about it as an engineer, you can think about it as a crude way, as a Fourier transform. It does the Fourier transform, but especially, right? So based on the sound, this membrane has different resonating structure, right? So because of the different width and different stiffness, different part of this membrane has different resonating frequency, and based on the sound frequency, the different part of this basilar membrane resonates. And that's very interesting. And on top of that, whenever it resonates, it touches one of the inner hair cells, and which propagate this the signal to the brain. We'll see in a demo. Just before that, see some of the numbers. The number of terms is from 2 to 3. This coil turns, and it has around 3,500 inner hair cells, which is or you can think about 3,500 filters. If you want to think in terms of as an engineer, you can think it's 3,500 filters. And then you have this outer hair cell, which is very, very interesting. What it does, it has this dynamic gain control, and that allows you to listen to very tiny whisper when two people are whispering. You can hear that, and you can also hear the sound of the jet plane. So you can see the dynamic range is around 120 dB, which is huge, right? 120 dB is 10 to the power 6, right? So you are able to get that amount of gain control. So this outer hair cells plays that role, and that gets the feedback. And hearing ranges from 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. And in fact, this is also keeps varying when you age, right? So when you're a kid or a child, then you can easily listen up to this 20 kilohertz. But once you go an adult, it goes down to like 14 kilohertz or 15. And then you can, so if you want to check your hearing range, you can just play on YouTube. You can see the chirp signal, which is sweeping from 20 to 20 kilohertz. And after a while, you will realize after 15 or 16 kilohertz, you will not listen anything. So that will show that what is your current capability. And in auditory cortex, where all this sound process is around 100 million neurons. So, and then pain threshold is around 130 dB you have. After that, you start getting pain in your ear. And then threshold of hearing damage is 90 dB and 30,000 fibers in auditory nerve. So fiber is basically your axon which forms the auditory nerve. So we'll see that as well. Okay. And this inner hair cell, as I said, right, it sends the velocity of the vibration. So you have a basilar membrane which is vibrating, and at the top of the basilar membrane here, right? So this is at the bottom you have basilar membrane, and because of the different resonant frequency, this vibrates based on the sound which is coming in. And here, this is inner hair cell. So because of the vibration goes up and down, this hair, this is like a hair structure. That's why it's called inner hair cell. But it's a cell. It's a nerve cell. So because of that, the ion flux goes inside the this inner hair cells, and it start sending the signal. Send signals means in terms of spikes. So that's the role of inner hair cells here, and outer hair cells I already mentioned. And any other interesting thing? Okay, so basilar membrane is kind of stiff at the start and flexible at the end. So that's why stiffness, because of the stiffness, the early part of the basilar membrane code around 20 kilohertz 20 kilohertz sound frequency, and this end part near the end, it is code around the low frequency sound because of the different resonating frequency. So it is a varying structure actually. So these are some of the numbers for cochlea. I will show you a nice demo available on YouTube. Let me know if you are able to hear the sound. Let me play this. I don't know, I'm not able to play this. Okay. No, it's not working. Give me a second. All right. Let me just share now. So are you able to see and hear?
We're able to see, but not able to hear.
Yeah, it will come. It will come in a while. There's no sound right now. So you can see how this is. So this is outer ear, then the sound is coming in, and then it goes to this is bony structure, and which so this sound push the pressure on the eardrum, and this is just for the illustration purpose. If you unwrap this basilar membrane, how it will look like? It's like a thin membrane. And are you able to hear now?
Yes, sir.
So you can see based on different frequency, right? You can hear that, and based on different part will vibrate. This is the complex sound. So probably that might be happening right now in your ear. Okay. So that was the small demo on how it looks like and where it resides, this cochlea. So these are some important, apart from basilar membrane, as I said, these are some of the other important part of your whole cochlea is outer hair cells, inner hair cells, and spiral ganglion cell, which basically forms the axon. The axon of spiral ganglion cell basically form the auditory nerve, and yeah, so the firing rate of this nerve cell basically code for the loudness, and this is just a part of that cochlea which I have earlier shown. So at the bottom you have this basilar membrane, and the vibration of that will cause the movement of this inner hair cells, and this is the outer hair cells which controls the dynamic gain of your. You can think as a filter, which controls the dynamic gain of the filter. So these are some of the important part of the cochlea: basilar membrane, outer hair cells, inner hair cells, and spiral ganglion cell, which encode, which is in the green here. So this is spiral ganglion cell, this is inner hair cell, this is outer hair cells, and the axon of this you can see, right? Axon, this going, and this form is the auditory nerve, and that finally goes into your auditory cortex, which is on the left side and right side, just on the side way. So that's your auditory cortex there. I have another quick demo, but I think I can skip this. This is basically show the movement of this because I think I need to know it. Yeah, I need to unshare and then share. So I think I can skip this video. Basically, with the sound, this vibrates, and because of the vibration, this here go in only one direction, and that's what when you model it, you can model this as a half-wave rectifier. This is the inner hair cells, and when you move, when it moves, this opens it up. The mouth of this cell opens it up, and the ions flows in, and because of that, the activities happens in this inner hair cells. So that's the inner hair cells, and this is outer hair cell here. Okay, so these are the biological cochlea, whatever I explained. Now next, what we did, we built the model of this cochlea first on FPGA, and also then we did the digital chip as well later. So here, basically you can model the complete cochlea, different part of the cochlea, basilar membrane, inner hair cells, outer hair cells, spiral ganglion cell, all in VLSI using VLSI system. So we use the digital logic, standard digital logic, so that we can use for our any machine hearing task as a pre-processing element. And so it is based on the cascade of asymmetric resonators with fast acting compression. So cascade of asymmetric resonator, basically you have a biquet filters here with 2 poles and 2 0, which models the individual part of the basilar membrane, and then you have this fast acting compression, which is nothing but the outer hair cells we model. And it matches nicely with the biological results or from the cochlea, whatever which being found from experimental results, it nicely matches the result of this silicon cochlea. And we model only 100 channel, which is good enough for almost all kind of machine hearing tasks. And here it has a sampling frequency of 44.1 kilohertz. It can run in real time. We have digital outer hair cell models, inner hair cell model, and on top of that we have this automatic gain control, which is like a spatiotemporal filter, which is this bottom one. So these are different blocks of this. The top one, H1, H2, H3, model as a basilar membrane, and then it is nicely connected with the outer hair cells and also with digital hair cell model. And this is a spatiotemporal filter, which is going across different filters in the space domain. And here you get this pipe train, and we have this several papers were there. This I just put one of the paper from the when I worked on this project. So we have 2-3 papers, and we still use this model heavily for our machine hearing task. And this is the detail which I can ignore. How we have shown a couple of demos as well in the past. Unfortunately, I couldn't travel this time, otherwise I could have bring the board and we could show live demo of the whole cochlea running in real time, so that you can see how the output looks like. And I would say this is one of the first cochlea model which shows implementation of the outer hair cell, right? So if you don't have outer hair cells, which I said it controls the gain dynamically. If you see the gain plot, right, this is the gain and this is the frequency axis, right? And the frequency is across few up to few kilohertz, and you can see this the behavior of this filters, right? So these are 100 filters, and you can see this 100 the plot of this 100 different filters. It nicely matches with the biological cochlea. And you should ask this question: why the gain is higher in the middle, and why the gain is lower on the lower frequency side and the higher frequency side, which you will find exactly in the cochlea. That's what your perception whenever you listen a sound with the same intensity. If it is of lower frequency, your perceptual quality would be the gain would be lower. And you can check that, right? You can play with the same amplitude. Let's say you play a sound of 100 hertz and you listen to that with the same intensity in MATLAB, and then you listen that, and again you listen to around 2 kilohertz sound or 4 kilohertz sound with the same amplitude. Your perceptual quality would be different, and that comes from the biology as well, because they found it more important in this, and I don't know why they have modeled this way, why it emerged this way exactly. And another thing is this outer hair cells, right? If you activate this outer hair cell, right, which is controlling the gain dynamically, right? So this for this particular experiment, what we did, we were playing this 1 kilohertz signal several times. So it go and with high amplitude, right? So the gain got adapted. And that's what, if your input itself is in loud or with high intensity, you don't need much gain. And that's the idea here. So that dynamically it is reducing the gain. So around this portion, you will see the gain has been reduced dynamically. So that was, I'm trying to show it here. You can find these details in the paper if you're interested. So this is about the silicon cochlea. Now, what should we do with that, right? So there are several applications which we have been doing. One of the first applications which we have tried to try to implement the for sound stream segregation. So we're trying to solve the cocktail party problem in real time. That's the idea. So cocktail party problem is nothing but when you go to a party, right? If you put any sophisticated system, because the noise is too much, you will not be able to understand what the other person is saying, right? But if you put it a normal system, right? But as a person, you can get different cues whom you are talking, right? And you're still able to segregate those streams, right? So you can automatically do this gain control. So how can you do that? So it is based on the temporal coherence model. This is completely biological plausible model, temporal coherence model, where we use the cochlea as an input. Okay, and we use one of the attention signals. So this attention signal is used to separate a target sound stream, right? So your sound is very noisy, lot of inputs coming from different streams, right? So it's a one of the major problem in the speech community, cocktail party problem. You can search about this. But as a human, when you are talking, right, you use some kind of cues, right? So some kind of attention signal, right? Meaning that if you're talking to your friend and if you're focusing when he's saying something, if you're focusing on his or her mouth, based on that modulation, you can segregate that stream much better. So that kind of attention signal we're talking about here, right? And so in the temporal coherence model, what happens? The different types of features, right? For example, pitch, location, loudness, belonging to a sound source, it fluctuates in a strength in exactly the same times, right? So let's see when your friend is talking to you, right? When you are seeing his or her mouth, you can see when his mouth is modulating, right? So it's all directly sync, all it is sync, right? So you can segregate the stream. So the whole model is depend on that. So you can read more about this. So it has a several stage. It has a cochlea, then you have a multi-rate filters where you try to model the auditory cortex filters as auditory 1. In auditory 1, auditory cortex 1, you will see multi-rate filters. So you pass through that, all your spectrogram or cochleogram after the sound comes in. And then you, based on the attention signal, you try to target that particular stream which you are interested in. So that's the whole idea here, how it works out. And this spatiotemporal filters are generally in very small frequency range. So we implement as a 2 Hertz, 4 Hertz, 8 Hertz, 16 Hertz, because these rate filters in the cortex is also around in the same range. That goes only up to 32 Hertz. So this is implemented here. So it applies on all the cochlear channel, and then you use attention signal to segregate one particular stream which you are interested in. I'll give you some results here. So cochlea is used here as a pre-processing stage. So I think again I need to stop here. It doesn't work directly. Okay. So there are two sounds in this particular experiment. We have two sounds: target speech, which is
Good morning.
which is saying good morning, and
Game over.
another is game over, and it's all mixed up, right? But then let's say you are interested in good morning, you use some cues from that particular speakers, which is used here as one of the cue for that particular speakers, and you run through this model which I just explained in the last slide, and automatically it will segregate only that part. And if you see in the segregated speech, you just see only the good morning. Of course, there would be some overlap with the mixer.
Good morning.
So you can still hear some of the noise from other speaker, but it works well. I mean, it's not that bad for this kind of experiment if you want to run in real time. So here we shown the complete pathway, completely biological pathway, I would say, from cochlea to auditory cortex 1, and then shown one application how you can segregate a speech. So that was an idea. That was one of the application. Now next is sound localization, very important. So I think that's what we have this 2 ears, right? So that we can localize sound in an environment, right? So sound localization is a basically listener's ability to identify the location or origin of a sound in a particular direction and from a particular distance, right? So that's the sound localization, right? And that's why this we have 2 ears. Otherwise, we don't need 2 ears, right? So that helps in terms of direction and that's what it. And in fact, this sensor or in the evolution process, the auditory evolved before the visual, right? Because in early days or in the early evolution process, in the night, it was much more useful than the vision, right? Because vision is directly in is direction sensitive, right? But in audit, it can come from any direction. So it was much more useful for survival. So localization is very important from that perspective. And it works on binaural cues. One is interaural time difference, and another is interaural level difference or interaural intensity difference. So these are the two binaural cues you get to identify the location of a person or location of an object by listening to them. And it used to determine the azimuth of a sound source. So azimuth means at that particular plane. It can't show you, it won't explain from which height, right? So if you use this interaural difference and inter-level difference, you can only get the azimuth angle. You can't get the vertical angle, or you can't get this height from which distance it is coming, right? Because just showing the distance. The distance could be in a plane, or it can be at particular angle, right? So how do you identify if it is at different height, right? And that's called cone of confusion. I'm not adding it here, but just I want to motivate. How would you identify then? So then the role of pinna comes in. So if you see in everyone's ear, you have this pinna, right? Which is this outer ear, where you have these different grooves, right? And the different grooves act as a filter. And that's a biomarker. For each person, it is different. So that's why it says one of the biomarker people use it. And that helps you to identify from which location it's coming in terms of height. So this confusion would be resolved using pinna. So you can do an experiment. I should not say it's not a very fast experiment, but people have done that. They have removed the pinna in early era. I mean, when on animal, and after removing that, they found that they couldn't localize the sound if it is a different height. And even you can try that out if you because now you have trained your complete auditory cortex based on the pinna which you have. But you can try that out if you put some kind of glue or some kind of, if you close that pinna somehow, and if you roam around, you will not be able to localize from different height. So you can try that out, and each person has a different pinna. So that's mainly for different height. Okay, but to have the same azimuth angle, this cues interaural time difference and interaural level difference is sufficient. Okay, so this is what I was saying. Spectral cues generated by the outer ear are used for elevation, right? So this is mainly coming from pinnas. The grooves inside the pinna helps you over there. Okay. Okay. So let me show some about localization, some of the numbers. So generally about 16 kilohertz, 1.6 kilohertz. This ITD, temporal difference, helps a lot to identify the cues. Why? Because of the phase difference. So if you hear some sound, for one ear it will come faster, for other ear it will become later, right? And based on that, you can identify where the location. And this why 1.6 hertz? Because you have what do you call? So for frequency, as I said, right, for 1.6 kilohertz, right, the dimension of head is around 21.5 centimeter, right? And if you use 1.6 kilohertz or above 1.5, 1.6 kilohertz, what happens? The wavelength of this signal or the sound signal are greater than the length of the sound, are greater than your head size, and because of that, you will not be able to see the phase difference between two sound waves. So only ITD is valid up to 1 to 1.6 kilohertz. After that, intensity difference take over. Okay, so these are the two cues which helps, right? So intensity difference, basically, if the sound is coming from the right side, there will be head shadow, right? And because of the head shadow on the left ear, you will see less in intensity. All right, that's how this different cues help. I have one demo here. Let me see. So this is you can see when I play this, you see this this two different sound, right? At one time, ITT would be prominent at one, and another time ILD level difference would be prominent. So level difference is nothing but intensity difference, and ITT is the time difference, which is the phase difference between the same sound wave, which is coming at different ear at different point of time. So just look at this on the left side, you can see this how the sound wave looks like and how you will perceive. If you have the headphone, you will see the sound is going from right ear to the left ear. So see that problem. It started from the left side, now going on the right side, and that's how you will see this for this particular sound. If you play, you can see this initially. There's a phase difference between the right ear and the left ear, right? And that phase difference comes and is more prominent on the left ear initially, and then going on the right side. Okay, I hope this is clear. But this is available on this website if you want to play this and listen more. Okay, so I'll see you some history about this. So ITT, as I said, right, depends on the distance between two ears, right? The temporal difference, right, which is the phase difference between two sound, and it depends on your head size, which is 21.5 centimeter. Okay, because of that, you can only hear few particular. You can, because of that, your ITT would change, right? So during in World War era times, right? So this is the picture of this acoustic goniometer, they call it. So they tried to locate the invisible aeroplanes. This is around 1920 or 21, around that time. And you can see that they have a lot of ear, right? I mean, I should not say ear, but there's a lot of so you can see there's a lot of you can capture incoming signal from different microphone here, right? And they have put it at distance apart so that they can localize much better. So because that time there was no engineering solution available, right? So they try to use, or there's no technological, heavy technology or radar kind of system were not available, right? So they try to use this kind of system directly inspired from the human auditory system. There's another one which is still there in the museum. Again, when, as I said, there was no radar available, so they tried to use this fact about the localization to develop this kind of more mechanical devices to locate the aircraft. And you can see the people are having this pipe and connecting to the ear, and it has expanded the localization capability using this extended ear. So this kind of interesting machines you can still see in some of the museums. So it is very important aspect, localization for our auditory pathway. Another, this very interesting video for me, I like it very much. So I just want to show the power of localization. One second. Okay. So this is doing localization. Look at
it listens
nature.
for the time.
Favorite video, so which shows the power of localizations for survival. All right, let's move on. So now we also built similar system on with similar pathways on hardware. So this is one of the sound localization system where we have this two cochlea model, which is present over here. And then, of course, and then we are doing some instantaneous correlation. So there are various models how you can correlate or how you can emulate the ITT inter-hour time difference, and based on the instantaneous correlogram, which we have been doing here. And then there is some kind of onset detection, which measure the group delay between different input. And then you have this perceptual engine where we are using standard machine learning kind of a framework where we use CNN based networks and try to implement this whole sound localization system connecting through the Cochlea model. And it's it is being submitted right now in the paper, but there's conference paper available from my earlier group, so you can take a look. But the paper is under review right now. The complete system, sound localization system, has been shown. Okay, now another interesting sensory system. I will talk human retina, which is very powerful. Products are there, very successful. One of the success story. It is again inspired from human retina. So I'll give you some number again from human retina. It is around 135 million photoreceptors, and the detection threshold is about 1 photon, and 1 million ganglion cells it has, and then so it means the retina process visual signal received from group of few to 700 photoreceptors. So I want to give some numbers here, right? So you're getting around 36 gigabits per second of raw images, right? And then you're compressing it to 20 megabits per second, right? So there is a huge compression retina is doing. So it's not just like a standard camera where you have a photodiode and just whatever you collect, you just send it out as a frame, right? But here it's completely asynchronous. It is doing a lot of pre-processing. So the numbers you can see, right, from 36 gigabits per second to 20 megabits per second, it has been compressing, right? So it's a huge compression here. Power consumption is almost like 3.5 milliwatts. And so retina encodes useful spectral features from a redundant wide dynamic range world in a small internal signal range, right? So a lot of compression. The idea is it is doing a lot of compression. It has several important building blocks. You have photoreceptors, and as I said, 135 million photoreceptors, where significant number are coming from the rods. And then you have horizontal cells which does some kind of processing, spatial processing, and then you have bipolar cell which connects photoreceptor to the next layer, next stage, where you have a micron cell which is more kind of inhibition kind of cells, which helps a lot to develop the receptive fields, different kind of receptive fields. Then you have the ganglion cell similar to the auditory spiral ganglion cell. It is also has a ganglion cell in human retina, the axons of which makes the optic nerve, which ultimately goes to the visual cortex 1. Okay, so this is the biological part, and some numbers again from photoreceptor, mainly cones and rods. So very few numbers of cones, which is around just 5%, so around 5 to 10 million cones, but rods in around 95 to 100 million rods, which is important. The cones mainly useful for your color vision, right? And rods gives you the grayscale image. If you don't have cones, still you can visualize, but it won't give the color. So mainly it is color, and it's only mainly in the if you see the density of the cones is in the center. Center is more, and that's what on the periphery you'll not be able to see much color. It just fill up based on the previous data. So that's why you always do the saccade. Saccade means you're moving your eyes continuously, right? So to capture the complete picture of the environment. And you have very high temporal resolution, which is around 50 hertz flicker resolution, and 3 different types of cones, as I said, more on the RGB kind, so different color. That's what you can make different color combinations, and high sensitivity to light. So which means single photon detection. It means you can detect the single photon. That's what you are able to see even in a low light condition. In low light condition, but you'll not be able to see much color, right? Because the sensitivity of cones are much smaller. This single photon detection is the sensitivity of the rods, and that's what in low light you'll not be able to see any color much. Low temporal resolution, again for this one, flicker resolution for this particular rods. Okay, and as I said, it has 3 types, different types of cones. Red sensitive, which is around 560 nanometer, and then you have green, which is around 530 nanometer, and then you have blue, which is around 420 nanometer. And this is the, you can see, right, this is the blind spot. And why is that? Because in this region of the retina, this optic nerves goes on. So optic nerves goes from this part to your visual cortex, and because of that, there's no photodiode here. So in this particular region, that's why you get this blind spot. Okay. Horizontal cells again are, as I said, right, it does more like a spatiotemporal averaging, right? So you can think about is a low pass filter in a spatial domain. That's the main idea here, a spatiotemporal filter. And then you have a ganglion cell, which is more kind of build low level receptive field. So based on the connectivity between the different rods and different inhibition connection, you can create kind of Gaussian kind of connectivity where you have high sensitivity at the center, and then you have inhibition in the neighboring site. And that's what you will see, this kind of on center, off surround, off center, on surround kind of receptive field. So whenever you are seeing this kind of pattern, so you can think about, you have a white pattern in the middle, and then you have a black pattern in the outside in the environment. And when this particular neuron sees that, it will fire maximum because it is matching the receptive field with whatever you're seeing from your retina. So that's what it means, the receptive field here. And again, the ganglion cell is around 1.5 million retinal ganglion cell, and there's some number. Fovea is the one where you have the highest number of density of this number of photoreceptors. Okay. Now, so these are some of the biology which I mentioned. Now let's talk about the neuromorphic camera, which is inspired from, not completely, but inspired from the biological retina. So here, similar to the biological retina, it also, you can think here, the pixel is completely asynchronous. It's not like there is no global frame rate or there is no global clock which is controlling the shutter speed, right? So whenever you see something in the environment, it just detect and fire. So fire means it either send a spike 1 or -1. So in reality, in biological, there's no -1, right? But in the camera, we have -1, so they encode the negative gradient. So assume this is the current, which is a function of photon or the light conditions. Based on that, you see this kind of current in your photodiode, and the output of this particular pixel you will see as an on event because the positive gradient, and off event because of the negative gradient. But there's no shutter speed. So here we are talking about this one particular pixel. So based on what it is seeing, it is detecting that that there's a positive gradient, and you will start firing. Another way, you will if it's negative gradient, you will firing in the negative direction. That's how do you do that. And so it is the output of each pixel is like you have XY location of a pixel, and you have whether it is a +1 or -1, and then you have time resolution, which is of microsecond in this case, but it's completely asynchronous. And this follows address event representation, which is like a, as I said, you can think again, this is like a mixed signal. You have a computation going on at the diode level, or there is a small circuit at the pixel level, but the communication they are putting onto the common bus. So there is a protocol that's called AER, address event representation, very popular and defined by a neuromorphic community. So output would look like this, right? So I will show you the demo, so we can ignore this part right at the moment, how the output would look like. And the key characteristics of this is very high dynamic range, around 120 dB, and then high temporal resolution, which is very, very important for a lot of surveillance tasks or very fast speed detection, right? Which is less than 1 microsecond, right? So if you talk about your conventional camera, right, it's around 50 hertz, 100 hertz, right, which is very small, right, at tens of milliseconds. But here we are talking about the microsecond. You can go really fast, but of course it has its own challenges, and very low latency, high contrast sensitivity because of the logarithmic scale. So here, each pixels operates asynchronously. As I said, there's no global clock here, right? And it's completely based on event-based paradigm. So whenever a particular pixel sees there is a change in the environment or in its receptive field, it just say 1 or -1 based on the gradient. There's no frame as such. As I said, because there's no shutter speed, there's no frame concept of frame. If there is no motion in the environment, if there's nothing is changing, there's no output. So it's completely activity driven, right? So and that's why it's very low power, right? So if there's nothing, there's no change in the environment, there is no activity. So that way it could be used for a lot of low power applications. And that's what we are doing here in our lab as well. And very high temporal resolution. But as I said, right, all this latest or so far, whatever the development happened in the computer vision community, they use standard frame-based camera, right? But here, your data and all your framework is completely different. So you need to come up with completely new approach to process this kind of data and build a computer vision application. So that's what we are doing here. So I'll show you one demo, a small demo for this about this camera. So let me explain here. So this is, you can think about it as a rotating disc, right? Where you have a dot, and if you see from a standard camera, just keep getting the frame, right? With fixed interval, right? Based on the frame rate you have, right? But on conventional camera, right? You're seeing based on the frames, based on the, but in event camera, you see this kind of cloud, right? Wherever there is a changing, then that part only will change. And if there's no change, if your environment is stationary, you won't see any event here. But your normal camera is still sending the data out, right? Which is unnecessary data. On other hand, if you see here, in this case, the rotation of disk is very, very fast, right? And you start seeing the motion blur. But here, the temporal resolution is very, very fast. So that's why you won't see any kind of motion blur. You're still able to see all the information, right? So that's very interesting things that I want to show here. I will come back to this demo again because we have some other application which I will show you later. So what is inside this each pixel, right? So each pixel is basically having it's called dynamic vision sensor. So which has each pixel. So this is the structure of one single pixel, right? And each pixel you have this part is photodiode, right? So or photoreceptor, which encode logarithmic intensity, right? Because it works in the log domain. This transistor works in the log domain here, subthreshold region of a transistor, and then this goes here is a differencing circuit, right? Or kind of high pass filter, right? And this is, we are talking at each pixel level. And so this differencing filter removes any DC offset or and only amplifies the positive and negative transients, right? And then you have here this two comparator, threshold comparator, which models as a ganglion output or which generate this spike, right? +1 or -1 based on the positive gradient or negative gradient, right? So you can see here similar way, which I have mentioned here. So this is at the single pixel level. Benefit again, it's completely asynchronous pixel. Only those pixels will fire, those who are seeing the new information. No global shutter, and that's why you won't see any motion blur. Very high dynamic range and very fast. Automatically extract the motion from the scene and activity based. So you don't need to do any other processing like people do optical flow and other thing. Here you don't require, right? Because you're already getting the motion from the scene. Activity based power consumption, you don't need any, I mean, if there's no activity, which we have seen in the demo, there won't be any output, right? So there's no power consumption in that case. So, and if it is static scene, it won't generate any data. Of course, there would be some noise. So a lot of application wherever you can see in motor control, industrial robotics, wherever you need for speed and meet uncontrolled lighting condition. So wherever there is a lighting condition is poor, it would be helpful because you have very high dynamic range. So I'll show you some of more demo which is available. It's not from my lab. It is available in YouTube. So this is a RoboGoalie. You have on top, you have a camera mounting, and it is just seeing this balls. And based on that ball, based on that camera, it is controlling the motor here and then stopping this ball. And so you can imagine the speed, right? It is very closed loop. So you need to finish everything. You need to detect the ball. You need to give the command to the controller based on what you perceive, and then you have to stop. So this is what it is seeing, right? As a camera, this is what it is seeing. So it's only capturing the motion part, right? Other static things, there's no new information. It's not doing anything with that. So you're reducing the amount of information, unnecessary information, significantly here. And that's the whole idea about. So it's mainly good for perceiving tasks. Another interesting thing is pencil balancing. So you have this two camera here on the right side and on the lower side, and you can see based on that it is trying to control the motor and try to balance the pencil here. Okay. There are some work in our lab. We have one paper where we did this neuromorphic human activity recognition, because as I said, it is good for very high motion. It is good for motion kind of application, right? Where the motion is important. More useful for video kind of task, right? So we did here human activity, where we recorded the all different kind of video in the lab. Here students are doing clapping, boxing, jogging, walking, waving, and then we train here standard neural network based on various features, and then we try to solve this problem. But here your sensor is very powerful in terms of you're not sending any redundant data, right? So your amount of data is very, very low, right? So it's very, very sparse in that sense, right? So you can significantly save the power and in terms of storage as well, right? So it's available. There are several other works going on in terms of anomaly detections, and also we are engaged with DRDO and other companies on this area. So now we are done with sensor part. I will stop for a while and we can take some question, and then I will move on to computational substrate here at the last part of our tutorial.
Okay. So anybody who has questions, please type it on your chat box. So I think so that way we can see the questions. Yeah. I think there is one question.
Yeah.
Some Rajesh Dev has said, what are the advantages of neuromorphic computing over quantum computing? I think.
Oh, so that's completely different thing. So neuromorphic, there is a fundamental difference, right? In quantum, so in here in neuromorphic computing, you are still dealing with your conventional architecture, right? You're still thinking in terms of binary value if you're talking about the digital, or it's more in neuromorphic. It's a brain-inspired computing, right? How the brain works. In quantum, it's a different world altogether, right? Because you're in quantum, you have, let's say you have an n bit, right? So in n bits, you can have all the 2 raised to the power n possible combination you can exist in the same time, right? So you can do computation in all the possible states. So for example, take an example of n equal to 5 qubits, right? So you can have 2 to the power 5, which means 32 different combination you can do computation at the same time, right? That's the fundamental difference between the quantum and your conventional, right? So there's a completely different thing. There is no overlapping or as such, right? Here, whole idea is how you can learn the fundamental principle of the brain and try to apply those to build intelligent systems. So I don't think there is any relation as such here in terms of computational aspect. Anirudh, any question from the other side?
Yeah, there was one.
Yeah, Supriya, you can ask.
Yeah. Just in many of the neuromorphic systems, I have crossed across like this cochlea or basically ear, eyes,
yeah,
and sometimes it's noses also.
Yeah,
But
he knows. In fact, touch as well, tactile sensor. Yeah.
Is there any more significance towards skin, like skin detection and touch sensor or field?
Yeah. So tactile is also another growing field here. But in tactile, the problem is the density, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, but otherwise, people have been modeling the tactile different parts of the tactile, and then again trying to convert into spike domain. So there are some work. Yes, in Europe there are few labs which is working, especially in this, and then try to put onto the iCup robot and try to see that. So there are work going on. So you can search tactile neuromorphic and you will see a couple of labs. But
Okay,
it's just
thank-
amount of density and amount of sensor you require, right?
Yes. It will be much more compared to
Yeah.
this kind of.
Yes. So the density is huge there.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So I think this question is related to learning. So question is,
Yeah.
how are we implementing the decision-making ability of the brain in the circuit?
So that comes from the learning side, right? So that's what you need to model, or you need to implement the learning algorithm as well, along with your inference engine. And that's the fundamental difference between the conventional computer architectures and the neuromorphic systems, or you can call AI as well, right? Because they also work on the same principle. There also the learning is very important. So why learning comes in, right? The fundamental question you should ask, why learning on this AI is booming, right? Because a lot of time you don't know what it has to be trained for, right? You don't know the procedure, right? In programming, you know the procedure. After A, B should be there. After B, B plus C should be there. So you know all this procedure, right? But in a lot of tasks, especially in cognitive tasks, you don't know what is that program or what is that algorithm, right? So whenever you don't know the algorithm, then what you want, algorithm should so the whole idea of machine learning, AI, or neuromorphic system, automatically from the data itself, you are creating an algorithm. That's the bottom line. So learning is a very integral part. Without learning, it's all, yeah. In cognitive tasks, you can't do that because you don't know the algorithm, fundamental algorithm, because so many variables are there. Does that answer that question, Anirudh? Otherwise, I can specify. Specify
No,
more.
I think it answers the question.
Okay. So if there's no question or neither.
Yeah, actually, Chetan. Yeah,
Yes.
it's Neeraj. Actually, I just wanted to make an announcement to all the participants that they can, if they want to ask any question, they can write on the chat box. Okay, because many students are joining through the delegate, so
Okay.
they will not be visible here. But if they write
Right.
any questions, then it will be available on the chat box. Then somebody,
Yes.
then you can also see it. Then you can answer.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Any question from the participants?
Yeah. If anybody has any question,
they can speak up as well. Maybe if they want to.
No, they cannot speak up because they
they
are
cannot.
on
Okay.
different platform. So yeah, if they join through
Sure.
Webex only, then they can speak up and we can
Okay.
listen them. But they can listen us. So if anybody has any question, please write on the chat box, and then we can see it and we can ask to Professor Chetan about this question. So anyway, Chetan, this has been very interesting talk.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks for accepting our invitation and to come forward and give this.
No, great. It's interesting to talk
And
about it more.
this video will be also available for 1 week to the registered participants, and if they want to review it, and after that it will be automatically get deleted. Yeah.
So
now
can I get that as well, Neeraj?
Yeah, if you want, we can give you. But okay, all right. Yeah, you are the speaker. You have the full right to get it. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So make it available to you. So now there is a question. You see, can you see the Chetan? The question?
No, because I have sharing the window.
You open the chat box
on
the WebEx platform.
Yeah, I open, but there's no chat box. But maybe
the question is, I can read the question, which is the
please
best.
read the question.
The question one, Bhan Prakash Goswami is asking this question: which is the best resource book to learn implementing neuromorphic system using analog circuits for beginners?
Right. So I would say there is a very nice book from Kavamead. This is the oldest book and the first book from Kavamead, 89. You can search that, 1989. Yeah, that is the best book to start with, knowing about how it started, and their focus was completely on analog circuit design. So if you are interested in analog circuit design, use that book to start with.
Okay, which publisher it is? Maybe they will get an idea.
I don't remember. Let me see. Okay, so its name is okay. It's there in my library. So its name is Analog VLSI System, Analog VLSI and Neural Systems by Carbomeet. If you search this, you will find it.
Okay.
This if anyone is interested in this area, this book should have in their library, I would say. Yeah.
Okay, great. So if any other questions from participants, so one can write it so that we can read and you can get the answer of that.
Yeah, please feel free to ask, make it more
Yeah.
interactive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anirudh, any other question from your side?
No.
Okay. Okay. So we'll just move on to this last part of the tutorial
Okay,
where we are.
go ahead.
Yeah. So we'll talk about more in terms of the computational substrate, right? So far we talked about the sensors, right? Which is unconventional sensor where the output is in the spike domain. Now we'll see what are the computational substrate people have built, what are the state of the art, different computational engines we have, and what are the things even we built in our lab or in my past career. So we'll talk about that. Before we do that, let's start with the basics again. So we have this, the basic fundamental element in any neuromorphic system is neuron, right? And then you have one neuron model, and then you have another is the synapse, which is this small tiny green here, right? So, and then the connectivity is all is the whole idea or the whole competition lies in the connectivity and the weights, right? Which is same in if you do any AI task, right? So these are the two basic elements. And as I said, in the early era, from 90s to around 2000, 2005, people have been just building these basic building blocks with the standard neural circuits. And so as an engineer, you can think about this as a black box where you have some input coming in from the other neuron, but these inputs are in large number, large Fnin. You can think about this as 10,000, and then but your output from this neuron, particular neuron, is only single output, which is, and that goes onto the axon, right? So which is again in terms of spike. And this red, you can think about the presynaptic neuron, let's call it. And you have two types of synapses. One is excitatory synapse, one is inhibitory synapse. In inhibitory, basically, you are lowering down the overall potential of your membrane potential. So you are doing act as an inhibition, right? So both are important. I forgot on top of my head what is the ratio generally. But I think 4:1 or 3:1 ratio is there in terms of excitatory and inhibitory overall. And then you have this axon, which is a single wire where you are putting all your spike train as an input output device. And you also have a dendrite, which most of the time people don't model their model as a single wire, but dendrite is basically from synapse to this structure, right? Synapse to soma, this is called dendrite. And also that is a lot of computation, non-linear computation happen there, right? But people don't model in terms of because of the complexity, but there are a lot of models available. So there are main four major part. One is neuron, synapses, axon, and these dendrites. Okay. So I will just focus on two neuron and synapses here, because generally axon and dendrite are modeled as a normal wire. But as I said, right, there are a lot of complicated models also available for that. And when you see the spike coming from presynaptic neuron, then the synapse is also kind of active synapse. It has some model. It just don't pass it directly. It has some weights, and also it has some kind of function. Or you can think about it as the simplest model is low pass filter, right? So once your spikes are coming in, it does the low pass filtering of that spike, and based on some weights, it just pass on that signal to the soma. So so there are various models based on what application you're targeting or what kind of abstraction level you want to model. So based on that, you can model complex to simple. There are various from simple to complex model available for neurons and synapses. So I'll just give you the very simple idea about how people have implemented the neuron, and the others are just variants of that. So just to get the feel of it, how a single simple neuron analog circuit model looks like, right? So as a spike, this is the typical spike where you have the baseline is minus 70 millivolt in biological neuron whenever it fires, and then it goes up to 40 millivolt plus 40 millivolt. That's a typical spike you will look like. And when you initially, when you are getting input, more and more input, you collect into the membrane potential here. And whenever you reach to the threshold point, a lot of influx of sodium channel, sodium ions come in inside the nerve cell. So a lot of ion channel gets open, and that's ion channel is nothing but voltage gated ion channel, and that just open up, and because of that you get this membrane potential just shoot up in a very short time. That's why you see this like a spike kind of behavior. And what it reaches to this particular threshold, another channels open up, which is potassium channel, which is having slow time constant, and that is basically pushing out the sodium ion or positive ion outside, right? And that's how you again come back to the normal stage after some refractory period, right? So this is how this structure you can model, and this timeline is around 10 millisecond, and that's what you get around average firing rate around 100 hertz. So that's how you get all these numbers. So if you model as a neuron, so your some of the currents are coming in from the synapse, right? So you get a spike. That spike goes into synapse, and synapse convert into like a low pass filtered version of that, and then you get as a current input, and that current basically charging this capacitor. Of course, you have some leakage current as well, which always is there. So you have some leakage, so you can control based on this voltage how much leakage it should be. And then when your membrane potential this is lower than that, nothing would happen. This path would be shut off. It will just you see subthreshold subthreshold activity going on. There's no spike. But let's see, this membrane potential goes above threshold, which is this threshold you can set as a voltage signal. Then what happens? You get +1 here, you get 1, and then you 0, and then because of that, this PMOS, this path gets activated. You get lot of flux of this current, right, into this membrane, right? So you get sudden surge of this spike here. You get sudden surge of this this value here, right? And this is the typical behavior you will see, right? And then once you activate that, and then at the same time, after a while, and then you can control the time based on this this current source and sink, which is used as a current starvation circuit. You can search more, which can control the swing, how fast you want to switch on this particular circuit, and based on that, this feedback get triggered, and based on that feedback, this current get activated, which is leaking out, or which is removing the charge from this membrane potential, and after some time, this comes down. So this is the standard process you will see in this circuit if you simulate this. So this is a typical neuron model, but there are tons of different neuron model. You can check a paper on Frontiers where you have the title itself is Silicon Circuits or Silicon Neuron and Synapse Circuits from Giacomo, and you can use the different kind of synapse and neuron models are available. You can take a look on that if you're interested in different kind of these circuits. Okay, and then similarly you have a synapse circuit. As I said, this is you can model as a low pass filter. All these are current domain, right? So another important thing, all this neuromorphic circuit and subthreshold are implemented using current mode circuit, right? All using current mode. But with your typical analog circuit in industry, you will see all voltage mode circuit. It's all current mode because all this in subthreshold you can have very high dynamic range as well if you use in the current mode as well, right? And biasing is easier because if you bias in voltage, because of exponential ratio, you can't control much. So that's what you bias in current mode here. And this is current mode low pass filter. You can see, right? You have a capacitor here, and then you based on the current, based on this tau current or the bias current, you can control the charging and discharging path of this. So the output, whenever you get a spike, you will see some kind of this exponential behavior, or like an alpha function. You will see that, and that's how you model the synapse circuit. This is one of the synapse circuit popularly used. Another is a log domain integrator circuit. It's also commonly used in filters, current domain filters. And you can see the detail. I'll not go into the details here, but you can search log domain integrator circuit if you want to, if you're really interested how the functionality it works. Okay, it's based on the translinear principle. So that's what you have, this particular loops coming in, and you have this equation. So translinear circuit is very important. You can also search that if you're interested. So these are typical synapse and neuron circuit which you will find in the community. using analog circuit, right? But if you want to build like very large scale systems, so people have gone into digital, which is typical. You just modeling this equation like integrate fire neuron or Mihaly-Sneeper neuron model or various other model people have been implementing based on their different level of abstraction or different kind of applications. So it depends on that what you're doing that. But to see in analog, it's a different. It looks really nice and beautiful to see how this connecting 2-3 transistors emerge into such nice dynamical systems. So it is very beautiful in analog. So that's why I just put the analog circuit here. But there are a lot of digital and other circuits available too. Now, this neuron and synapses, as I shown, basic building block. So now people have built large-scale neural arrays, right? And that's the idea. The idea was here, if you remember my first slide, the goal was scientific goals, right? If you build this large-scale neural array, can you simulate this large-scale model which is available, which computational neuroscientists use big system to simulate? Can you mimic it here, or can you emulate using this either with analog large-scale neural array or digital large-scale neural array and see the behavior, or can you ask a more scientific question? So that was an idea here to build this large-scale neural array. So this has to be clear, but at the same time, this could be useful for some other engineering application. So one of the things which we built when I was in postdoc with my colleague, we built this HiFi array integrated fire array transceivers, and we have some results, and you can find the details on my web page if you're interested in this. So here we have a bunch of neuron model, as I said, typical neuron model based on integrated fire array, and then you have AER to communicate in between. So you have AER protocol, which is sending the spike in and out, and you have reconfigurable synapses. And so this is the whole large scale system, which has around, this is a small system, I would not say that large, but it is good enough. It has around 10,000 neurons, and we can simulate different spiking behavior. There are 20 different kind of spiking behavior which has been found into the brain, tonic, and then bursting, adaptation, so such that there are various spiking behavior, and you can model those here to see that. And here there are basically you are implementing 3 dynamical equations into using analog circuits, and one is this adaptation of this. So this is one dynamical equation is for the membrane potential, another is adaptation of the threshold, and another is the GL is the conductance here, right? And this is in very old technologies being built in 0.5 micron, is long time back, but still you will see the energy per event is really low, 360 picojoule on that. And we try to use some kind of dewarping task with this, and I think I have some. Okay, so this dewarping task, what we did here, you can see we are you have a camera and you are getting events. So we did some kind of pre-processing. We converted that into event, and then we have this IFET array where you are basically the camera motion, and based on the IME information, you are implementing this dewarping algorithm on this, right? And in real time, you are able to see this. This is what camera is moving from the top. Assume it is on the drone, and then it is trying to decode what is the scene it is seeing, right? So this is a paper over there if you want to find the details which is used. And this is another large-scale neural simulator which we built with my another colleague during my PhD, which is a 4x4 mm square size, and mainly developed for video image processing and also running some scientific application there. It is around 0.5 millions of this neuron has been fabricated. This is the neuron model. Again, similar what I just explained. Based on the similar principles, you have a capacitor which is the membrane potential, and here you have a single synapse. So you also have a synaptic capacitance here, and you're controlling through the FPGA here. The routing and other things you are controlling through FPGA. So a little different kind of architecture, mixed architecture. Routing is controlled by FPGA, and the size is around 4x4 mm square. One neuron area size is 26.5 micron. So very small in that sense. So there's another neural simulator using analog circuit. I will just skip this part, too much to explain in terms of analog circuit. and a lot of people might not be interested. But this, we have seen this different spiking behavior as I was mentioning, right? So let's see, this is your input spike is coming in. You can model based on the parameter, you can configure this neuron in different mode, right? So one is this tonic firing, you can have a busting phenomena based on different configuration, as I said, in terms of thresholds and other things. And you can also see frequency adaptation. So if you're seeing this lot of bus input like this, spiking input, you can also see the spike frequency adaptation, right? Initially you are getting a lot of spike and then suddenly you are adapting that frequency. And you can also see the inhibition effect of inhibition spiking. So all this different spiking, you can model it. But now the question is where you will use it, right? So that's a big question. And then people are still using it for a lot of running the large scale model. And all this analog, then we also have this FPGA based system because in digital, the advantage is you can scale, right? So here we try to scale to the billions number, and it's a bunch of FPGA there, and there is a huge number of connection as well per neuron. And so this is also available, this paper, an FPGA based massively parallel neuromorphic cortex simulator is published if you are interested into that, but it's completely digital, right? But that's only give you the power in terms of scaling, right? Because routing is the biggest trouble in analog, right? So you can't scale much. So this is some more detail. I'll skip this one. And some of the other interesting and large scale simulator which is available, you might have heard in the popular science as well. I'll just put it here. So if you are interested, so there is a NeuroGrid from Bohen's group at Stanford. He modeled completely as a mixed signal. It's completely analog. So he has in one chip, it doesn't have many, but by putting many chips and communicating among them using AER protocol, you can still make a large system. And that was an idea. And so per neuron in analog, you can literally go at very low power. So that was an idea. So per core, you have a 256 x 256 neuron here and 3 watt per board. So power efficiency you can only achieve in analog, but scaling is always an issue there. And there is a very nice work going on at the Heidelberg group from Schimmels. They have built the whole wafer scale. So complete wafer, they have built it on this analog system, completely analog based on analog circuits. And it has 180K neurons, 40 million synapses. The problem with analog, you can't do routing, right? You can't do time multiplexing, what you can do in digital, right? So you have to have physical neurons you have to implement. That's what is still you can do only 180K neuron even if you are at the wafer scale, right? But the power number and other things you can't beat analog in that sense. So this is completely wafer scale analog solution. You can find more detail about this brain scale. Another important simulator. Another is TrueNorth, which I think from IBM. So you might have heard several news about this. Completely digital because they realize in terms of scaling, if you want to go, you can only go in digital. So they built in, I think, if I remember, it's in 28 nanometer, and it is a 4096 cores and 256 neuron per core, and then around 1 million neurons, 256 million synapses, consumes 72 milliwatt power per core and 1 watt per board. And that's mainly power efficient they're getting because of the low process technology, which you can do in digital, but it's hard for analog. Yeah. So, and they're trying to do various application with defense and but still we need to see some killer application. That's always the case if you want to use in the spiking domain. So that's also another argument whether you to use spiking, non-spiking. All the different arguments are there, and people have different answer or assumptions there why they want to go spiking, non-spiking. Yeah. Another big simulator is Spinnaker from Steve Ferber's group, who is I think one of the early founders of ARM processor. So they have also built network on chip with completely ARM event-based processor. They have a lot of ARM processor, but they are configuring in terms of event domain, right? So they are little higher level abstraction. So we have seen multiple abstraction level, right? People have started from analog circuit directly at the transistor level, right? Now they have moved to the digital level where the abstraction level is on the gate size, right? Now at Spinnaker, they have come to the much higher abstraction level where you're talking about the core level or the microcontroller level, right? So there's more software, so it will give more flexibility in terms of modeling different algorithms or computational neuroscience based algorithm, right? So it will give you flexibility in terms of that, but the amount of power is huge here. but they're still evolving. And they're using the latest process node, and in fact, they have the recent one is much more powerful right now. So Spinnaker is another important simulator there. So we also have this review paper. If anyone interested, it's a large-scale neural processor, which I have written it, where we have all the top leaders in the world who is working in this area. Giacomo and Gert and Andre or Ralph. So several people are there who contributed together in this paper, where we try to make a review papers for large-scale neural processor, and this is the title. You can find it on our web page if you want, and it's all details are there. And so take a look if you are interested in large-scale model. So these are two main paper if you want to go into this direction. One is the silicon circuit based from Giacomo long time back, 6 years if I remember, and this is the latest one 2 years back, where we talk about a lot of latest neural processor, neuromorphic processor, and both are available. It's open source, so you can take a look where we have compared different numbers and number of synapses, process technology, energy per event, synaptic plasticity, whether learning rules available or not. So these are the details available there. And so I think I'm done from tutorial. In the last slide, this is about my lab. So here at ISC, my lab name is Neuronics Lab, which is neurally inspired reconfigurable intelligent circuits and systems. So whatever I presented, we work in across these different fields. One is this neuromorphic VLSI, where we try to model different brain-inspired models or microcircuits and implement that either using analog circuits or digital. So we have both the expertise here in our lab, where we do some people do in analog circuits completely at the transistor level, some do in digital level based on the problem. So it depends on the problem, people choose that. So like, as I said, one of the example which we recently published and is still under review, where we did this visual saliency pathway, right? So visual saliency means whenever we are seeing in the environment, right? So we focus only on few objects, right? You will see automatically your eyes will locate or fix it to some things, right? So how do you identify automatically, right? So there is a completely visual saliency pathway you have in your visual pathway, and you can so that's we try to model. That's one of the application of microcircuits. So here we are not modeling anything at the neuron level or circuit level. Is much more higher abstraction. So we are using those principles, or we are using those algorithm, brain-inspired algorithm, to implement this so that we can make it faster. So that's another route where we use some of those pathway and directly implement that. Another thing which we are working on, or we have just submitted now, one more, which is on the place cell and grid cell modeling, right? Which is how you can identify yourself where you are in the environment, right? So so there is in hippocampus we have a grid cells and place cell which identifies where you are in the environment. And in fact, in 2014, people got Nobel Prize based on this this research, place cell and grid cell. So this kind of model we do and build and use for robotic or other system. So ultimate idea is to build a small low power intelligent system using VLSI as a technology. Another thing is on the sensor side, which I propose. So we work in these two areas on auditory side and vision side. And here mainly we develop more in terms of algorithm side, completely event-based algorithms, and we use standard GPU sometimes. Sometimes we use based on FPGA system, where we use this sensor as a pre-processing things. Another is, of course, as I said, it's overlapping with the standard machine learning and deep learning. So we work in that domain as well actively, but more on the hardware side, not only software. In software, a lot of people have been doing. So mainly on the VLSI side, how can we make it low power? Because ultimately our idea is to have a PPA, right? Power, performance, and area. That's our main matrix. Can we find the right spot where we can implement that? And these are some of the neural simulator which I explained. Can we use it for some kind of application, which we don't know right now? So mainly to simulate any computational algorithms. Another things using this, can we use it for neuroprosthetic systems? This is another area which we are exploring, where this existing spike-based model, can we use this for prosthetic application and close the loop? So there's a broad area. This is, I've not shown even all the 100% now. It has been grown up. This very old slide. We have several other small projects going on. So take a look if you're interested at our lab website. Take a look about the publications, what individuals are doing. And feel free to reach out if you find anything interesting, or if you want to talk, collaborate, or any way if you want to talk to us. So we'll be happy to discuss more. Yeah, this is broadly, and thank you. So any questions or anything?
Yeah, I think there is one question I can see on the chat box.
Yeah.
So the question is how Mermister can be used as the synapse? And next part is what will be the circuit for neurons in such system?
Okay, so Memristor. So Memristor is as I said, right, in first part of my tutorial, it could be used as a in-memory computing, right? Where if you see in conventional AI application, you always need this MAC operation, correct? Where you have weights coming in, you have data coming in, and you do this multiplication. But in memristors or this emerging devices, what you can do, you have this input coming in, this memristor use as a conductance, which is analog memory. So of course, unless you use as an analog memory, it's not useful, right? And we have seen, right, synapse is like a analog memories, right? It's not like a binary 1 or 0, right? So there is some continuity there. So when you pass the voltage or current through memristor, automatically based on the conductance taste of the memristor, you will get the proportional output. So automatically it's also acts as a storage, which is in terms of conductance, and we are passing voltage or current, it's the output, you are getting the resultant output. So you don't need to do separate computation. That's what it means in terms of in-memory computation, and you can use that way. And that's what people have been doing. People have put this in terms of crossbar array and trying to implement. But the biggest challenge comes in terms of integrating memristors with the standard CMOS process. So more on the engineering side. Separately, you can simulate and say, yeah, it works fine. But PDK should be supported, right? The current PDK only either supports CMOS or memristors, yeah, but not all together. So otherwise, what you need to do, you need to make it separate die and then connect them through via. And that's what some groups are doing, but very rare.
Okay, good.
Yeah, but it's useful to use it because, as I said, we are only interested in cognitive tasks. You're not interested. You're not doing any precise computation, right? And then your job is only to classify something, right? So even there is a non-linearity in your memristor, right? It would still work if you retrain that, right? So as a collectively, that should work because ultimately your job is to find a classification boundary, which is good enough to do that. And you can use the advantage of memristors in terms of density and the power number.
Yeah. So I'm not seeing any other question in the chat box.
Anirudh, any question from the other side?
Yeah, if anybody want to ask question from the participant, you can write questions on the chat box or Bhaskar can.
So there's one question. How is the basic computation block similar to perceptron? How is perceptron inspired from this basic block?
So the basic building blocks is in perceptron. The basic building block was the same, right? They still have the MAC operation. So in any, if you see at higher level abstraction, what you need in any computation, you need weighted sum and you need one nonlinear function, right? And at the perceptron level, what happened when it started, they have only this weighted sum and they don't have any nonlinear function there, right? And because of that, they will not be able to do even the simple XOR operation. And that's what in AI history, if you see, there is a lot of deep winter came in, right? There are 2 to 3 deep winter came in. So first winter of AI was this, because perceptron was not able to do any XOR, even not able to find nonlinear boundary. And then deep learning is only successful because they are able to connect this multiple layer. And after this weighted sum, you have this nonlinear boundary, a nonlinear function, and that gives you the power. This nonlinearity gives you the power that puts your input into higher dimensional space. And then that higher dimensional space, you can find the right classification boundary. So, so basic building blocks is the same, right? In here as well, if you model integrated and fire neuron model, right? So what happened in integrated fire neuron model, name itself suggests, right? You're integrating the input and then you're firing. Firing is nothing but a nonlinear function, right? You're putting threshold and this thresholding and firing is non-linear function. That's what you need in any system, in any kind of this large scale system, whatever you build. As long as you have a non-linear function, yeah, you'll be able to make any classification boundary. So that's the key. And if you don't have any non-linear function, then doesn't matter how many layers you are adding. Ultimately, it becomes a linear system. Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, Chetan sir. This is Ahmed here. I have one question.
Yeah, please go on.
Like in the literature, we have two approaches of realizing a neuromorphic system. Like one is in the real time scales, like actual biological time scales, and one is where they target some accelerated kind of time scales. So can you throw some light on like when to target which system and like what are the advantages associated with each of these approach? Let's say in the real time scales, if we are operating, will it result in more kind of power consumption or something to realize those large time constants or something like that?
So see, in any case, we need to first identify the problem. What is the problem we are going to solve, right? If you identify the problem, then go from there. In most of the time, what happens, we build the systems and try to find the problem. And that's not the right approach. And most of the neuromorphic system itself, I would say a lot of time people build the big monster or big hammer, and then they try to find the nail where to hit it. So that's not the right approach. So if you find a problem where you need real time, yes, you build with real time. And but if in some cases if you don't need, I mean, you can wait. And if you want to save the power, then of course you can go for a slower time scale. Nobody is stopping here. So biology has evolved with different time constraint, as I said, right? So, and the substrate is also different, right? In real estate, we're using silicon substrate, but in biology, we have a lot of this chemical, sodium, potassium, ion, different channel, different energy constraint there, right? So sometimes you can't just say, yeah, I want to just mimic exactly one-to-one, right? Because biology has evolved with different constraint, and here you have a different constraint. So you need to be very clear what you're trying to do. If you blindly copy, then even you couldn't make the aeroplane, right? Because you want it to be flapping wings, right? If you want to copy the bird exactly, it would not have been the success story. So the same mistake sometimes people make it, right? They just want to see, no, biology is doing this, let's do it the exact same way without understanding the organizing principle. Right now, the fundamental problem is the organizing principle, which you don't know.
Right.
So whatever you know, do go that way. That's what I said. We are doing some modeling of, like, as I said, visual silencing. We know that a small pathway. So let's do that. And whether it's solving our job is good. And in what way can we beat the state of the art? And yes, then yes, it's good. It's not that since you're claiming neuromorphic system, it's a buzzword, it should work all the time. No, it's not like that. You need to understand what you're solving.
Hello, Chetan sir. Hi, this side is Manoj. Actually,
Yeah, Manoj,
I have a
yes.
query. Sir, actually, as you told that this is very hard to integrate the two type of PDKs like memristor and CMOS circuitry.
Yeah.
So people are making their off chip, like one chip each of memristor and another one of purely CMOS. So my point is like if there is a large chip of containing only memristor array, then how can I avoid the parasitics or the load resistance of the array size?
How would you avoid the parasitic of the load resistance? Load means at the IOs?
Yeah, because the array size may be large, like 1 KB array or 1 MB array, something like this. Then as the array size is increasing, the load resistance is going to increase, like the parasitics.
Yeah, that could be.
Can you highlight something on that?
So that's more engineering challenges with the memristor device. People must be knowing how to avoid that. That I don't have any idea in terms of how to reduce the capacitance or the load on this individual devices, right? But that also coming from the routing, right? If you have a
Yes.
nice, if you make it more dense, then probably parasitic would be less, right?
Yeah,
It's all
yeah.
coming from the routing, right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
how they are making the array, that is important.
Okay, so this
The
is
yeah, major challenge would come. How would you integrate this with CMOS, right? Unless you make everything in memristor, can you do something like that? So we also have some ideas which we are doing, but not with large scale memristor array. But we have some in-house developed memristor with our collaborator here at ISC. We also did some memristor work, but for sure, as far as I understand, it's very difficult in terms of integrating these two different PDK. So, and another argument why to use memristor. I mean, for application, right? As long if I can do with CMOS, why to worry? Because it's a mature process.
yeah.
So it depends
Okay.
what is the requirement.
All right.
Unless you are trying to show fundamental science behind it, that it is useful if you do in this particular way, or if you can come up with the complete system with only with memristor where you are directly giving input and output, you don't need any CMOS process, then that's another interesting things people can try.
Yeah. Obviously. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we'll finally wrap up. Thank you, Chetan, for taking time out to conduct this session. It was a wonderful session. I'm sure everybody was enriched by your knowledge and presentation. And,
Thanks, Bhaskar, for this opportunity. And
yeah.
I would encourage participants if they have any doubts or anything, because it's a still evolving field, and sometimes there is a lot of confusion. So they can reach out, they can drop an email, and I'll try to reply as much as possible. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So with that, I think we'll end this session. Thank you everybody for being here.
Thanks, Bhaskar. So Bhaskar, is it possible? Can you send me a link for the video?
Yeah.
So I can use.
Yeah. So for sure. So this recording is available to tutorial participants for 7 days. And Chetan, if you want a recording for your to store and all, I think I'll send that link also.
Yeah, please do that so that I can use it for my student if required. So I don't need to talk again 2.5 hours. That would help.
For sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Bhaskar. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thanks, Chetan. I mean, just
thank you, Neeraj.
Just to tell you that I think 55 audience have actively participated in the tutorial session. So they must have got a lot of benefit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Neeraj. Yeah. Hope to see you soon, guys.
Yeah, sure. Sometime soon.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye-bye. Bye.
Okay. Just one more question has.
Nasa, I think we can wrap up.
We can wrap up. Okay. All right.
It was
people was just sleeping. Just now somebody has it. Anyway, all right. I think they can write mail.
No, if they have, I can quickly, if it is there, I can answer if it is.
Somebody has written, okay, adding to, so Ranjit who had asked the question about memristor earlier, adding to the previous question, if we are using CMOS chip and memristor chip separately, is the memory bottleneck still there?
Yes, because the biggest bottleneck comes in from readout, right? Even nowadays, if you see, the main power consumption is coming from the reading. The computation is becoming cheaper and cheaper day by day because of once you go in lower and lower technology. But this memory readout is the major bottleneck, and that's why this whole push is going towards in-memory computing. But still, if you are having the separate chip, still you need to read from memristor, right? Then the whole point is defeated.
Okay.
Yeah, so 60-70% or 80%, I would say, power goes into read and write from external chip. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, great. Now we can wrap up.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Thank
Thanks.
you, Neeraj. Thank you, Bhaskar.
Okay.
Hope to catch up soon. Yeah. Bye.